Mr. Manir,
Hello, good sir.
how do you do?
What do you do? What do you do?
Not too bad. I'm balled up a little bit earlier, and then I took some edibles to intensify the hours off, you know? THC maxing, if you will.
If you will.
Yeah, also, I think I fucked up my settings because, like, I used to have it where whenever I got to I had some pre-settings for, like, Gambit, Loki, Luna, for example. It doesn't automatically switch to that shit anymore.
Interesting. How could you have possibly fucked that up?
I don't know. I thought, hey, if there's a will, there's a way, man.
I guess
Like,
so.
my reticle settings will switch over, but like my stick settings don't. I have the different stick settings for those. I'm trying to do that as well. I guess you have keyboards, so I don't know if you can really. But yeah, it's not the end of the world. I'll make it work.
Alright, I'm looking at settings real quick. You can turn off other players' unique ultimate ability voice lines, bro. Turn that shit off, bro. The fuck? I'm not trying to hear happy holidays in the fucking middle of the summer, bro.
Yeah, you know how you like need to pop the balloons to get certain skins right as part of the event.
Yeah.
Pick your hero.
I got the Lady Loki on the second try.
Oh, let's go, bro.
Fuck, where's the other Cyclops? Thank God someone took it.
Agent F1. I'm going
Not the first week anymore, bro. Like, not the first 2 weeks anymore.
He's still pretty sick. He gets banned a lot in comp.
Yeah, he's annoying.
At least in my games. Fallen Spidey. I can't believe Lady Loki got a slutty skin.
Yeah.
Speed, stamina.
Actually, I can
I've
very
never-
much believe that.
I've never gone out of my way to get a Gooner skin, but I mean, like, A, you can use your temporary currency on it, so like you might as well. And
GM
you know me
tonight
and
crust?
Loki.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say that, man.
Oh, you're streaming?
Yeah.
Let me remember to subscribe for the month because the Amazon shit doesn't auto renew.
Chaos is the last thing I need right now.
I don't I don't know. I don't remember when you subscribed, but it's definitely like in like a week or two.
Oh, okay.
Hello,
Yeah, you should
hello,
just
Tea Cafe.
you should just like set up notifications for that shit. At least for the guys you know that will do it consistently.
Yeah, yeah. Once I get the Discord server set up, bro. First time chatter. Oh, what's up, bro? What's poppin', bro?
Cause I'm thinking we gotta find a way to farm this shit. Cause so many people just don't use that feature of their Amazon Prime thing.
Yeah, yeah. These are the warm-up games. Farm, yeah, we trying to farm the Amazon free Prime subscription, bro. We're trying to maximize usage, bro. I told Tanish is like, yo, I'll try to get my dad to do it. I'll try to get my dad to log in, bro.
What about his cousins?
like that.
And don't they have Amazon Prime?
Yeah, yeah, I'll inquire, bro. We gotta do this shit like a fucking multi-level marketing, bro.
Yo, we should get like our.
That man left in the middle of the game? What do you mean he left in the middle of a game? Oh, you had to go do something? Interesting, bro. Where the fuck is my team, bro? I'm getting like Magneto pushed, bro. Teammates.
Yeah, it's just like us left right now. Yeah.
Yeah, where the fuck did they go, bro? I think they went in, just died, and then just like fucking ignored the Magneto that walked right past them.
And then they made it our problem.
And Rogue's just standing in spawn. We're a team, you disappoint me? I disappoint you, bro? Okay. What are you, my dad?
Is it someone in the chat saying that, or is it one of our teammates?
Yeah. No, it's someone in the chat. First game on, bro. You can't, I'm not even like
shit.
tuned to the frequencies of the game yet. You good, bro? Is it magic?
Yeah, I was able to.
Oh, that man, not you? Oh, okay. Sorry, I overreacted a little bit, maybe. Okay.
The magic should be behind you guys now, too.
So here's the thing. I'm kind of cooked.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I streamed yesterday for my B-Day and you were not there?
Okay.
Damn, bro. Did not know. Did not get the invitation. Didn't even know it was your birthday, bro. Happy belated birthday.
I'm playing so bad this game. Oh my god.
Nah. You and me both, bro. This is a warm-up game.
It's because I'm trying to get the healers, but before I get there, the fucking Iron Fist fucking reaches.
I broke my heart a little bit. All good, bro. Bro. What do you want me to do? Build a time machine? I am not Tony Stark. Unfortunately. Cannot cook that one up. You guys like live for like 3 seconds?
Nah, not me.
I'm trying to okay, never mind. You're too far, bro. You're too far, bro. Alright, well. I mean, you could at least try to build a time machine. Bro. One day, man. Oh, maybe in the branch timeline, I did do it. One of the timelines, I definitely did it.
My actions speak for me.
My new sensitivity is just too high, bro.
Yeah. We'll blame it on that.
So tripling it, now it's doubled. But yeah, honestly, my first game after I tripled my sensitivity, I went like 47 and 3 or something.
Agent F1.
It's crazy.
I'm going in.
What are we playing today? Ranked or QP? Well, this is ranked. I mean, this is a quick match to warm up until time for ranked, bro.
When someone here gets tired of me.
Till the boss calls.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Being a mutant means every day is a battle. But this one is certainly bigger than usual.
Alright, this time I'm gonna try to lock in.
You sure?
Well, you gotta remind me sometimes though.
No.
Oh,
I'm the worst person to be trying to remind you, bro.
Okay, magic back there. Making a problem.
Making a problem. Surely our DPS can handle that.
Yeah. Because if there's anything they've
Oh.
demonstrated, it's that they're capable.
Yeah. I was mainly talking about the other guy.
Yeah, understandable.
Now they can't know they can't. Wait, what? Am I dyslexic, bro? What does that even say? Now they can't. No, they can't, bro.
Alright.
No, they can't. No, they can't. Oh, no, they can't. No, they can't. Alright, I'm fucking stupid. Is that Sabo? No, that's not Sabo. This is Kakazu, bro.
I know, I'm playing like Sabo though.
Yo, Sabo's actually good, bro. Don't diss my boy.
Have things changed? Isn't he still like in silver or gold?
No, I mean, yeah, he's in gold, but you know, he's definitely not the problem. He's not the solution, but he's not the problem. Kakazu the fraud fam? Gotcha again? Oh, okay, yeah. They're calling you a fraud, bro. Or they calling
Honestly, they should.
the character a fraud.
I'm not playing well.
Bro, I'm playing like Dookie, bro.
I'm playing even worse than that.
I'll probably go live and pull up with y'all if you're good with it. Yeah. But we gotta do the share chat shit too. Maximize. Guys, can we get a kill? Holy fuck, we're getting kills.
We got one kill. Yeah. No, I
Holy
switched
fuck.
off. I switched off.
Holy
side
fuck,
box.
Captain Point. Oh, okay. Oh, it's Dark Child. I see the problem now. Okay. Now we cap the point. WC9 moment? No, it was magic on the point, bro. There's no C9 happening. Can you like not, bro? Bro, that's like the last thing I wanted you to do. Lord.
Oh yeah, that's gonna.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm cooked, bro. It's over, bro. Is our Gambit okay? Is our Luna like how she died 8 times, bro?
Man, ever since changing my settings, I have so much stick drift, or like my stick drift is now noticeable.
That's unfortunate, bro. You hate to see it. Where the fuck did she go? What the hell, Leonte? Why did you do that? Bro, what? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Okay, well, they doubled that, at least, I guess. Don't know what that guy's ulting on.
Sorry,
Oh,
just updating
I guess he's ulting on our supports.
just updating my settings real quick.
You're updating your settings in the middle of the fight, bro?
Honestly, I thought the fight was over.
Yeah, bro, it was over. It was over the moment you went to your settings.
Damn, that was ass.
Oh, fucking saying GG's in the chat, bro. Could have been worse, I guess.
I wonder where I went wrong there.
When were you Loki, bro?
I switched up for 2 seconds to see if I had the skin, but I didn't have it applied.
Oh. Okay. Are you fixing your shit now?
No, dude. Like, that's what I mean. I readjust my settings every time I change characters. That's what I was doing.
That seems like a monumental issue that you should probably solve. In my humble opinion.
Oh man, just queue on the next one.
Have you tried asking internet for such a solution and or fix?
I don't know, man. You might be asking for too much.
I might be asking for too much. Okay.
The right heroes could make
Okay.
all the difference.
Understandable. Understandable. Enjoy your gameplay.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
You're gonna pick Strange or not, bro? Fantastic.
Who are you calling a
Alright, you
raccoon?
get rock with that. Oh. Oh, it's like that? Yeah, how close
Yeah,
to
it's
you
on
loading
now.
Cyclops, bro?
Oh, I'm so far.
Oh,
I'm like level 9.
We'll be coming in 30
level
seconds.
9.
Stay strong.
The power you unleash from your eyes, does it ever run out? Not in my experience. Some say it's channeled from a dimension of pure concussive force. Armor packs here!
And I'll do some troubleshooting later. Because for the interim, I'll just be like playing one character
4, 3.
for the
Yeah,
game because I can set
fair
my
enough.
settings like at the start.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Alright, guys.
I'm locking.
Mindless rocket gameplay incoming. Mindless rocket gameplay. Straight heal bot maneuvers.
Okay.
I'll patch you up. You're welcome. That fucking hurt.
Not the Daredevil. Did you handle it? Oh, you broke. He's trying to break my beacon, bro. Yeah,
I didn't
chill,
see
bro.
that.
He's up there, bro. He's still up there, bro. He's on my ass, bro. Oh shit, bro. Oh shit, bro. He's genuinely on my ass, bro. He's about to beat the brakes off of me, bro. I'm dead, bro.
That's
Okay.
tough.
Gonna get some revenge.
Yeah. You can say that again.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
You need to stop.
Damn, why do they have like a super nerd champion fucking Captain America?
Bro. The team's about to dive the fuck out of us, bro. I don't know what to tell you. You got like
That's me.
4.5 dive characters on their team, bro. Oh, DD's behind me. Oh, okay. That's not good.
I'm trying. Ah, I died right before you got cut off.
Whoa there, boy. Okay, bro. Yeah, slight problem is their Daredevil is cooking me.
This is a nice spot.
Just a slight problem.
You're ready for
Bro.
action.
Oh, okay. Okay. Got one. Holy fuck, my aim. What was that, bro? What am I aiming at?
Man, I wish I had aim, bro.
Yeah, it's hard, bro.
Like, here's the thing: I can hit someone when they're still. It's when they're moving, bro. That's the
Yeah. That's usually like the hard part.
these moving targets. They're doing too much, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, see, like that was nice.
Got the Daredevils over here somewhere, bro.
Like some sitting ducks. Like, take me out to shoot some of those.
Bro, kill this guy, bro. Please. Go in there, someone.
Where
He's
are
there.
you?
He's there. He's there. He's in there. He's scary, bro.
Okay. I'm with you.
You stop them in their tracks.
He's just hiding menacingly. Yo.
Yo, he is menacing.
This is a nice spot.
Oh, hell no. They brought more people, bro? Fuck. Damn.
I did something.
You get someone?
Yeah. Not the
So-
Daredevil, though. It's
Anything? I'll take anything, bro.
okay. I got the Daredevil.
Let's go.
I did something that time.
You come back, bro. You're kind of far.
Oh, that blade was kind of stupid.
The Daredevil's coming for me, bro. I fucking feel it in my ass.
Oh yeah, we should back off. Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh shit. We losing people. We losing people.
I tried to back off, but I just didn't back off fast enough, I guess.
Oh, fuck,
They
bro.
were mad, yeah. We locked in a little bit too
Yeah,
hard
I don't
for
even know
them.
why I pressed it, bro. Like that, bro? Alright.
See, Captain America is just really hard to deal with the Cyclops because you have to be landing your shots.
I've got eyes on our enemy.
Don't worry, bro. It's time to land some fucking shots.
Yeah, I think we should just try to slow them down. Okay, that's good.
Can't dive a fucking flyer, guys. I implore you to land your shots. What
Talking
the
to
fuck is a
me.
Wanda, bro? No, that's my chat reading. Me reading
I
my
also
chat.
want me to. I also want me to land my shots.
Yeah.
Damn, I just received an upvote from the last game.
Yeah, from Dusky the Panda, bro. This guy just woke up.
The real one.
Nice.
Fuck him. I just wanted him to die. I
Okay.
have the feeling our backline is getting touched.
Yeah, Daredevil's somewhere around here.
He's weak.
He's running.
Yeah. Scarlet and I are trying to
Yeah,
do something about that.
he did a loopy loop. You chased him. Okay. Oh no, Blade.
Tough.
Holy fuck, bro. Oh, I can't fight that.
Daredevil's weak. Daredevil's weak.
Fuck, Daredevil's still one shot, bro. Fuck.
Those captains, so many of them are one
Blood.
shot. Oh my god, that's so tough. 2 or 3 of them are one shot.
Yeah, okay, we're holding them. We're holding them. That's all that really matters at the end of the day.
No, Manure, it's the amount of kills that only I get that matter.
Okay,
Come on now.
okay.
Obviously.
Oh shit, that's not good. I'm dead.
Well, the devil's at like 50%.
I'm dead.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
they might get us here.
They might have another support ult. I don't know how many they have. I don't know what they're going. Okay. There's a Deadpool ult. The fuck are you, bro? I'm dead. Fuck, that pulls crazy, bro.
They hit a checkpoint.
You know what? All things considered,
Stop them.
Can someone
was pretty
help me?
good.
I'm just getting my ass fucking beat by dive every 2 fucking seconds.
Oh my god, I got cooked there. Dude, I've been trying to download Sunny with a chance, but there's like 2 people seeding it in the whole fucking world.
I knew with the chance, bro.
You know the
Definitely
ones.
one of the shows of all time, bro.
Yeah. That's what a lot of people say about it.
Honestly, I'd take Jesse over Sunny with the chance.
Damn. Yeah, that needs to be paired with another ult, but maybe I like baited their
Holy
ult.
fuck. Oh, I fucking missed the wall. Alright,
Yeah.
guys.
Yo, wait, genius idea.
I can't save everybody, bro. I can't actually save anybody.
Only 60
See what I did there?
No, I was too busy trying not to get my ass whooped.
I took the objective.
Oh,
For like 2 seconds.
did you? Oh, for 2 seconds. I'm like, I'm looking at it. It's.
An
Where are you, bro? Come around.
It's okay. I'm taking pressure off.
Okay. Sure. We'll call it that. Holy fuck, bro.
Come on, you guys haven't had to deal with that Captain America in a little bit.
Yeah, we still gotta deal with Daredevil, bro.
What are you aiming at?
Oh my god.
Going to overtime.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oh.
We did
Let's
it.
go. Let's go. They didn't believe in us. GG's.
They did not believe in us. I stopped believing in us.
You portable at the end? I didn't even see that, bro. I said I pinged it, but I didn't even see that shit, bro. I was trying to ping this person. Yeah, that Ultron swap really like got us out the mud, bro.
Oh yeah, I did. I had a comp game like that where the Ultron took us out the mud. That's always satisfying.
They didn't swap to counter my dive, and Blade and Deadpool couldn't shoot shots. They only did swords, bro.
Deadpool is fucking hitting his shots against me, bro. But I'm also just ass. There's really not much you can do if like no one is seeding what you want to download, right?
Yeah, not really.
Stuff. It is what it is.
You just look elsewhere, I guess. I don't know.
Pick your
Dude, I've been
hero.
looking for a while.
I'm not judging.
Is it really that hard? I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to find that. It's not like an obscure show or anything. Are you sure you're looking properly?
I am. Like,
Yo, is this the cap that was on the other team just now?
maybe.
Ooh, pick me.
Agent F1. I'm going in.
Interesting. Cyclops used to be kind of at like the top of my favorites or my
Tiger Division has become
whatever, like in the character select. Now it's more towards the bottom. I wonder why.
Get ready.
Yeah, this is not the same cap. This is just a different Super Lord cap, bro. What the hell?
Since we did the whole Agents of Atlas thing.
The fucking rise of the super lords,
Almost
man.
all of my time has been devoted to running Tiger Division, Solhi.
I get it. Too busy saving the world with your new crew to save the world with your old friends. It's all good.
No,
Is there like a specific like fucking?
There's
no better.
You're trying to get it in like 1080p and like
all you need to do is
Nah,
with
nothing
subtitles
like
and
that,
shit, or
bro.
just like
I'm just trying to watch like a clean download of the whole series in one link. I can find links for individual episodes pretty quickly, but I'm trying to download the whole thing at once.
fair enough.
Proof that one person
That's the thing. I mean, if I were to lift that, then yeah, I could just download each.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm trying to download like 80 fucking files, you know?
I mean, it's more or less the same thing, bro. Either way,
I
you're
like-
downloading 80 files, bro.
But no, it's like I have to like click it each time, you know? That's like the
Oh, I mean, you
Versus
can, yeah, I guess. Fair enough.
that's the thing. Versus like
I'm sure you
pressing
can.
it
I'm
at
sure
once.
I'm sure you can bulk download, bro. I'm sure the facilities exist.
Dude, okay, that's it. No, I could. It's just like who I wanted to know. Am I really
man.
like? Am I really trying to watch Sunny with a chance that badly?
Hey man, the piracy life ain't easy, bro. Sometimes you gotta do the hard work. That's
Sometimes,
necessary.
sometimes you gotta make sacrifices.
Like renaming files and shit, bro. You know, sometimes you gotta do the hard work, bro.
Yo, I've renamed files before. I've seen some trenches.
Yeah, that's like level
Alright.
1 putting in the legwork, bro.
Back in the hunt.
Man, this shit downloading at fucking 18 kilobytes a second, bro.
Is because you're playing the game at the same time, or is it because there's no people?
Nah, there's no people, dude. I downloaded the first season of Resurrection just because, and that shit was downloading at like 30 megabytes an hour while I was gaming. 30 to 45. Yeah. Alright.
No, you fucker. Cold hot dog left the game, bro. Why?
Yeah, now I'm cooked. What a game, eh?
Team's capture progress
What a
is past the
game,
halfway
man.
point.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Alright. Let's try this again. Oh my god. Yeah, no, that ain't gonna work.
Get semblance of motion challenge. Get a semblance of motion challenge.
Hey,
No.
big step, big step.
Oh
We
my
took-
god, I almost had my fucking ult, bro.
We took out the penny bomb.
I almost had my fucking ult, bro.
My spirit pulls me back to battle.
Okay. Oh,
Alright. Let me quick. I can quickly change my settings.
okay. We can turn this around, right? If our side log gets a bag. How is oh, because the fucking other guy left the game.
Agent F1.
That adds up. That's up.
Hey, pants? Pants.
30 seconds before
Cyclops,
you attack.
question mark?
Get ready.
The time stream is in grave danger.
Bro, you don't have to say all that.
Sounds like someone's been hanging out at the TVA again.
Hello?
How's my old pal Mobius?
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
The battle starts in 5.
All right, now fuck this guy. He's getting a little bit too much attitude,
2,
actually.
1.
Before that's the swap.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Damn, bro.
Got it?
You go back. All right, let's go.
Yeah,
Why do we
no,
only have
I
one
mean, I
support,
was trying to be
bro?
a nice guy. I was trying to be a good
Oh, now we
support.
only have one support, bro. That's crazy. Oh, you guys must hate me, bro.
Nah, I think we just more firepower, bro. Remember, that's the strat. What did Circle
Surfel Sensei, Rap Sensei,
Jiraiya Sensei. Pervy Sage.
the number one knuckleheaded.
Well, yeah, number one unpredictable, hyperactive ninja.
Marvel Rivals player.
Oh my god, I'm good at getting people weak, but killing them.
Perhaps I should be grateful.
Finally.
Alright.
You're welcome. This is a nice spot. Ow! That fucking hurt. Ping the bad guy. I'll patch you up.
Watch me soar!
Now goes our accuracy percentage. I could be.
Oh, brother.
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway. It's fire time!
You're welcome.
Did you break the nest yet, bro?
Oh, no. Forgot about that.
Bro,
was,
what the fuck are you cooking, bro?
I was trying to take out their Cloak and Dagger. Or rather, Loki.
Bruh, I'm getting cooked right now.
Looks like we've got it. Let's dance.
They've almost got it!
Rock it again.
No way, we lost our fucking Captain America, bro.
Yo, can this fucker chill?
That's just gone. Fucking make the support do it. Good job, guys. Oh, I'm dead. Fucking got blown up by Halal.
Double KO.
Guys, is it Jover? Oh yeah,
Maybe.
fantastic, bro. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
All right, that was a tough one.
Yeah, could have been better.
You could say that.
I could have played better. Could have gone without the 2 people leaving the game.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely could have done that. Alright. Yo, Arjun put us on this on like Scrabble game, like New York Times Scrabble, like back and forth.
Yeah.
I was pulling out. First of all, he put us on the game, and then and by us I mean me and Ajit.
Yeah.
And then he like did the first word, and then he just never came back, bro. But also,
Damn, yeah.
bro, I'm pulling out words that these guys have never heard of, bro.
Yeah, you were.
Bro, you know what word I pulled out on Ajit, bro?
What word you pull out?
I guarantee you never even conceived of this word before, bro.
All right, let me hear it.
Non-gay.
Non-gay? Oh yeah. That's it. Sounds like. Are you talking? You're hearing a foreign fucking language.
You ever heard of anything so ridiculous, bro?
That might be
Yo,
the
1,000
craziest thing
Indian
I've
guys
heard.
on the team trying to play Cyclops, bro.
Who are you? I do the right
What do you-
thing unless the
Oh, he's trying to play.
30 seconds before you attack.
Yeah, he's gonna have to like. Yo, another thing is man, like you guys with mouse, you guys can aim like different.
Not everybody, bro. This is a mixed lobby.
Did I? I guess sarcasm.
I mean, you can see what they're using in the kill cam. You can see what their controls are.
The universe, though, right? No. We will save it.
I don't get. I swear I never see a kill cam.
The battle starts in 5.
You might have this setting turned off.
3, 2,
You can turn it off.
1.
Damn.
Yeah.
One.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Or you're just skipping it every time, like immediately. I don't know how. 'Cause you can also skip it. Did your settings get fucked up or something, bro? Or are you just not aware of any of these things existing?
I'm just. Yes.
I'll patch you up.
Are you like licked out of your mind and pressing like random buttons in the server, bro? Or settings, bro?
No. I
Did it
wish.
tile that
Yeah.
access to your Xbox, bro?
That sounds like a great time though.
Motherfucker's having the time of his life in the settings, bro. The only time I'm having fun is in the settings.
The only time that's like more rivals.
Bro's in the practice range, like, oh.
Yeah,
What
even
if
the
I did-
practice range can be kind of tough, like especially with those targets that are moving. Remember when I mentioned
Oh,
those earlier?
bro. Yeah. Have you tried also moving at the same time while you're shooting a moving target?
I'll patch you up.
Or is that like,
Yes.
or is that like impossible to even imagine right now, bro?
You'd be asking for too much, man.
I'm asking for nothing, bro.
Fuck.
This is real firepower.
They're weak.
Yeah, man. What about in the game, though?
Ah,
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the
They're dead.
momentum.
Dingus Warrior 7 is no match for us, bro.
you can eat my dingus.
Onward to Yggdrasil. This is a nice spot. I'll patch you up.
Oh. Aim?
Oh, what?
Aim?
You found her?
Sometimes.
You found her?
Sometimes. Ah, that was tough. They all
Don't
did,
lose
so
it,
I did
bro.
nothing.
Yeah, it's fine, bro. Nobody's died yet, bro. Nobody on our team has died yet. Somebody might die now, though. Unfortunately. Or fortunately, they can revive themselves, right? Don't die. Come back. Come forward, you fucker. Okay. You went around? Okay, that's fine. Okay, it's not fine. Never mind. What are you cooking, man?
Yeah, oh, getting away from the Magneto.
I'm trying to heal you, bro.
Well, it's kind of hard to like know that and also like be conscious of the Magneto at the same time.
Bro, no, that's like the main thing you gotta do is like know where all the players are. Especially the ones that are trying to heal you, bro.
You gotta remember, I'm so used to being the healer or having some type of heal.
Bro, you gotta like adapt, you know?
Keep up the momentum.
You gotta
That's
be
true.
like
Yo, easier said than done. That's like saying aim.
no. Adapt. You gotta like at least know your abilities and know how to use them, bro. It's not like you don't have to do anything specifically. You just gotta know that you can't, you know? Can't heal yourself, bro. You can like kind of jump and fly away a little bit. That's about it.
Okay. I'm gonna try
Ping
this.
for heals, that you know you can do that.
Go to where the healer is. I'm gonna try
Oh shit.
This is
Oh, that's kind of far up. I can't lie. I can't lie to you. Oh, that's tough ski doodles.
that. We pushed him back.
You're welcome.
Oh. Why, thank you for the revive.
Don't worry about it.
Us against the world.
Oh hell no.
Okay, whatever. Just
I
live
can't help you
through
with
that.
that one. You get the fucking more, bro. Oh shit, Hulk's dead.
You're ready for action. See, I'm blocking.
We got him.
Oh hell no.
Hope I make the cut.
This guy always does that as soon as my beacon's like a 1 second left. Oh brother. That time to reload.
He's weak.
Oh man.
Our team should be able to
Better.
get him.
Oh no.
So close. This is your big chance.
Alright.
Nice heals.
This is real firepower. My good deed for the day.
Let's go.
Another epic victory.
Damn.
Imagine dying, bro.
I do that every day. Yeah, I got you there. I got you there, didn't I?
That was a good one. That was a great one even. A great one. Wish I thought of it myself.
But man, even like my better side, like this was ass. I did like fucking like 33-ish% less damage than the other DPS.
Okay, I raised the
God.
floor.
Yeah, you did. As a good rocket does. Alright, I'm gonna go low key next game. I'll make sure to update my settings. I'm tired of this mediocrity.
Okay. Okay.
And I want to see that skin.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Piccolo my goat on the team. Notch the craft on the team.
Wait, do I not have? Wait, I can't access it. Interesting. I thought I unlocked it. I popped the balloon and I got it.
Did
Or
you
do you
get it
have to,
or
like-
did you? Like
Pretty
pop the
sure.
balloon and you got everything?
Oh no, I got one fin. I got one fin.
Oh, you might have just
Like
got the
those-
emote.
But, or like maybe the animation because it looked fucking fancy. It didn't look like.
You either got the
basic.
MVP or you got the yeah.
Okay.
Because if you get the skin, you get everything like all of it.
So that's not what happened. All right, I'll stay true to my word.
Avatar of a divine being, are you not?
I'm the fist of conscience,
I mean, you don't have to play.
god of the moon.
I mean, it doesn't take that long. It takes what, maybe like 30-ish seconds for me to like change.
I was never fond of him.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Yeah, she's great.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Sure, we got bruh 55-43 on our team.
Because you gave me my mission, and nothing's gonna stop me from seeing it through.
The enemy is here.
We have Spider-Man,
Awaken the rage of battle.
we got Angela.
Slow down.
We showed them.
Area is yours to capture now.
Another foe vanquished. I require healing. I am barely wounded.
Thank you, White Fox. Oh shit, Moon Knight got hooked up.
Slow down.
Wookie wookie.
Rage of battle.
Oh, whoa there, whoa there, whoa there.
You can keep up the assault.
Slow down.
Okay.
Ah, that's tough.
The wrath of Asgard.
Wasn't me, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
Angela's low. Angela's dead.
How is he still alive?
I don't know, I thought he's still okay, fine. I thought it was just the strange was him for a second, bro. I was about to start
He was getting
he was
healed
still
from
alive.
somewhere, but like, yeah, I'm surprised that the Daredevil lived as
They
long
have
as he
a
did.
cloak and dagger. I'm gonna die here.
It's okay. I'll
Oh
roll.
fuck. I'm dead.
I am Thor Odinson, god of thunder.
They thought they was the ship, but they're not even the fart, bro.
Yo, Tobey Maguire be like,
Yo, craziness. Yeah, that's a
Right.
crazy double ult.
Behold the god of thunder!
I mean, kind of unnecessary, but I'm glad they got it.
oh, I died.
Now come near me.
I'm here.
Don't mess with the amazing.
Oh hell no. That's tough, man.
Okay, yeah, they've used like 3 or 4 ults, man.
Yo, we're capping the point. We're capping the point. Spider-Man, hold on, hold on.
It was
Oh, it's Sting. Never mind. It's not even Spider-Man.
That's crazy.
He's beating. He's whooping Angela as we speak.
Lightning of Asgard
He
returns.
didn't do a whole lot in terms of like fighting them, so he might as well cap the point.
Piccolo might go, bro. Maybe he was just aura farming.
Could be. I mean,
If Piccolo's his goat, bro.
or fuck this.
Man, shut your bitch ass up.
He's one shot. Yeah. Yo, we showed them, eh?
Fox hunt ended.
We're opening a portal.
The area's almost yours.
The wrath of Asgard.
Love you, Spider-Man.
Disappear! Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Behold the god of thunder!
Yeah. Cook there.
Help! Help! Oh shit.
Oh damn, we don't need a can you go to Strange and do a little portal, you think?
I mean, yeah, of course I can. You gotta protect me from the Spider-Man though.
I'm opening a
I
portal.
can do that.
A shortcut through space.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
How?
Out, dark magic.
Oh, that Cloak and Dagger ult, I guess, right on us.
Oh fuck, this is over. No way.
Damn, I spoke too soon. Who was your all fathered them a little too soon?
Yeah. Just a little bit. That was only the first round, bro. You can't be doing all
Yeah.
that.
I thought it was the second. I honestly thought it was like the second
You
round.
need a preemptive strike on them, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, they decided to lock in while our name were 6 and 6.
As sorcerer supreme, I open your eyes.
It's okay though.
I will dare the very gates of hell to save
Oh shit,
Asgard.
Piccolo might go. We got triple heal.
30 seconds.
Is their
before
team
attack.
suited for
Get
anti-flyer? Because I think I'm doing okay with Loki. It's just
Ah,
Is their team suited for anti-flyer?
yeah. Do you think they're in the enemy team?
Wh-
'Cause I was thinking I
Why?
could go Ultron because we have for 3 healer. You know?
Oh no, I really haven't had the opportunity to.
Yeah, I'll make a judgment call. Plus, I'm gonna get ult soon.
Battle starts in 5.
They have a Daredevil, so it's not really gonna
Yeah.
happen.
All you need to do is
You can evade, but this is a pretty closed area, not as open as you need it.
That's true.
The walls are
Loki,
runnable.
Loki is good for Daredevil, or better. No one's really good for him.
The wrath of Asgard.
Here they are.
Damn, I missed all those.
Toys with a scratch. My power grows. The wrath of Asgard.
Don't mess with the amazing spider.
Oh hell no!
Here's so. Yeah, I mean that was definitely an ult.
No, we got motion. No more did something.
Coming as fast as I can.
There's a dinosaur in your way, bro. I hate to inform you that there is a dinosaur in your way.
It's a dead dinosaur.
They doubled. Holy forest, bro.
Get.
I'm dead.
Ah.
Oh, that's all good.
Yeah. Fuck.
Battle can continue.
I don't think you
Yeah.
understand what just happened, bro. They break the portal and 2 support ults at the same time.
Oh. That's not good for them.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened, bro. I swear in the kill cam, Dr. Strange was trying to open a portal or some bullshit, bro, and he got stunned by my thing.
All right, so I think we can get some motion here.
Yeah. At least I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. I was pretty quick and I was like half paying attention, but I'm pretty sure I saw him in the portal animation. I could be tweaking though.
Battle fury burns. I am barely wounded.
Oh,
Have a
they're
Moon Knight now.
Moon Knighted.
Yeah, that's for you, bro. Who's older did you take?
Fuck these losers. We go back just a little bit.
Yeah, you got it. I'm coming back, don't worry. Oh, okay. There's that one. Can we all back or no? Can we all back? C and D? Hello?
I'm ready to put on a show.
Hello? What the fuck is happening, bro?
The 3 healers are getting wrecked in the back line, but
How am I alive right now?
because you're him.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
Damn, we did a little something there.
Just a little, just a little.
Oh,
And now they might have...
yeah. Well, I should have a ult pretty soon, so I'll probably take the Luna one. Or if we see him
Okay,
again.
still no portal. If we hold this, we win, I guess. Unless he dies quick.
W ult
Okay?
a little bit.
Okay. I'm cooking, I'm cooking. I mean, I should be. I'm playing my fucking main character. We should be cooking.
We are a little bit. Damn,
Thank
yeah.
you, Piccolo.
I mean, he also just stopped selling.
Yeah. From thing to cloak and dagger, bro.
Before you attack,
I could go
get
Mr. F.
ready.
You think we need a little bit more tanking?
Up to you.
Nah, this is working. We're
I
winning with
don't
this,
think we,
might
I
as
don't think
well.
we need a second tank right now.
Yeah, why break a winning formula? Yeah, look, my character's moving on his own right now. I gotta adjust the stick drip settings.
Oh, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, or I gotta dust my shit.
Controller problems, bro.
3,
Ah.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I too am a son of Odin. Turn it up to full blast here.
The wrath of Asgard.
They have a Bucky now, which is not ideal for me.
Or me.
Or anybody really. Fuck that guy. Fuck Bucky. Oh, okay. Two of our supports is ulted at the same time.
Hey, at least it'll get us.
That's okay. I guess we can hold it down on damage. Never mind. Holy fuck, bro. I'm gonna get hit by that. I'm dead.
They might have gotten all of us.
How many ults was that?
All of them. Yeah, that was definitely something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go.
They use 4
Fantastic.
ults. They only have Luna. I mean, they only have Invis and fucking Bucky left. You switch? How close was your ult, bro?
Not very.
I'm trying to pull him from the back. Never mind. They pulled me back. They pulled me back.
My time to shine.
The lightning of Asgard returns.
Hey, we did something though.
Yeah. Be back.
Keep an eye on this spot.
Where they at? Where they at?
No way.
You got that guy? You got that guy? You guys got that guy, right?
They
You guys got that
it,
guy,
bro.
right?
Yeah.
No, my CNT. Oh, chill. Where the fuck is my team?
Nice.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh no, he got me. I should have went the other way. I should have went to the health pack.
Let me return the favor.
The lightning of Asgard returns.
Or Cyclops
Oh,
is
thank you,
cooking. That's
team.
all. That's what we
Yeah.
like to see.
For once, right?
Yeah. Yeah, bro. It's been a while.
Battle fury burns.
Oh man,
that's
if I got
not
that
bad.
health back in Libya, that would have been crazy. But alas, I did not.
By the eye of Agamemnon.
Oh, that's not good.
Must have got a little cocky there, but it's okay.
Yeah,
One,
Your team's capture progress.
this isn't how we lose. Oh, this is how this Daredevil loses, though.
He got. Oh, he got our fucking support, bro.
Yeah, he got one of those. But at what cost?
Thing's dead. Thing's dead.
Bucky's dead.
Their supports are dead. Range is dead.
You just saw what we did to Doctor Strange there.
Oh yeah, bro. Fucking prostate exam.
Yeah, we actually did.
Raise a toast in celebration.
Yeah, he might portal.
Awaken the
Yeah,
rage.
let's try to like farm as many of these points we can on the thing.
What time? What time?
Ah, damn. That could have. Who knows how that would have turned out?
Holy, bro.
We showed them. Damn, I almost dropped a 30-point triple double.
30-point triple double with 3 final hits, bro. Is that a true triple double?
Okay, but also I was fucking low key for 90% of the game.
We'll call it 10-10-10 on the stats though. We'll call it a double in times of 10,000 healing blocked and DPS. And 50% true shooting, bro. 57% shoot.
Middle of the pack on the team, though. We have a very efficient league, as you can see.
Nah, our stats are being padded by Cloak and Dagger, bro. You have the highest accuracy otherwise.
Damn, barely.
Alright. Alright, bro. I think I might have to go.
You're running some ranked?
Yes, sir.
Alright, later, sir. I might run a ranked or two of my own, or maybe figure out my settings.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
You have fun. You have fun. Later, bro.
The danger.
I am the danger. That's crazy.
Listen, the problem is Roxy expects me to say
Hello?
I want to be.
I- The
She just wants
revealing
evidence,
thing?
bro.
Yeah,
She just
think
wants
of
evidence,
that.
bro. Like I
Evidence
understand.
of what?
How
Also,
hard
Manuel,
does
we're
that?
gonna have a full squad. Since several
Yay.
has people.
Let me in.
Let me in.
Let me in.
Let me in.
Shake off.
Yo, either let him in or kill him, dude. I can hear him in agony.
You just say or kill him?
Yeah.
Why are those the only two options? I'm
We
confused.
usually in my job we usually say you want to shoot him 1 time in the head or 5 times in the body, let him bleed out.
What the fuck?
What the
What kind of
fuck?
job are you working at?
It's sales,
Dude,
bro.
that's-
So like it's either
Sa-
you tell him,
that's
hey,
sales?
it's either telling them like, hey, it's $200 or hey, so I did this and this. Let me try this and this. You know what I mean?
Sure. I don't trust
It's
any
either-
sales
it's
I'm not
person.
gonna lie,
either-
that sounds like an
Yeah.
awesome job.
Yeah. That sounds like an awesome.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yesterday I made an
Feeding
old lady
people.
pay like $800.
Yeah, I know. You told
Nice.
us about the phone.
Yeah. Well, she came
Mhm.
in. She came in with the fucking Volkswagen, bro. She was like,
Volks-
I want a iPhone 17 Pro, and I want the best for my kid, for my son.
And you only
nephew.
made them pay 800? God damn.
Hell yeah, shit. She ain't wanna
Anyways,
do
okay, are we gonna
installments?
play comp now, or are we gonna wait for the other two?
Up to you. Good sir.
I don't have an opinion. Does anyone here have an opinion?
Well then.
Well,
Vincent, are you joining us?
oh,
Can you join us? I don't even know.
Is he?
I did
I
say
mean,
two
if you
people are
want-
joining.
Two people might.
If you
two
want
people
to
might.
wait for them to join, we can wait.
Either way,
and just
Sensen can't join because we can't queue up with 5.
Yeah, we can't
Remember?
Q5.
You can't
But-
queue 5 in comp.
But
Mm,
let me ask her
What?
let me ask her if it's just gonna be her or she gonna bring somebody, and if she says only.
I thought you said there were 2 people. So is there not 2 people, or is there
It-
2 people?
It might be 2 people.
It might be 2
there,
people. Okay,
there could
guys.
be. There could be.
Why am I getting
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, we're doing hypotheticals now. Okay, thank you. I love hypotheticals.
Well-
Guys. I love them. I'm top 500. Can't join. Guys, lines are too low. We're too low.
There we go.
Hypothetically, let's say I win the lottery.
Hypothetically, oh, I would love
Hypothetically,
to
of
win the
course.
lottery.
If bro,
Hypothetically,
dead
I
ass,
won the lottery.
if I would win the lottery, dead ass, I wouldn't tell a soul. I would just put
Oh,
it in
yeah,
my
for
bank and I
sure.
would still work. Like I
Yeah.
would still like work and I would just have that shit. Like you know what I mean?
That's what you do. That's what you should do. Because most people who quit their job, blah, blah, all that stuff after winning lottery, within 10 years, they're back to, or if not in a worse position.
You heard about
they
that
were
garbage man?
as before.
You heard about that garbage man guy?
Dude, you ever seen
No.
Lost?
So he worked as a garbage man for 7 years, won the lottery, right? Blew his whole winning after like 8-9 years, and then
Yeah.
he became a trash man guy again.
Exactly. I told you. Within 10 years, you're either back where you were before you won the lottery, or in a worse position. It's literally been a case study that they've done, following multiple people winning any sort of lottery winning.
Well, you know how
Over
like,
100,000.
rich people become broke really fast. It's because
Yeah.
they get wealth, right?
Mhm.
And then whenever something happens or they get fired or XYZ, their standard of life is in a certain limit. So whenever they don't get that money, that's when they start getting into debt and shit like
Yeah,
that.
dude, there are
it's just-
plenty of
it
people
goes
who make
downhill
over
over that.
6 figures but are living paycheck to paycheck. And you think someone, oh, they're earning over $150,000.
Dude, you know how many
How
people
are you
just fuck
living
themselves
paycheck to
over by
paycheck?
not having like getting like a used car, and they get like a new car and they like
Brand new car, or they know
spending
they
way
know
too much
they
on that
lease
shit,
the
bro.
cars. They don't get brand new cars. They lease.
Yeah,
them,
they lease the
remember, so
car.
they can switch. I want a different one. Let me do this. I'm just like, I would never lease a car personally because it's not worth it.
I mean, it depends, but like, yeah,
Most of the time, it's not worth it.
most
Yes,
times.
I do agree. It does depend and all that stuff. Sometimes there's a situation where leasing the car is better. Oh, who's this person? I'm assuming this is your
It's
friend,
Harbor. Yeah, it's one.
Harbor man.
Harbor Man. Does he
Harbor.
work? Does he work on the harbor?
No. What up, Harbor? How you doing?
Hypothetically, let's say
we're
I
gonna play
win
some
the
quick plays right
lottery.
now. Then we're gonna go to the
But
round.
when I'm hypothetically there. Anyone else can join though.
Just
Wait, what? What the fuck? You weren't even. Wait, what? Hypothetically, things are happening. Hypothetically, I sent you the invite, by the way, Stepbro, so you can invite them to the server.
Do you want to join the server?
Right, but yours not here.
Swimming with sharks. God damn, I can't sing. I keep forgetting.
Wait, what happened?
Yo, you okay?
Just trying to mute that.
Yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. If you want to join the server, I mean, you sound really low, bro. He sounds low, right? Or is it just me?
I don't hear him.
Yeah, he whatever he said. I think he said he was going to your server or something, or I thought you were in your server. I don't know.
Oh.
But it was very quiet.
Oh, I had him muted at first. Oh, is this the other person?
Oh, no, that's not. It's not them.
Who the
Harbor's
fuck is
one of
this,
my
bro?
friends, bro.
Listen, bro, Rocket, Yori's cool dog. Let's go.
Yeah, I know Yordi, bro. But
I know Yori's cool.
yeah.
3-step TV. Okay.
Let's play some quick matches
I mean,
until your other
w-
friend's ready.
We're gonna play quick plays until like we go rank. Sound good with you?
I don't care.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Bet.
okay.
He's a good Thor.
Okay.
Oh, Mad Moon. Someone took her place. I'm sorry.
Thank God, bro. I don't know tank.
He's like a really good.
I play some mindless fucking support gameplay.
Oh my God. He about to Ultron every single game, guys.
The right
Good
heroes
luck.
could make all
Dude,
the
I was
difference.
Ultron and I saved our quick match game, dude. You don't even understand.
Oh,
We're getting
sounds like
whooped.
Matt
We're
and
getting
I are
whooped so hard.
going crazy.
Huh?
Don't know.
Matt and I are gonna go crazy on streams.
Oh, and
Have fun
support.
with
Oh
it.
yeah. Oh, White Fox and Ultron. Yeah. This might be the dream team actually.
Exactly what I want to see. Exactly. What
I love
wanna
having
see.
White Fox as Ultron because I can just put the drone on you and you do all the work for me.
Exactly.
Just dashing
it
back and
counts
forth between our
towards his
teammates.
healing, remember, and not yours.
It does both.
I mean, does both.
I mean, we both get healing until they're
We
full.
got a Cyclops.
No,
Lord.
like stats wise. I mean, it counts towards your healing.
Counts for both. He heals too.
I don't think it counts for both.
He's
I don't
healing,
think
then he's healing. What do you mean?
But I think it's because it's your drone. I don't think it counts for both. 'cause
No, if he's in like Fox form, he has a radius of healing, and if the drone gives you a radius of healing, there's double the healing.
The drone that can just heal people without.
Oh yeah, obviously that's my healing. Why would that be his healing?
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at.
No, I'm talking about double the healing as in he's also healing.
For you.
Rox is confusing me.
I don't know what she's talking about.
What? You're the one confused. I literally was saying the obvious shit, and you're
Everything
like,
everything I said was clear.
No,
And
it
you're talking about it's
wasn't.
not doubled. All right.
God, it was.
I think everybody understood what I meant.
No. No. You just made my shit. Can we get the screen? Please. Really? I didn't even look at me.
It was me.
That's crazy. Actually, no, that's not crazy. Why is he even peeking?
Oh, Roxy's the dinosaur. What the hell? I didn't realize.
Who do you think was the one?
I don't know.
Oh my god! Wait, do they have a penny? Fuck you!
Yeah.
Fuck you!
Push in.
I'm dying! I'm dying! I'm fucking. I peek and I'm dead.
You died?
No, I'm dying.
You don't believe in your healers?
I don't believe in that, and I don't believe in you out healing me a penny that makes me stay slow. Oh, Wanda too.
No faith, bro.
There's so much stun right now. Got him!
He's full.
Oh, okay.
Got him. I'm dead. Nice.
Alright, guys. Look at us.
Oh my god.
Got him.
Juan is gonna kill me.
I'm dead. Or maybe not.
Yeah, bro, you got this right. You got it handled. You hold it down by yourself.
No.
Oh, someone's on point. Someone's on point. What the fuck?
Yeah, where were you?
Oh my god.
Where were you?
I was at the front with whoever else was there. I don't know who was with me. Optic Fury.
I'm trying to make it to you. If you want to touch, go ahead.
By the eye of
Oh,
No way,
you
bro.
got
I
me.
hit him with that. I hit him with that. What a fucking lie. What a lie. I hit him with my
You guys are all
right.
dead. I'm not even trying. Sorry. There's nothing I can do.
What happened, guys?
I hit him with my right click and he just still...
No, but before that, how did we lose the point?
Oh, it's
I
not
don't
fun.
know how you guys all died, even though I
she
was
got killed hungry. I was pocketing her. She got killed hungry. We died.
I get killed hungry. What are you talking about?
The Wanda just flew up to me and there's nothing I can do, bro.
Oh, she's gone.
Got him. Get him, get him.
Every time you say got him, I think you killed him, but you
No,
just grabbed
as in
him.
like I have him in my mouth. I'm
Yes,
bringing him
yes, I
back.
understand what you mean, but it takes me a while to realize that that's what you mean when you say you got him.
If I killed him, I would have said dead. You're
Okay.
dead. You're done.
Call out whenever you grab him. Call out who you grab so we can like focus him.
Doesn't matter who I grab.
Instead of got him.
Because it
Whenever you
requires
say
more
that, I think you're
words.
killing someone.
Okay, I'm saying for me, killing is dead.
So here's the thing, we gotta work on our communications before we go in a ring.
He's almost dead. That one. I really don't understand that they should really use another chain.
Oh man.
Oh, almost got her. Fucking bitch, come. Come. I'm stuck. I can't get up there, guys. I'm too big. Oh my god.
The only one that he killed is me.
No,
Oh,
it's not
no.
me. We're talking about the Cyclops.
Punisher. Why would you do that, bro?
I can't. Oh my god, I'm getting screwed. Come here, bitch. Got you. Get her.
Bitch.
Get her. She's so low.
That.
I was trying to heal you there, bro.
Yeah, I know. No, that was bad positioning.
You guys good with the Punisher? Good?
Again!
You stopped them in their tracks.
I guess we'll move back here. Can I be healed, please?
Try.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh wait, why did I grab him?
Holy Cyclops. Shit.
I have all. Oh, you
I'm
lucky bitch.
You have a Hulk, bro? Where did that come
Hulk's
from?
out.
Oh,
Hulk's
fuck.
out. I'm dead. I'm dead. Please, can I get heals?
Why did you just ult?
Because they could kill me through my ult. My ult doesn't heal me?
It does heal you.
Damage reduction doesn't heal.
No, it gives you shield.
Get overshield.
I don't think so.
You just gotta hit people and you get overshield. What do you mean no? You can get like 15,000 health, bro. Or 1,500, not 15,000.
Brother, that ult has been killing me, bro.
Yep.
Why?
Hold it down, hold it down.
Out, right?
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'm a good healer, so I sit behind my teammates.
You can still teleport to another team.
Harborman!
No, rush forward.
No, Harborman! Oh,
What
fuck.
do you mean rush forward? You're teleporting out of the line of...
Holy fuck, bro.
Oh my god. I'll vote for
Go
you.
for it, go for it, go for it.
They're down 2. We're down 2, but
They're off point.
they're down. Okay, okay, hold on, hold on. Good shit, good shit, good shit, good shit. Good job, they're off the point, they're off the point. Nice. Let's go.
Another epic victory.
GG's.
I need to learn how to pump more heals with
Yeah, I think you just gotta cycle with between box form and your dash. Build your like one little tick up as much as possible or as fast as possible.
I need to be shifting more. That's what it is.
Yeah,
You say shifting less with her?
More.
more.
How do you get less
Yeah.
from that?
I don't know. I didn't hear
You gotta know where your teammates are like at all times, just so like if you're ever diving, you gotta like look through the wall and just dash there, bro. That's like a vital strat.
Yep. Give me one more game with her, bro. Now I'm a master her.
Wait.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
It's not too hard. It's just like timing is the hardest part, bro.
Yeah.
Because the shots are really forgiving.
I need to play like with her, like I play if I was an invis. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah, invis, but more aggressive, kind of, I guess.
Yeah, because if I hit my teammates with my heals, it bounces and it also does damage because it goes to them. If I bounce it on the floor, it just heals. If I hit them through,
If you bounce off the floor and it hits an enemy, it still hits them. It just
no,
only bounce once.
yeah. But
Just
if
do,
I,
yeah, you do less.
If I go through you,
It does less. That's what.
it's like a chain. If I do through
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
If I hit it on the floor, it just does one target.
Yep.
That's what I've noticed.
And it also does less of whatever it's gonna do.
But I may be the last.
Just jumping around.
And then yeah, the fox form pretty useful if you can hit your combos and dash twice.
What's your combo?
The second dash is twice as long.
Dash. So it's tail, dash, tail, like an instant. Right?
If you're trying to pull, so it depends on what you're trying to do. If you're pulling someone, then yeah, you can just dash tail, or you can tail dash
Okay, we're
dash.
gonna need a squirrel here, or we're gonna need something else for the walls.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm rusty on my Elsa gameplay.
Oh, he has iron wall.
Oh, this is not our Hulk, bro. Whoa. That's jokes.
Yeah, we need something for the walls. It's bad.
Got you, don't worry.
You're gonna walk us.
I think a lot of villains are just hurt and scared. It would be really nice to help them. After
Blicky McGuire on their team, bro? That's crazy. That's a crazy name. Who did you ult on?
I don't ult on people, but I haven't.
Oh, you used the sword one?
Yeah, it's the default.
Oh, you're strapped. Never mind.
I would love to.
Don't worry, guys. Never mind, worry a little bit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. The Moon Knight and Groot ult? I mean, like, damn, bro. That guy just fucking melted me. Moon Knight and Phoenix with the Groot ult is actually, like, torture, bro.
Oh, you lucky bitch.
You still fight that, I'm gonna do.
I'm dead.
Oh my god, I got instant. I got instant.
Holy
I
fuck,
haven't been
Dory's
able
health
to
only
upgrade
going up,
anything
bro.
because we haven't had like downtime. Oh, they grew ulted twice? That's why.
Happened?
No, their Loki copy their group. That's why they grew ulted twice.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
appreciate you.
Someone get rid of the clone.
Just good, because that means they don't have a second support ult. They use it
God
for
damn,
tank.
I can upgrade 3 things. That's crazy. Oh, I have ult again.
Get this fucking tree out of here, bro.
There are multiple onks on this thing.
Multiple onks, bro.
There were
The
2,
unction.
right? Oh, behind. Why is he behind us? Is there a...
Oh, look, you shifty bugger.
Oh my god. Oh god, he keeps putting onk here.
Oh, brother. I did not see that one coming. Sorry, I fully took a hand off the keyboard, bro.
I don't bro. Okay, you ran away.
We're back, right, Tippy Toe?
Motherfucker's name is Anubis playing Moon Knight, bro. Oh shit, dude. We have the point, right? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. All I needed to hear is we have the point, bro.
I forgot I changed to my guns during my ult restriction.
Oh, buddy. Venom's gonna kill me right now. I'm dead.
No. Try to put the walk in here.
I'm already dead, bro.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay, we can hold it down, right?
Why is there cycle
Right?
over here?
Done with this fight yet.
Push out. I got ult.
Magic is not to be owned, but to
You better
be
push out. I'm about to portal.
experienced.
Oh, that's not good.
Where you going?
Oh, why am I frozen?
I thought we were backing up.
Venom's low. Never mind. He fucking had no E though.
Oh, what the fuck, guys? There's a Loki right behind here.
Yeah. Always has been.
Nope, you're not swinging, brother. It's alright.
Yeah. Dead. Venom's gonna swing now for sure, or he's just gonna try it. He's their only hope.
Nope. Didn't make it. He didn't make it.
Cody's taking my
Jeez.
fucking ace, bro.
Good job, guys.
I think the other guys are ready.
Is it time?
Is it time?
No, not yet.
Time to rank up?
Yes.
What happened?
Yes, it is.
What happened?
Time to rank up?
Oh, we're gonna rank up, bro. But what do you mean? What happened? I was keeping you alive. You were running away from me, bro.
Oh, no.
I'm learning Fox, bro, and you were running away.
Yo, no. You're gonna rank up. Let me know when you want to 1v1. It's all good. It's all good.
1v1.
All good, Harbor. All good. I don't want to embarrass you on the main stage.
The main stage.
Yeah, cool.
Main stage? God damn, that's crazy.
We should be saying anything, bro.
Yeah, Harbor.
So we can
yeah.
play?
Sadly.
Is this the
somebody
team
else
we're playing
gonna
with?
join For rank.
Oh,
Are we subbing out? Is it Harbor? Do I have a rank? I can't see his
Harbor,
profile.
and you're
Work is Diamond.
Hope y'all win.
Item 3.
Thank you, Mr. Harbor. Thank
Oh, that's
you.
too
Much
low. Okay.
appreciated.
Forgot 3 was down.
Much love. You too, Yori. Much love, bro. Haven't played with you in a minute.
Bye-bye.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Hell yeah, I got my 3rd dub of the night. We take those. We take those.
Your 3rd dub of the night, you said?
I'm reading your chat, bro.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at a different Twitch's
Yeah, yeah.
streamer.
got me 3rd dub of the night.
Our chat, actually.
Ah, nice,
That's
Ruby, nice.
Ruby, that's the last
Ruby, how
dub you're gonna see tonight.
That is so mean. Don't listen to him, Ruby. You'll be fine. You'll make it to Ace tonight. You know what, Ruby? I believe in you. You'll make it to Ace tonight. You are gonna make it up there. Yeah, he's
Like that?
playing Rumble. Ultra Rumble, guys. Ultra Rumble. I told you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 times. Oh fuck! I'm not supposed to sing. I keep forgetting. Oh.
I mean,
VOD's
you
already
can.
been
It just
silenced.
this is gonna be silenced. Yeah.
Yep.
That isn't silence the whole thing. It just
Hi,
silenced a portion
Ice.
of it.
Hello. With how much I've been singing, it's gonna be the whole thing. Cause they silence like 3 minutes. They don't give a shit whether it's only a few seconds. Oh my gosh. Anyways, hi Ice. How are you? How's
It's
life?
just
How's
to make sure,
everything?
bro.
You have any plans for July 4th, Ice?
Tell her no, Ice.
Twice.
Tell her to find out. Let her know.
I'm gonna change those.
Bro, fuck this game.
Why? What happened?
Fucking try to get the Doctor Strange skin, bro.
Ah! Took you the whole, all of them? It took me all
One
of them for
balloon,
both Emma
one
and
balloon
White
left,
Fox.
bro. One balloon left, and fucking, I don't want to pay for it, bro.
I know, right? I got upset with the Emma one too. I was like, I don't want to do
It
this.
took me
but then I
2
got
tries
it.
for the Emma and 2 tries for the Strange. What's your excuse?
And how many
My
tries did it take
excuse,
for White Fox?
Whoa,
RNG,
wait, why are you always
bro.
bringing up the past, bro? Why are you always bringing up the past, bro?
I'm the one bringing it up, right?
Yeah, why would you bring it up, bro?
Yeah, right? Why
can say
would
that,
I?
bro.
God
I'm
damn.
gang, bro.
That sucks. That sucks balls. Oof. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright, you gonna invite those people?
Well, I need a copy of your stuff. Give me a sec.
God damn.
I haven't
God
even copied it, bro. Copy text.
Or you could always just forward. I'm pretty sure you can just click the forward button. Forward.
Bro, I gotta add unit. Oh, nah, fuck, bro.
You have to add what?
I gotta fucking add gold coins now, bro. That's how broke I am. They're rinsing me. They're rinsing me.
Of course they are. Why wouldn't they?
Oh my god, bro.
Look how pretty this
But-
is, guys.
1,000 ladders for this shit, bro. All for me to not get then the next fucking 3 balloons. Watch this.
Which one are you pulling for?
$5.
Oh. I will pray for
Oh,
you.
well, yeah. Alright, one more.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah.
I hate this game. Bad funds again, bro? Oh my god.
No, what the fuck? Rusty. Got some news to tell
Miscalculation,
you.
miscalculation.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I'm gonna hang out with my siblings, do some fireworks, and that's it pretty much. Oh, okay. Ice, I'm Canadian, remember? I'm not celebrating July 4th. I celebrate Canada Day, you know, the day yesterday. that was my day, technically. But anyways, that man, what is it? Are you getting a PC? Is your PC coming in? I got the White Fox skin in one try. Get the fuck out. Nah, I'm timing you out, nah, man. I'm timing you out. Fuck you.
Oh, this shit doesn't have my information saved?
Fuck
Alright, I
you.
guess I'm not getting the white
You.
box skin now.
Fuck you. You're being timed out. Fuck you. Fuck you, that man.
Maybe one of these
Fuck
days.
Fuck you. My own fucking mod. My own fucking mod. Goddamn. Oh
Crazy.
my gosh. I know, right? Crazy. How dare he say that shit to me? God damn it. God freaking damn it.
Never mind. I think she got scared because she saw 4 of us. She was like, "Oh damn, we 6 stack."
What's wrong with Six Tag? Wait, we don't bite.
Are we playing
one
the
of them is
game
you.
or what's going on?
I'm trying to make her join, even though we're gonna be 6 stack.
Is that a problem? Like a problem?
If you 6 stack, you go against the other 6 stacks. If you 4 stack, you go against 4 stacks.
Are you? Do they think that we're like some scrubs, bro?
Sometimes
Like,
I don't think so. I think if you 4 stack, you'll go against 6 stacks as well. If they can't find other 4 stacks.
I think you guys are worried too much about who's on the other team. Personally. You're back from the gulag? That's where Roxy got you now?
Because I timed him out.
They're not gonna pull because they don't want to 6 stack it. So if you want to go rank, go ahead. Pull the trigger.
Okay, so we do not have a 6 stack. Okay.
Not tonight, not tonight.
Step bro, you're on the wrong account.
Oh shit. No, you're telling me I'm not gonna be using my skill.
Okay, we just gotta rank T up one rank and then you can come back, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, who invited this?
Or I can leave.
Who
Shut the fuck
invited
up,
this
T.
GM over here, bro? Who invited him,
By
bro?
this GM. Yeah, you should
Get
have
outta
not
here,
placed
GM.
me in rank because now I'm winning and about to hit GM2. Well, you know what, Ice? It's always when you're about to rank up that the shit hits the fan. So you know what?
Be like, I
Let's
hate
see.
GM.
God damn. I care what you think.
Like in Tarantino movie. If you want success, baby, use a knee back. Yeah. West side.
Also, you might want to tell your friend, even if you're 6 stack, doesn't mean you're going up against 6 stacks. Again, it's whatever is available. Yes, they prioritize it, but it's really whatever is available at the
You
time.
just want a 6 stack, huh, Fox?
You know, I think it's kind of weird that you won't play cause it's a 6 stack. I've never heard of that, but you know, that's just me.
It's just tougher lobby, tougher.
It's not, dude. It's all mentality.
Rose is number 1.
What is he talking
Thank you, Rose. Thank you.
Eats it.
God damn, I was straight in my ears.
How you doing?
Motherfucker's yelling in my ears, bro.
I know, right?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Sucker.
I heard that in my ear.
You doing good? Yeah, I saw how you denied my 6 stack invite. Hurt my feelings.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Just finished eating?
I gotta stop. Got some Groot, guys.
I am
It's some
Groot.
Groot.
Stacking is diabolical. Yeah, we're trying to win the game. And having 2 randoms is unfortunately a gamble that, according to my balloon popping statistics, we're cooked.
Your balloon popping statistics? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, if that's how we're judging our luck right now, then it's not looking good, man.
Let's get rid of Hella here, no?
Sure, we can do a Hella.
Okay, no, never mind. They banned Spidey, so yeah, I think that was
What if the 6 stacking is scuffed as randos? That's what makes it difficult because I can't yell at my stack. I mean, you can.
You can. It's really up to you.
I can't yell at my stack. Crazy.
I yell at my stack all the time. It doesn't stop me.
I can't yell at my stack, it's wild.
Like even as T, he'll tell you any day, anytime that I yell at him.
He's about to get yelled at soon, bro.
I don't-
Just a
I don't
different
know it.
character.
Doesn't matter.
Rose.
I'm constantly yelling at him. Nope. Just I just yell. That's all I do.
Rose, out of nowhere, you'll hear, Rox, can you heal? That shit, you know?
That he literally will yell at me. He'll be like, Roxy, where the fuck are you?
What it was to become a hero.
Listen,
And then-
Roxy yells at me off and on stream, okay?
Off and on stream, yeah.
Off and on
Yeah,
stream.
off
Voice
and on
voice
stream.
chat and text
Yeah.
chat. Fucking
Yeah.
emotes
Hey.
and gifts. It's over, dude. There's no winning, dude.
Oh my god. To be honest, at least it's better than not talking to each other. That's true. That's true.
Hey, yell at the homies? No, that you can definitely yell at the homies, dude.
If
To be
you don't
honest
yell at the
with
homies, are they really your homie?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And let's be honest, it's in the game, right? None of us take it personally.
4,
Except for
I
when
take
she
it
doesn't heal
personally.
me. Except for when this
I
bitch
mean,
don't
Unity
heal me.
does.
all you need to do is
I yell at my special homies.
Is he here? I'm not. We're not talking about him. We're talking about all y'all here.
Well, I am.
He just like talking
I
shit about
called it.
Unity.
I called it.
No, I don't.
Holy damn.
Alright, so basically what I need you guys to do is not have the Hella and the More kill you so that they don't have the fucking squids show up.
You say it like it's an option.
Yeah.
Step feeding? Okay, bro. First death, first of all. Okay. Watch this, watch this.
Watch this drive.
Awaken the rage of battle.
Oh my god, my aim's gone. Oh my god, my aim's gone.
Your aim's gone?
dead.
Oh, brother, please find it. I'm dead.
They don't have a rocket, right?
No.
No, we do.
Hella's dead,
We
by
can't-
the
we
way,
can't
for a
do
bit.
this. We might have to go double.
We have a rocket. They don't have a rocket. No, they have a cloak and dagger and a
Yeah,
gambit.
We might have to go.
Bro, what
to
did we
triple
ban
separation?
this game?
Ask the randos. They're the ones who did the banning, other than Gru.
I wasn't even paying attention.
They have a fucking torch? Nah, we
Oh,
ain't
they,
lived up into it.
they have the most like insane lineup of individuals of all time,
My
bro.
aim's not here with us today.
Okay, so basically what I
need
think
your
needs to
aim
happen.
come back, okay? I know you playing White Fox was a lot on your system, but still. Like,
You're not
come
gonna be
on.
able to dive
Your
this.
system, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to go triple DPS for this comp, bro. I don't know what they're cooking.
Ooh, missed you. Sorry.
Fuck.
Actually,
Yeah, Matt, you're not gonna be able to dive this, bro.
bro, I just need anybody to get any
Bro, how
semblance
did
of
he
a
not die from that
squid
bullet?
out of my
That was
face.
a bubble over there. I have all, guys. I have all.
Give it a sec, give it a sec,
Huh?
give it a sec, give it a sec, give it a sec.
Give me a sec, other rando guys.
No more's dead. Okay.
Oh my god, she aimed for me.
Brother, I can't aim. Holy fuck.
Emma, are you playing
Emma's low.
the rocket?
Aim is horrible.
Amber never folds. That's not good.
I'm ulting, I'm just gonna ult in. I can't.
Yeah.
I was trying to wait whatever I was supposed to wait for.
Just do whatever you can.
Yeah, but
They're down two. They're down two. They're almost down three. They're down three.
Mine's over,
Cloak when
mine's
you
over,
can.
my ult's over, guys. My ult's over. Get the CND.
All right, good shit, guys. Good out, Roxy.
Go smack, bro. I have it's a different account, different account.
Different account. Okay, that's his.
I'm not used to the crosshair again.
It's the same person, but different account, guys.
Yeah, maybe the settings are different, bro. But maybe the settings are different.
Why didn't you fix your settings? You're already in
No,
time.
hypothetically, the settings are different. Schrodinger settings, you know, if he checks, then you'll know if they're different or not. But if he doesn't check, then you can still blame them.
All I hear is that I need an excuse to be bad, guys.
You gotta get creative with your excuses sometimes, you know.
I'm throwing, bro.
God. Can we get that squid? Thank you.
The only squid I want is an appetizer. Oh shit.
I'm playing underneath here, guys.
Okay. Oh hell no. Yo, cook that fraud.
Bro, ulted on my ass. Fuck you.
dying. I'm dying myself. Oh my god. Why was the fucking rocket there? Why is this random? You see me playing over. Oh, well, I tried, my dude. I tried.
No, how many fucking heals do you get, bro?
Yeah.
Oh, we have an Angela, bro? Hold on. Angela? Team up acquired?
There's someone up. Good.
Gambit's dead.
There you go. I'm working on the back.
One more's low. I'm gonna die here. I'm running. I'm dead. Broken dagger got my ass. Okay, we got 4 ults. We can get some motion for sure, bro.
Oh, come on.
Except, bro, if it's not working, go triple something, bro.
I'm doing something.
Okay. Hold it down for like the duration of this ult. Okay, nice.
Going.
They're low, they're running.
I've-
Okay, hold on. They bubble. Okay.
Get the C and D. Get the C and D.
I didn't even know where the fuck she went. Oh, she's in
Falling
here.
down.
In the cloud. She's in the clouds. She's in the clouds.
I'm about to pull this Emma. Ready? No, never mind.
Okay.
To help him.
Only 60
This
seconds left.
displaced her. We're good.
Bro, let me see for a sec.
Almost there.
There we go. Just messing with them in the back.
I'm ulting on them in the back.
Nice.
I'm
Door.
I'm low.
I'm in.
Good.
Okay, don't worry about it.
There we go.
You can cap that, right? Alright, but
Oh my gosh, Christian, how many more days until season 9 ends?
July 10th.
Like
July
7.
10th? 7th? 10th? One of them. Also,
Yeah,
hi,
it's
Sasuke.
no, no.
Hello.
It's
No,
next
I
Friday.
mean,
It's next Friday.
He said days, so it's like 8
Oh, how,
or
oh
7
okay.
days.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
math.
that's-
You do the math.
Hi, Sasuke. How are you? How's life? How's everything? Have any plans
How the fuck
for
did I not
July
steal
4th?
one, bro? Gambit has ult,
I
bro.
know you don't really care, but do you still have any plans? So still like I'm just kind of
There we go. They used ult all the way back here, bro.
No more dead. I'm gonna run away.
Me and Angela are in their backline right now, fucking shit up.
Oh,
They're running back. They're running back to spawn over here. They have no supports. Okay, Hella is out of her ult now. We can go get her.
Sorry, the torch chased.
Don't-
Oh, they have a thing now. Never mind. I'm out, bro. Get the fuck out of there.
Don't worry, you're rezzing.
Bro.
You're rezzing.
Oh shit.
Get him.
Oh, that's not good.
About to-
That's not a good combo for us.
Sorry.
Fuck, they just wait that one out for a
He
second.
is chasing after my ass.
Oops. I'm out of you.
I need to get.
Oh shit.
Oh, I got grabbed, smashed, and everything in between.
Yeah, their tanks are. They don't want to be moving, bro.
I'm ulting.
Hey, did you ult?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm keeping.
Get him.
Easier said than done here. And
They're almost low.
Look at thing.
Almost
I'm gonna
low.
die.
Look at thing.
Wait, that-
Nobody
I'm
else
dead.
think. Nobody else think.
Guys,
There we go.
torch. Torch is after
Yep,
me.
I
I'm
see
dead.
torch.
I'm dead.
First low. Torch running. I got freaking. Dude.
Fuck.
Oh, I go after torch and I give and the freaking Emma just decided to turn her ult on me.
I died anyways. Damn. Fuck.
The current score is 2.
That was so loud I couldn't hear you as well.
I couldn't
Oh.
hear you as well.
Time to switch things up.
Yeah, it is
including
allowed
which
after
side
each
you're
other.
on. The right heroes
July
can make
10th, so
all
7
the
days,
difference.
right? Or 8 days? Well, 7, 8. 10. Why did this bitch take it? What the fuck?
Why are they mad at you, bro?
Why are they mad at me? What the fuck did I do? Huh? Who's mad at me?
The
rando?
Cyclops. Yeah.
So they took your
Cyclops?
CND.
Yo, if she didn't ult there, bro, we would have lost the point there. Either way. What's your point? We were all dead.
Huh? Oh,
I see
you
you
mad
into
at
the-
me?
Our Cyclops just said nice alt CND.
Okay.
So I just
But
go
like,
Nemo.
but like only like I mean you saved me at least. I don't know about anybody else, but
Yeah.
it was a 2x2 square.
I literally just got my ult.
Everybody
That's
was
why.
dead. What's your
Okay.
point?
What was 2x2 squares? So what? I came back so you guys could push. Like, what the fuck do you want from
Because of
me?
the 4x4 fucking box we were standing on around the objective in overtime. When we got a pick and could have pushed.
It was a
Pick! Most of you were
2v.
dead!
It was a
Why is your mic in
2v4.
the old?
Why? What the fuck
Yeah,
are you
you
on,
did.
bro?
Bro, there was 2 of us alive, bro.
No.
Who am I
Not
supposed
with-
to?
not with
Who am I
your
pushing for?
5,
Oh my god, you know what? I'm not even gonna try.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
They were literally around the point. Where did you
Yeah, I
want
don't
me to
know.
fucking-
Like you ulted and then I got
ulted
revived by
so
the
that when
beacon and
they're
I'm like,
touching
yeah.
as well, those fucking-
If I didn't get revived by the beacon, we would have even less people, bro. Like I don't even know what this guy's talking about, bro. I was dead
Dude,
when you
look
popped
at-
that shit.
Do you even see our? Okay, and the torch is just happening.
Are they
He doesn't care.
already getting motion? Yo, chill on that. Chill on that motion front, bro.
Dude, our rocket was shit too. Look at her stats. Like as a rocket, you can do better than that.
Oh
Y'all
my
are
god.
dead.
What rocket are you talking about?
Oh, the C&D. The person
Oh.
C&D now. They were rocket.
Dude, our dumbass
not
C&D didn't mark there was a human torch behind and I had to turn around.
Oh, I said I died to the torch.
Oh, we're on triple
That
now?
she didn't
Okay.
kill me from,
That's
you know,
great.
because she's not paying attention. Just confused.
Guys.
You need to stop that vehicle in its
What
tracks.
the fuck is the plan? Why is my C&D frontlining like this is god? Alright, bro. I'm not even gonna.
You guys, have fun. This is Rando C&D. She's obviously better, right? That's why she's still with me.
Bro, you're not like the fucking setter in volleyball, bro. Why are you facing the team against the enemy?
Torch.
It genuinely does not make any sense, bro.
Can't really do it with the torch. I'm dead. You're dead.
Let me
I'm trying to
maybe
deal
get a
with it,
character
but at the
that
same time, I'm trying to
can.
deal with the freaking torch behind him. assuming.
I'm skeptical about the 3 support play, but you know,
We have
time
triple
will tell, I
support?
guess.
Who went?
Yes,
Who
that
else
bro
went
went.
support?
Pepper went Luna after the other motherfucker.
Oh,
Let's see.
okay.
Dude, the freaking
I'm not used to the sounds of this right now.
the hell is so annoying.
Oh fuck.
And I can't
sorry,
switch because I
Pepper.
have to freaking focus on the human torch.
Okay, let's. Oh, look at that power up time, guys. It's so much, right?
It's co-op time, but yeah. Co-op. I'm dead. Fuck, bro.
Oh lord. Fuck.
I didn't realize I didn't have any kills. My apologies. I thought I
Oh
did.
come on, there's no way she's getting instant heal.
Oh, bro. Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Oh.
Okay, clearly we need to figure something out here.
Dude, we need another DPS.
That bro, get off support.
If
Ult
Stebro
and then
can
get off
go
and go DPS. Yeah, go DPS.
If Stebro can go DPS Luna, like he can stay support because Luna does a lot of damage.
Where is this torch?
He's right up there.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
I
trying
know.
to kill him.
I know.
But
I'm gonna die here. I'm done.
Don't move that.
But it's gonna be so bad.
No, I'm 69 on ult, bro.
I'm opening a portal.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
You mean
I'm
90?
trying.
You mean 96,
Really
bro?
hard.
Bro said 69.
He's slow and the freaking Amos in front of me, bro.
They literally kept you
Hey,
alive.
go. We have all on point. We Luna all on point.
Dude, I can't with this. She's not dying. There's no supports here. She's not dying.
Torch is dead.
Oh,
How
I-
is it possible she's still not alive? How are you
I
still
didn't have
alive?
CND's dead.
I'm gonna die here. I'm dead.
How did the... Dude, I can't. I
I
actually
can't. She's
can't.
yeah. She's just alive. What
Like-
the fuck?
None of them are
Before
dying.
couldn't solo tank, like not to be mean. I'm just saying, yeah. I don't know why we
Yeah.
have that move
I
solo
don't know
tank.
why that fucking.
Like genuinely, none of
You
them
can
are
switch
dying.
off to DPS. Remember?
Oh, I thought
Step bro, please, I need you. I need you.
Dude, I can even finish her there, and she will swan tap.
We can hold this for 3 minutes. 4 minutes. I believe in us.
The torch is
Between the angle damage from Cyclops and the freaking
Oh my
stopping.
god, the
from
torch, the torch!
And the hella off angle. Yeah. It's...
Oh, there's just too much hope.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Somebody. Okay, so, I mean, I don't know. Actually, I don't know who I'm asking. I can't even ask anybody, bro. That motherfucker just spamming that shit, bro. Okay, they doubled ulted for some reason.
We have a torch. I will.
Guess they're just trying to out damage us on this one.
I can't even hit anyone. I can't hit anyone. Dude, I couldn't hit anyone.
I'm his
I don't
dad.
even understand why I wasn't hitting anyone. What the fuck?
Somebody heal me, bro, please. Somebody heal me, bro, please.
We're dead. Oh, at least I'm
No
dead.
fear.
Yeah, the
Why am I
CD's dead.
slow?
Oh my god, I'm so cooked, bro.
Dude, I would have gone Punisher for Punisher.
Give me the bubble. Oh my god, bro.
And I can't go freaking Namor because how did I take damage? Oh my god, dude.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, get off the point.
Hella doesn't slow you down with her ult.
No, damage. You asked for damage. Why you took damage?
Yes, but I was slowed down.
Slow down. Let's see. I don't know. I really don't know.
Step, bro. We gonna talk about that one, bro? What happened, bro?
I was going through it, bro.
Bro, what happened, bro?
See, what it was right, and then you know what I mean.
See, what happened was, okay, I got you. 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 I know them ones. I know them ones. I know them ones.
Dude, how about next time
This is
we
my one
abandon
freebie. My
tank?
one freebie. My one freebie.
This is why we don't want randos, you know?
Wasn't the rando's fault.
No, it was that ass like my fault on that.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
could've
Don't get me
survived.
wrong, but then they blame me as if I'm the one. I'm
We
the
always
issue
gotta blame
here.
the healers, bro. Like,
Right?
I'm
Especially when I make a 4x4 square, it's like, who's pushing? Who's there to push?
Yes, please, I can't go back to Plat 2, please.
Guys, don't worry. Don't worry. Step Bro's
Don't
got
worry.
it. He'll
See, the
lock
thing
it
is
in.
that Step Bro, Step Bro is just, you know, you have to switch accounts, so he's got to re-warm up the count, right? No?
Exactly. You know how it is.
Yeah, exactly. He needed to peel a little bit more for healers, like Twitch was getting too much value. Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
We
Torch
definitely
was
needed
getting
someone
way too
to...
much value. Yeah. Like, we were all worried about the Hella, but that Torch...
Yeah, tough. Please.
See what it was, right? It's windy outside and it's hot inside. You know what I mean?
I don't know if I can co-sign that one. Would Rocket work better in that comp? I doubt it, bro.
The big issue was the healers in the back were not getting touched, and I wasn't doing my job as a main tank in the front. So when I switched to triple, I took heals from both healers. Got to find a reason. Reason things went wrong. Got to find a reason why my money's all gone.
Also, Psych was probably not a good pick because of their comp. I mean, yeah, but yeah, he's like Bob's man, so you can't tell them.
And then
You can't tell them
he
no.
was ace, right? He was ace, guys. He was ace.
What can you do?
And then my ult was, you know, so bad that it lost us the game, guys. It was all on because of me.
Oh, placement matches for these guys, bro.
Oh, what the fuck? So late in the game? Oh, that's crazy.
They're probably GM. Whenever you GM, if you hit 10, you hit GM automatically, like GM 3.
Step bro, stop touching me.
Careful, brother, you're my touch list. Don't make me do it right now.
What are you doing, step bro?
Yeah.
What did
Step
I
bro,
list
stop.
there?
Yeah.
Guys, are we not Benny? Okay, yeah, Ben.
Even if they have a
Oh.
Spidey, you still have the Mar.
Oh,
Okay, so that's
okay.
Groot.
I was going to ban group. That's
Hey, yo. Let's see this next game. Yo, chill, step bro.
Oh.
I like this team already. Jesus, dude. They have actually. They have a Zealot of Jesus on the other team, bro. They might be cooked, bro. They guy might have the power of God and anime by his side, bro.
By the power
Double
of
Cyclops,
Draco.
man. By the power of the Draco, bro.
I have the power. Come on, bro.
That's a big Draco.
Yeah, I'm just not consistent.
You don't want to shut up,
Who
big
told
Draco?
you to stop touching them again? It wasn't Pastel E-Girl, right?
Why you're mad?
Process
No,
of
I'm just
elimination.
curious.
Are you
Okay.
jealous?
If you're mad, I'll touch him, bro.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, bro.
I'm pretty sure Mad was
Jealous?
the jealous one here, not me.
I just said I was jealous. I
See,
fully
I'd be
admitted it.
asking you, I'd be asking you for the ankle picks, bro, but you say no. Crazy, huh?
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Crazy how that works.
This man's into ankle picks, by the way, guys.
You asking me for the ankle picks, bro?
Ankles.
I'm gang, bro.
How much you paying? How much you paying?
You're asking her for the ankle
Shit,
picks.
Pain, that shit's free, bro. Fuck you mean?
Ah, that shit.
You asking me for the ankle picks, bro? I'm gonna need a Twitch. I'm gonna need a Twitch sub right now,
No
bro.
picks are free. No picks are free. No picks are
You sub to me on Twitch, I'll give you an ankle pick for
No
free.
picks are free.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that mean?
No picks are free.
No pickles are free?
No pickles. Still no pickles. Dang, bro, can I have one in X-ray? X-ray ankle pictures, bro.
What
On gang, bro. On gang.
Bro, want the ankle scan, bro?
Yo,
Holy
you seen that
man.
clip where apparently guys have like 3 or 4 inches inside of them?
Huh?
Whatever happens,
Yeah.
What?
Only when we're together, bro.
So every guy has 2 to 3 inches more inside of them, and then like whenever you do like a enlargement, like
What is he talking? What is inside y'all?
We're talking about penises, bro.
yeah, bro.
Oh.
So whenever you do like an
I
enlargement,
thought we were still
surgery,
talking about
like, they pull
ankles.
that
I
shit
thought we were
out.
still talking about ankles, my dude. I thought we were still talking about
Keep
ankles.
up, keep up, keep up. This is a fast-paced economy, bro. You snooze, you lose.
I hear someone.
You hear someone?
Pull this switch back. Put this switch back. Yeah. No, you gotta wind it. You gotta wind it.
Magic. Oh no,
Yeah, there's a
Daredevil.
Daredevil, bro. Please, he's whooping my ass right now.
I told you I heard
Thank you.
someone. I'm never.
Hey, well, that doesn't help me or react at all, dude.
I didn't see him. At first. I just heard, and I was like, "Where is this? Whoever this is?" I thought it was the magic. To be honest with you. But I
Yeah, I mean, they have both.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Wait, they have an Ultron? They have an Ultron, bro?
Back up if you want to go open up.
Oh, hell no. Cannot let that one slide.
Oh, she pulled me in.
You got answer for that?
Bro,
Oh, no,
how is
God.
this man going after me?
Unfortunately, not.
Because you're probably.
I do now, but everybody's dead. Fuck.
Dude, that invis pulled me in. It took me, and then when you leave, you get slowed.
Yeah. That is how that works.
Yes, I know. That's why I died. I was able to say T.
Whenever Strange's shield pops.
What the fuck?
Bro, it's freaking.
Please live.
I gotta
Oh
go
my
back to
god,
Bucky
no
when you pulled me
fucking
back.
way, dude. Yeah, these guys are coordinated, bro. So can we maybe kill Ultron for once in our goddamn lives, please?
That's doable.
It should be. He's not very fast.
I know, but I'm also trying to deal with a dive. Sorry.
I'm Emma's dead. Emma's
Let's
dead.
go. Walk out. Walk out. Walk out. We got Emma.
I will. Wait. Are you gonna ult?
I don't see the Ultron. Too many things in the way.
He's all the way up. He's all the way back there. He's low. He's one shot. Nice.
Yo, T, you need a combo ult with the Roxy here so we can win the next. They shouldn't have any ult, support ult here, so we should win.
You're ready for
They should have an invis. Don't.
Nope.
No, they
Not
use
yet,
it already.
not
They
yet.
use it already.
Not
They at most they're at like 50, bro.
50%. I'm gonna.
Ult it.
Okay.
Oh, I went this. What?
I told you she had it.
Whoa! What the fuck, bro?
You gotta understand,
crazy.
it's a support. She's gonna have it fast enough. Especially considering the fact they have an Ultron as a second healer.
Oh yeah, yeah, fair enough.
Like you guys gotta listen. Like I might be bad at the game, but I got common sense.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it did not help them, bro. That shit did not help them.
Yeah, we all focused her and she like instantly died. Even on ult.
Yeah, she got out of the ult at some point.
Got melted, bro. Magic just trying to do a little flanky flank.
That was fun.
Strange try to ult, dude.
There is
Daredevil.
a Daredevil up. I can't.
Invis does heal faster, yeah, because Invis is doing all three at the same time. She's charging all faster too, and she's the fucking buff of Ultron on this shit, bro.
Oh, what the fuck? Wait, I'm so confused with what happened. I think I got pulled, or at least he tried to pull me, but then it didn't work properly.
I wouldn't think about it too deeply.
Okay. Yep. Don't worry, my brain's like, yep.
Keep it pushing, keep it pushing.
You good?
Yeah, whenever you pull him back, I'm literally shielding him, so he's gonna be behind us, so he doesn't get heals.
Hey. They swapped to Luna, by the way. No Ultron anymore.
Better for us.
You good? Are you good? Because you're so far. You're not. I can't
Staggering
heal
it.
you.
He's staggering. You're fine.
Oh, someone's coming. Someone's coming.
You're welcome.
DD is around here. Careful.
I know.
I can heal you. I can heal.
DD's off there.
You're welcome.
There. Oh.
By the eye of
Oh, okay, that was a little preemptive on that one. Little preemptive on that one, but it's all good. Worked out. We call that a good ult. My book.
DD's around here somewhere.
Magic behind us, by the way.
DD, get out of my laboratory. Yes.
No, just saying I couldn't see you. Nice. And I see your tough health. Oh yeah, I see him. He's coming.
the Vishanti's power.
I'm gonna ult this. Or...
They broke my beacon.
Hold it.
Daredevil's mine. Oh fuck, bro. Okay, nice.
Oh, sorry guys, I did another square. We probably lost because I did another square. I'm so sorry.
I mean, this one's not 2x2, right? So we're good.
Yeah, right. Oh my gosh, this time I went more in like a straight line, you know.
Oh shit. Slow. Oh, never mind. She's low again. Okay, nice. Yo, DD's low. Never mind. DD. I was about to say Daredevil, but you know, I slurred it a little bit.
Emma got me.
Not even worried about it. Not even concerned about it. I'm playing setter. Don't worry about it. Oh hell no!
Oh, nice. Dude,
He tried it though.
Call me the big bug.
Hi Lee.
He called me the Groat.
Time to switch things up.
That actually scared me the whole
You call me the no step, bro.
The oh no step.
They call you the oh no step, bro.
Oh god.
He's deep into that bit. W reference. Good round. What was the Dex reference? I don't even fucking remember.
I don't know what you heard about me.
Oh, the DD get out of my laboratory. Okay, now I remember. I thought you meant Dexter like the serial killer, not the one that I said already for some reason.
Oh my gosh. Guys, I apologize for that.
Why do you
I don't
apologize?
even know what that shape was. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what the shape was.
It was a rhombus, I think.
A rhombus.
You
Yeah.
see that? I changed my vertical and now I'm killing. Straight up pimp PIMP.
I don't know what you heard about Step Bro.
If you didn't know, you do now.
The battle starts in 5.
You don't know, now you know.
1.
Someone scratch my back.
What the fuck was that? You got pulled in and then pushed out? Like, what the fuck?
Emma. So she pulled me in and then she pushed me in.
Got pulled in and pushed out, bro.
Yeah, so Bucky
Okay,
pulled
The
me in.
motherfucker, they turned you into a deep breath, bro. That's crazy. Holy. Can we get the Moon Knight? Because he's doing a lot of ricochet and it's not good for my health bar.
Wait, did his ban not go through? We literally only...
No, when the Moon was competing, Cyclops was the one ban.
No, but then he banned.
Oh
it
no,
again
we
the next
double
round.
ban Cyclops.
Yeah, but then the next round we still had one more ban. He did Moon Knight.
Yeah, I
someone
guess
else
it didn't.
did
I
something
guess it
else.
didn't work, dude.
Oh
They pulled
my
me.
God, the
Oh,
fucking
I'm back.
Soldier pulled me in.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god! I shouldn't have pressed that button.
Oh, we got a
Is
DPS.
Storm how we want to go? I don't know. I don't know if I can trust someone.
He wants to
else's
clear them
Storm.
out. They're all together. That's why. So she's gonna get her.
Storm against who, bro?
There's still a chance to stop them.
Just a general populist DPS buff, bro? Is that the move? I mean, I'm down with it. I'm down with
I
it.
need y'all to push out. I need y'all to push out. I need y'all to push out. We can't stay in that spot, bro.
We're on point. We're on point. We're on point. Oh, holy fuck! I got melted in your ult too.
My ult can't stop everything.
Okay.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Okay. Well, that wasn't good.
Oh my god, what the fuck is she doing? Fucking
Yo, back up,
bitch.
back up, back
The
up, back
Invis
up.
literally came after me.
Better stop that vehicle.
I thought we shortened the invis range. Like, geez, I do not see it.
Oh, they want C&D as
Yeah,
well.
they're
They
pulling
want
me,
C&D.
grabbing me, throwing me around. And I'm not.
Dude,
appreciating
yeah, the freaking Winter Soldier,
Yeah.
the Invis.
it. Next time he pulls me, I'm ult it. Next time he pulls me, I'm ult it. So.
There's a lot of pull happening because the strange team up also pulls you, and then Emma can fucking grab you, and then fucking Moon Knight can knock you up with the Onk placement.
Guys, when
We kill.
Bro, nobody wants to break the Onk, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Where's my fucking Punisher, bro? Why are you so deep by yourself, bro? Oh.
I'm not deep. I just told you I was gonna ult.
Bro, you're like behind them.
Yes, that was the whole point for you guys to push at the same time. None of you did. None of
We
you
were
listened.
getting.
I just got there, bro, and you died. You didn't give me that fucking time to get there, bro. No confirmation, no nothing, bro.
What do you mean? I said it 2 times.
Yeah, you didn't wait for me to reply. Okay, I'm on my way or anything, bro. Like.
That bro, did you just portal?
Yes, I did it before we won the fight. And then I just
Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay. Don't worry. We can hold this for 3 minutes. We're not in shambles. Close, but not. We're not in shambles yet.
They're gonna have a C&D ult, so I don't think the C&D ult.
Yeah, they probably have both of them at this
Storm's
point.
dead.
Storm is getting revived as we speak. Alright, I'm ulting. Yeah, they're gonna destroy it, but they're gonna waste half their ult doing it.
Oh my god! He pulls me.
Bro, I can't be the only one in front.
There's still a chance to stop
Dude, I can't with this shit. No.
I'm getting chased by
Why do we
Invis
have
right now,
triple
bro.
DPS actually? What the fuck happened? Why did the pastel e-girly switch?
Bro, okay, never mind.
What is she doing?
All right, guys.
I'm literally.
What's the plan here?
Not
Can we
put
get a
our amps
second-
in front of the cart.
Can we get a second tank? You know,
Fair
that
enough.
as well.
We have a
already
second
have
tank.
a second.
Oh, we do. Okay. Sorry, T. Did not notice you. Was busy trying to live and keep the Deadpool alive.
I'm aware
And
you're
he's
always a
dead.
step.
We're good.
I'll patch you up. Armor patch here. Pay up. Hurricane incoming.
Range wasted an alt. I mean, yeah, look at wasted an alt too. Okay.
Back up.
Someone scratch my back. It's just got more dangerous. Just the idiots out.
Okay, I'm gonna ult this once this Moon Knight ult. Okay.
You're welcome. Hope I make the cut. This is a nice spot.
Oh, that's a horrible placement on that one. Can you grab the point?
I also
No?
on the.
Well, since
on
he
the
swaps, it
team
makes sense now. Okay,
doing that.
fair enough.
Ooh, I'm a bit lazy right now.
That's probably why he swapped. Nice.
That was fucking hilarious. Boy, the
No, I was trying to go around the
bro,
car.
you went away from my.
I was trying to go around. Couldn't out heal that. There was 3 of them looking at me.
You're back, right? You're back, right?
Okay, I'm gonna ult this.
Okay, hold that down. Okay, that's a counter.
Counter ult it? Yeah. I would ult it earlier, but you guys killed everyone.
That's fine.
This is real firepower.
Oh shit! I was trying to.
Fuck. Okay, we got strange, but Emma fucking melted me, bro.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Why can't I out heal the Emma damage? What the fuck?
It's not just Emma, it's Bucky. Bucky just does mad damage with just bullets, bro.
This is a nice.
Okay, they have.
We can hold this for a minute.
No, they have Invis ult. We're just fighting.
All things considered, we have more time than them no matter what. So, lock in.
They went. Oh my god. I'm moving out because she pulled me in again.
Okay, hopefully Storm can get us in like 4 seconds once that shit's down. Nice. Oh, that's a bad timing on that one.
It's fine.
Send me to tank, guys.
Just for Storm's ult.
Send me-
Get Emma. She's one shot. Emma's dead. Dinosaur's dead. Moon Knight's running.
84%.
Moon Knight's running like a
I'm gonna portal.
bitch.
I'm gonna portal.
They haven't switched.
No one switched yet.
Well, they have time.
They're not. I don't think they're gonna switch.
They don't have time unless they unless
You gotta hit this ult whenever they ult this. It's a portal. You gotta hit that.
I heard.
Moon Knight somewhere around here. You might wanna. Oh. Okay, never mind. He's not gonna kill the thing,
I'm trying
right?
to let it be like the last 10 seconds or overtime.
I'll have ult too.
Here we go. You gotta ult that. You gotta hit that.
Bro.
Get Emma. Understand? Nice.
Bro, what do you mean, bro?
Doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up.
Look at Emma ult in front of us. Holy.
I thought we were gonna lose that the
That's
way they
never
were walking us in the beginning.
much from me, dude.
What happened?
You're asking too much of me, bro. Like
You had a Jordan that, bro.
Yeah, I think someone. I don't know who jumped in front of it, but someone I think jumped in front of it, bro. Or the Emma shield blocked it or something, bro.
As soon as you
Invis
ult
shield
that
could have been a lot of
ult,
things
bro,
actually.
That boost damage is crazy. With ult.
Okay, but you feared them. You made. I mean, you
my
made them
God.
fear you.
Made them fear the the Jordan in you.
Honestly, that's
Agree
why
that.
I never go for it when support ults, unless it's Invisible. Or Mantis or Luna.
I think Invis is like the hardest one to hit.
No, because her ult is actually the less one that does less damage in the.
It depends on if they're
heal,
prepared for it. Because
Yeah.
if Invis is prepared for it, they can just go invisible and you don't even know where they are
They can
anymore.
go
Invisible, or
Invis.
you
They
can
can
put
put
the
a shield
shield
in them.
up. Yeah.
They can.
Yeah.
Or yeah, or they can put the
jump
shield up
out.
anytime. Yeah.
So the thing is,
Invis, like
if you hit your shots, she will get killed through the shield.
Okay,
and
okay,
all.
but we're talking about the fact of effectiveness. Remember, Invis is an area. Like, it's not that big as Mantis, not that big as Luna's, not that big as
What might be.
yeah, but it
Which could be a
reduces
large-
movement on it.
TND.
on
So
the-
if you ult in inside of Invis ult, you're gonna guarantee someone's dead. Whether it's the supports
No,
or
it
whether
slows you
somebody
if you
else.
leave. It only slows you if you leave
Or enter.
or enter. Or so if he's already in it when it goes off, I don't believe the slow applies.
No slowness applies to.
I wanna go
Slowness
Blade
doesn't
next
Oh
time.
cancel.
no, actually, it doesn't matter. He's CC immune, right? As a Punisher, you're
Yeah.
CC immune. Doesn't matter. Slow won't apply.
I want to go wee.
No,
I'll
it
be right
slows
back. If
you
you want
when
to start,
you're
I'll be
in
back.
it. Oh, only when you're in it. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta go watch him real quick.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I hate ulting on the. As Magneto, I hate ulting on the Mantis and Luna just because of the over shield they get. Because if their teammates are not shooting, I won't be able to kill them unless I hit them right at the head. Plus, get a little bit of charge in there. Yo, man, would pass me some $20.
He went to the washroom, my dude.
Oh shit, right. Roxy, pass me 20.
What the fuck? He went to the washroom and you're asking him for $20? God damn.
Except, bro, pass me $20.
Oh, God. Oh, damn. I think Stepbro also went to the washroom. Stepbro, you there? Stepbro?
Dude, they always leave me alone with you.
What the? Okay. What's wrong with that? Huh? What's wrong with that?
I thought they're escaping from me.
They're escaping from who?
They're running from you.
Oh my god. I'm sorry I don't need to go to the bathroom as often. Oh lord. God damn. Wow. The people are running away from you guys, I guess.
Wait, that's actually the title?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. T, you can ask
No, I
Mamu
just-
your question now.
Dude, I just noticed your title from the stream. That's actually your title, Roxy.
Yeah, you didn't know that. You didn't hear that part?
No.
Oh my god. Yeah, guys,
I'm
the
back.
title is thanks to
Dude,
our
that shit was
favorite person
so
named T,
funny,
you
bro.
know? The title is
back.
thanks to T. Welcome back, Zephyr. Welcome back.
Yeah,
Oh my
thanks, Jimmy.
gosh. Yeah, no, ask your question. Ask your question now, T.
Oh,
Ask your
man,
question.
give me $20.
Why would I give? What? That's not a question. That's like a demand, bro.
Yo, man,
Why would I give you $20 for what?
me?
Oh god.
What did I do?
You title me now.
What do I need to give you
Well,
20
but
bucks
no
for?
one listens. Yeah, no one listens to me, guys. It's like I say everything, whatever. It's like nope. Like, Roxy,
What did you
said
say?
something? Like,
Actually, you said something?
Mm-hmm. You see? You see? You see?
No, but like actually, what did you say?
I said no one listens. What the fuck?
No, what did you say that to though?
Do you see the?
Oh, are you talking
comment
about
by Lee?
when you said you're talking about the title? Are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah, about the
Okay,
title.
okay. I listen.
Well, yeah. Actually, you do. Yeah, but you listen so you can get dirt, and you can bring it up later.
No, I just autistically remember everything everybody says.
Yeah, no, don't be scared of it.
Alright, guys, are you ready?
Yeah.
This is we lost the other one, right? So
We
We
lost
lost
the
one, we
first
won
one?
one.
Yeah, we won.
So hold on, let me update my title real quick so we can give a live count of how much my elo's going up or down.
Roxy challenged me to call her that. So
I didn't
did.
challenge you. This is
that what
literally
happened?
what you
No,
said.
no.
Nah. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I dare
Shut-
you. You said
Yeah,
I dare
after you
I
said
did.
that, because that's crazy for
I
you to
know.
even say in the first place. That's
I know,
crazy.
I know. That's why
They're
I
like,
said, that's
listen,
why I keep
you keep
saying
talking like that, and I'll start calling you out. And I was like, what the fuck?
That's
Okay,
what I
try
said.
it. I dare
know,
you.
that's
Like, what the fuck else am I supposed to say?
Which hero do you
I
think
know.
you
That's why
wanna
I'm
be today?
saying that you told me to do it, so I kept doing
Yo,
it.
that man, are you still there in the chat, bro? I need you to hear this. Yo, what is our team, bro?
I don't know.
Oh my god, no.
Am I gonna vanish from
All
this
supports,
match?
guys. All supports. We're a support only team, guys.
Yeah, bro. Thank you. I gotta fucking hear this shit, bro.
Illuminate.
They don't know. They don't know the extent.
They chose Groot. You see? Illuminate
There's only
bandit.
one person I call mommy, and it ain't you.
I'd rather not be called mommy. Thank you very much. None of y'all need to call me mommy. Don't worry, I'm not asking. I'm not
What am I
asking.
listening
Okay.
to, bro?
I'm not-
Well, what am I? What
Yeah,
am I? What
hey,
am I
bro,
come
they're-
back to,
they're-
bro?
I'll send you the information later, bro.
Information.
God damn it. Okay, we're
Listen,
gonna ban Cyclops.
I feel like this is going in the files, isn't it?
No, this is honestly, this one's going
This
in
is
like a
too
different
weird.
different
This is
different
too
folder.
weird. I think this is too weird to be in the final files.
It's like, no, this is going in a file, but a different one.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
These messages will come. They'll come out in discovery. Don't
okay,
worry.
we just double banned for 2 of them. Great.
You'll need a top-notch
Okay.
team to win this one.
Okay, I mean, we almost double banned for 3 because I picked group for the first one.
Yeah.
W bands.
We made it different.
You doing 4 supports?
Obviously not, bro.
No, I was asking because I would have gone like tank.
I mean, 2 of our supports are still the same character, bro.
Yep.
Black Lady Cat.
Okay. Are we actually debating whether or not she's mommy? No, that's not the debate, bro.
The debate
That
is are we calling
obviously no is the answer to that, bro. Like a hard no. Like a definitive no.
Hey, I mean,
Like-
I mean, rocks. If you're into that, just say so, bro.
I mean, she already said no, so
I'm good. What do you
I
mean
think-
debating?
I
We
think it's
know she
established.
is mommy. What the fuck? What the fuck, T? What the fuck?
what the fuck, T?
Yep.
Yeah, bro's not beating the allegations, bro.
Nope. No, he's not.
Holy.
There's nothing I can do.
I don't care about
Different
allegations,
strokes for
okay?
different folks.
Listen, okay, I'm most likely gonna forget about this tomorrow, so
Look how many summer skins y'all have.
Unfortunately, we won't, bro. That's the problem. Everybody else will remember that.
Oh, they have an
I
Angela.
won't. Don't worry.
Yo,
about
that
it.
man, can you pin that message for a bit? You have that power as a moderator. You can pin messages, right?
They have a Black Panther as well.
Yes, they do.
He's up
I
here.
mean, hey, it's a fun joke, you know. It's just a joke.
Guys, I'm just making sure Black Panther doesn't accidentally get me.
Yo, why is this Captain America like in their backline, bro?
He was half, dude.
Oh. Oh, you guys.
Thank you. Holy White Fox.
There's a
Yo,
cap in the
backline,
back.
backline.
He here.
I missed like 3 of those hammer swings.
I didn't
Oh
realize
my
all
god,
of
he's
that.
running circles on me.
Whenever I'm with you, you just fucking send it, bro.
Yeah, their whole team is back, so we need to like readjust our gameplay. I'm trying to beat the brakes out of
I'm
Black
ulting this, I'm ulting this. Ready?
Panther, but he's fine. Okay.
Ready? 3.
First he's on point. That's all he's doing.
Never mind.
What do you mean? Oh, bro, yeah, I saw your health. Never mind.
Yeah.
Guys, there's the red beacon up there. Oh, I'm dead.
Well, he's half health, or was half health.
BP's up.
Yeah. The thing is that they have like 2.5 dives, and they always just run back as soon as they're low. Okay. I mean that ult is not really helping them. I can't lie. We double banned 3 people, bro. I mean 2 people. It's clearly the remembering part wasn't the issue. Perfect time for a thing, you know. Unfortunately, that's not in my bag, or at least not to a diamond extent. DP on the top over here.
Oh, great.
Oh, that's not a good combination, bro.
Did he go for me?
Wait, how did it?
I'm gonna ult. Oh my
No.
god.
Oh my
I thought
god.
this was cover. I overshot the thing. I bet. That's on me.
I tried to body block that shit, but he's too fast.
Yep.
Or not too fast. He's too fucking far away.
He's fast now.
I'm not fast enough. Gambit's so low, bro. Oh, never mind. Rocket's back. Fucking
Yeah,
really
he's
fast.
so low. Gambit's really low. Really, really low. I can see him so low. So low.
Where the fuck is this guy? Oh, he's dead. Okay, he's dead. He's dead. Rocket ulted. I'm behind Starlord right now. Holy fuck my aim. Holy fuck my aim.
Freaking this captain.
Are we not?
What's the LOL? Why did Black Panther say LOL?
I don't know, maybe somebody killed him.
Emma let me admire. Oh, bro's looking at Emma's ass. Fair enough.
He's
No wonder he's really motivated, dude. Oh, bro, he's so
Oh
low.
my
oh my god,
God.
Cap is on my ass, guys. I can't do anything about that.
Finish
Oh
this
my
guy.
God.
Yeah, these guys don't die, bro. These guys don't die. They're so low. Blade, please. Blade, please do anything. Thank you.
Bro, the
That's
rocket's
step,
one
by the way. That's step,
I know it's step, bro.
No more rewind beacon.
I just saw like 3 people with their health bars really low. I'm like, bro, please. I see you Beyblading. Do something. And he did it, so we're good. Ooh.
He's running
Ooh.
for me.
Got him.
Oh, they portaled and they fucking they took too long. Suckers.
Wait, the portal got. Wait, what?
They switched off strange, so the portal's gone.
I'm so confused.
They're staggered.
No, they're like, yeah, that's just no use. Swap immediately. Which fair enough.
You saw Blade not do anything. Not me being 9-3.
Yeah. Okay. When I said that, you were like 4-3, bro.
I had to pop off, bro.
I know. That's why. That's what my words do to you, bro. They motivate you.
What the fuck is happening?
America's
BP.
running around another. Oh, okay. I can't deal with both of them at the same time, unfortunately. I'm still back there. I'm trying to body block.
Rocket dead.
Look at back. Forget about
Mag low.
Yeah, look at back.
Tap low. I'm going for Starlord next. Starlord's dead. Go for Gambit. Gambit's running. Never mind.
It's just that whenever I see a Star-Lord, I'm going for the back just because he can just fly away. You know what I mean?
What's this guy's name? Why not B Twitch? What does that even mean, bro?
Not BP anymore.
Ooh, good pull. I'm ulting here. Doesn't matter. I can
Cap's going all the way around.
In the bag.
Oh, that's not the combo I want to see. 3 ults, bro? How much firepower do you need, bro?
How many it takes currently?
How many support ults does it take to fucking cap a point, bro? Holy. Oh, another support ult technically because you got the fucking Captain America, bro. I don't know about all of that. I don't know about with the healer still alive.
Oh shit.
Oh, did we double support? Oh, we did double support.
Oh,
Did he get? Okay, he didn't get anybody. Miss me. Now you gotta kiss me. Hold on.
That sucks.
Can we get the cap? Any? Oh,
no.
Okay. I got Glartroxed. Okay. No! Oh, I lived. Hold on, I lived.
I didn't live. You got both healers. Both healers are dead.
Hold on, I lived. Step, bro, stay alive.
I'm trying.
Guys, be careful. You have to film.
It's just me and you, bro. White Fox, where's White Fox, bro? Oh my god.
Not a portal. God damn.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, it's over. I
No, it's
feel
not.
lost. Did you switch? Okay.
I switched.
Oh, we don't even have time, bro. Fuck.
The current score is
Bro, who was
No
the
matter who
E
switched,
that was
we can-
already on the thing and didn't switch?
Emma.
switch things up. including which side you're on.
Emma was already our tank, and she
The
did
right
not have
heroes
ult.
could make all the difference.
It's okay, we can win this. I believe in us. Where's that portal? That's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody swapped, bro.
I was going to, but it was just too late.
I know, me too. But then he picked it, but then by the time I even spawned, it was time's up, bro. So it was really on Emma, bro.
And then if you tell her something, she's gonna fucking throw. So.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Yeah, I'm
It's fine. It's fine.
It's winnable. It's winnable.
I mean, that is our worst teammate, but it's fine. We can genuinely win this. We just need us four to communicate.
We only got 1 point, bro.
I think would have been better than an Emma, or at least.
Yeah, that's what Ice Bullet said, bro. He said that like 5 minutes ago. We should get a thing.
Nope.
EBH Emma doesn't only need to be the one to portal. That's fair. I think time-wise it was the one that made sense the most.
Ice. I don't want to pop off on you, bro. Right? So,
Yeah. No. He's right.
The rule on rank doesn't matter who you are. You switch to if you die first, you switch to portal. Second to die fills that role that is actually facing.
Yeah, I mean, unless you like have ult that's gonna make a game-changing fucking decision, bro, then you can keep it. But at crunch time, bro, it's super tough. Did they always have a Deadpool? They did not, right? They had an Emma before, or something. They still have a Star-Lord. Star-Lord, Emma. I mean, Emma, Elsa, fucking Rocket.
Who's over there? Step.
I go in and out.
Star-Lord just got revived. I don't know who got hit by that, but aim. I hope you can aim. Star-Lord's low. Star-Lord's dead. Someone else is low. I can't even see. There's a fucking massive health bar in my screen, bro.
Yeah, you're not jumping nowhere, brother.
Technically, I could have even just tried the portal. I'm not very good at it.
I mean, yeah, you could have. I thought we did a whole training arc for you just for that.
It wasn't really well done, and this team seems really good. So I was scared that if I portal, like, would it be too low? Would it be?
I mean, yeah. Also, yeah, after you portal, you kind of still have to play strange too, so that's kind of the hard part, right?
But we also have to be mindful that they have a Magneto.
Okay.
There's only so much
Okay. Burnt one. Burnt two. How many is that 3 alts? 3 alts? They double support ulted. They fucking Koniha and I mean not Koniha. They fucking Bartrox it. Where's my support? Where's my support?
Sorry, there's a Star-Lord behind us, by the way. Yeah, there's a Star-Lord behind us. That's what I was getting at.
Ah, the fucking tanks got in the way.
No, you're good. You're good.
He portal. He put a portal behind us, I think, guys. Somewhere behind us, or is he in front?
Who portaled?
Star-Lord.
Who's portaling? Oh, his teleport. His teleport.
Team up. Yeah.
It's like you told me.
I said a portal, bro.
It is a portal because he can portal.
Yeah, but that's not what we think when you say portal.
Sorry.
Oh, Mag bubbled him, bro. He's half, but I can't fucking get him. Okay, we can get their other team though. They can get their other teammates. I can't help you with that one. I don't know when they got a Thor, but he's not me, bro.
He switched earlier.
Is that the Deadpool? No, who's that? Yeah, this is the Deadpool. You're low.
Oh my god.
Okay, we almost have like 3 ults again.
Sorry, I was reloading.
We can combo any of these, I guess. Combo anything with Emma, and you're good on DPS front.
Yeah, I'm close to okay.
Honestly, you can probably change that. Emma Blade is a great combo.
Someone from behind. Thor! From behind. Thor!
Oh, they fucking okay. I mean, they did their ult in like a bad spot, bro. This is like worse than my placement, bro. Holy.
Thor's still behind.
God.
He got
both for so long because it's 350.
350.
Like how much you can absorb until it takes a while. We're not
Oh no! Oh, I didn't see fucking Elsa in front of me, bro.
It's fine. It's fine. We can make it. We can make it. We can make it. I have ult. Bad Moon has ult.
Was someone portaling or?
No. No, but nobody's portaling. This touch point.
White Fox almost has ult.
Yeah, just play for that. I'm gonna ult as soon as I get there.
I almost have ult, guys.
Bro, where the hell does the Thor come from?
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh yeah, I'm dead too.
I cannot.
Bro, y'all keep dying to the ult to ult.
That's why I said the portal.
That's.
We were all of us were already.
I don't know how
out
those
of
two
the
things
game.
relate to each other.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. It's just that support just killed us with it.
Oh, they went to soldier.
Yeah. Their Star-Lord went soldier.
Wait, didn't I kill a soldier earlier?
You probably did. In whatever form he was in. Oh, and I just needed to build ult. That was the worst part.
I know.
Oh
It's
my
tough,
god,
it's
it's
tough.
solo. I'm taking so much.
Kill the tank. Kill the tank.
Bro said 8th of doubt. Where's flexing, bro? What the hell?
He's low. He's low.
Okay, he's almost there. He's almost there. He's almost there. Look at him. Look at him.
I'm on
He's
the
almost there.
I'm on the supports right now. Hold on. I'm okay. I was backline, but they pushed me out to give me better positioning for some reason.
I'm on top ult again.
Mag's low. Mag's low. Mag's one. Mag's dead.
That's all I'm gonna say. We're...
I'm dashing away from this door because he's on my yeah. Watch out for Thor. Watch out for Thor. Oh, watch out for Thor. Please don't die.
Oh my gosh! Why did she keep doing this? I literally faced this out.
I'm dead. Damn, I got headshot.
Back up.
I can't. I'm slowed. His thing is there.
Oh.
Back up or die, back up.
I tried to save you, but Loki fucking killed me too.
Okay,
Portal?
since you guys are close, I'm gonna once I get there, I'm ulting
He
him.
thought he was gonna fucking.
Actually, hold on.
We all have ult.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
we all
gonna
have
portal
ult.
because everybody's still alive.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Bro, I
There is
hate
a
that
Thor
ult.
behind him. I'm just gonna
Yes,
ult this.
there.
Just stay on the point, please.
Oh, this is so weak.
Guys, Thor behind.
Heal there.
Yeah.
How did I not hit him? He was right there.
Guys, Thor.
Thor's dead. Who's left?
I
2 DPS, 2 DPS and Invis. 2 DPS and Invis. Don't let Invis ult.
Invis dead.
Invis already
Invis
ulted.
Invis dead.
Invis already ulted. Yeah.
Bro, I'm just making sure, you know.
Oh,
They're gonna TP.
Rocket also. They TP'd.
wrong way.
They're on triple support. They have a C&D now also. I don't know if you know that. I'm ulting on them. I'm gonna try to see what I can. I didn't do anything really.
Strength's almost dead.
Range is low.
Also behind us is she's slow.
Killers beat.
Range is back. Oh shit. What the fuck?
How do you already get it? I'm dead.
I hate freaking I'm
did they
fighting
always
the
have
ultimate Winter Soldier by myself, dude.
Uh,
So he got it that quickly? That's crazy.
Fuck, bro. I popped off that game too.
1, 2, 2.
Fighty cat, bro. What the fuck is that stat line?
Eighth
11,
goddamn.
11 deaths?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
4 final hits, 11 deaths?
God. I didn't even notice. She does know she could just switch to triple support.
I was getting their backline, bro. Fuck.
Oh man.
I lost 23. What the fuck?
Fighty cat got me fucked up, bro. Ah, another day, another loss.
It's fine. We were doing amazing. Just the end. And fucked us too much.
I just feel like I'll never leave. Diamond, guys. I'm gonna be here.
Not with that attitude.
Half the battles realizing you won the war, bro. Alright?
All you need to know. You say that, but then the amount of times that you keep on the ground and then the
Hey
other...
Roxy, have I ever asked you why you only ever play C&D?
That's the only
guess
one
you
I'm
didn't
really
have-
confident in. Wait, because of what?
Also,
What
I
did you say,
sorry.
T? What did you say, T? What did you
Because
say,
it
T?
takes really because it takes a lot of skills for aiming.
Oh, okay. Wow, okay. Thank you.
Good save, good save.
Uncle. Uncle, yep. Yep.
Okay, guys. What do you think is our
Like,
best
I can play
lineup?
Ox or Rocket, but
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
What do you think is our best lineup here?
Double tank, 1 DPS, 1 healer. I think that's the best lineup.
Why did you start laughing?
you see what they chose?
I mean, listen, man. It could be worse.
I'm literally looking at this. It's like, what do you think our best lineup will be? And then it's like, well, we kind of are stuck with these two as DPS, so we'll figure it out.
That's fine. We can build around them.
Oh my gosh.
If anything, that makes it easier for us because they actually pick
The
characters.
thing is not that we can build around. That's fine. You can. The thing is, would they switch if they have like the other team as a counter or something like that, right?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yo, T, are you good with the thing?
Oh yeah, you can go there.
I guess Roxy's speaking for T now.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
I'll keep my
you can
mouth shut.
sing,
I'm
I
sorry.
guess.
I'll keep
Can
my
you go
mouth
thing?
shut.
Yeah, I guess I can go think.
My apologies. I will keep my fat mouth shut. Why are you fucking Spider-Man?
Because he's
This is Iron Man
that's
and-
why.
But you're one person, bitch. Deal with it.
Yeah,
I'm
he's the
Ultron.
leader of threats.
Yo, it's for
I forgot
us.
About you. Oh yeah.
This is for us.
For us.
Oh, perfect,
Nice,
bro.
for us.
This is perfect.
You'll need a
Yeah, go thing,
top-notch
go
team
thing.
to
Man.
win this one.
All right.
Oh, the Payne brothers, guys. The Payne brothers.
You want me to be black?
This
You
is
want
a
me to
team.
be-
I like this team. I
Did
like
you
this team a
just say
lot.
you want me to be black?
Well, thing has a
Rock,
black.
you're
skin.
black?
The Venom skin.
I'm so done. Okay, yeah, be the Venom skin. That one's cool.
Are you black? Damn, I know.
Why did you have
No,
to say
I'm not
black,
black.
though? Like you know you could use other words.
Listen,
Shaded?
Listen,
Is
that was
that
the
what you
first-
want to fucking say?
Shaded, or you know, you want me to
shaded?
be Venom, you know, symbiote, or
Listen,
you know,
okay, listen.
plenty of other words.
the first thing that came to
Alright,
my mind was
right.
black, okay? Because that's all the color. Okay?
Just saying things not that
Colored?
hard,
Whoa,
as long
whoa,
as you
whoa,
somehow
whoa.
feel like you keep yourself alive. Colored, wow. With the hard R, guys, the hard R. Colored. God damn.
Someone's gonna
Crazy
teach
words.
color
Yo,
individuals. how to play.
hypothetically, right? Rock, since you're my friend, can I say it?
No, what the fuck?
Why
Huh?
not?
No,
Hypothetically.
because I don't even say a bitch.
Hypothetically,
I'll-
because you're my
I'll-
friend.
Listen, no,
I
step
mean,
bro,
like, I
listen.
would have the pass.
Hypothetically,
No, 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 no,
nothing.
no, no, no.
Hypothetically,
I would
nothing.
have
I'm
to-
telling
bro,
you right
listen,
now.
listen.
I'm telling you right now.
No,
No.
no.
The answer is
Don't
no.
listen to her. Step bro. I'm Puerto
Don't
Rican
listen
and
to
I
her?
say it all the time. I say it all the
Okay,
time.
that no. Yeah, I also don't think that's all right. But then I
Step bro, you can say whatever you want, bro, but the reaction you get to saying those words is gonna be, you know, we gotta get
Yeah, you know,
face the consequences.
Bro,
You can stand on
Black
business or you
Hat,
can
where
face the
else here?
consequences, bro. She's fast, bro. She's holy fuck, everybody's getting melted, bro. Oh hell no.
Guys, pay the
Oh
fucking
hell.
attention. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, you guys gotta understand. They have us ranging in ammo. Okay, like we need our DPS to either do the dives, or do
You're
a
asking
tank.
randos.
Okay.
All right, guys.
My nigga stole
We got
their-
this, right? Can we not get cooked by the magic in the back line?
Black Cat low, nice.
Except, bro, you're a little okay. There you go. That's crazy, bro.
You had to push through there. I had 4 people.
We were dealing with the black. You know,
Bro, there's like
black
5
cat.
people aiming at you, bro. I can't out heal that.
Oh my god, the Emma shield, guys. Emma shield.
why
It keeps
that-
helping me.
Am I low? Am I really
dying.
low?
You need to look at your other healer.
Am I dead?
You're so far away, bro. I can't even fucking do anything.
Bro, I'm the only one on point. You're kidding.
I'm going as fast as possible, bro. It's not a fast character. I'm literally fucking flying as fast as possible, man.
I was dying.
Don't die for me. Put that.
Second healer, no heal me. You know, second heal, no heal me. So, you know.
Huh?
He's saying that you suck at healing.
I suck at healing.
I didn't say you suck at healing. I'm just saying you didn't heal me. You know?
I
I got motherfuckers begging for heals on the other side, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. A lot of stress.
I love the fact I'm actually trying to kill White Fox.
As opposed to letting her fucking walk past us.
I don't think that ult was necessary, man.
DPS. It's a DPS ult, bro.
Yeah, but it was just 3 of them though.
Just 3 of them, bro. That's half their team.
Sorry, I forgot this guy. Okay.
Yeah, I opened on them. We didn't go. I mean, it was since
Wasn't your drone supposed to be on that guy? Oh, I put it behind you guys.
Wasn't my drone supposed to be on that? I don't even know who you're referring to when you say that.
Other than the motherfucker that's flying with you, you know? Oh, but Cyclops.
I'm on the ground, bro. Cyclops and Hella. Cyclops and Hella. I'm dead. They beamed the fuck out of me.
I was all, but I didn't even know where the fuck any of you were.
I think Iron Man ulted on someone. Yep. He ulted on Luna.
Did he get anybody? Okay.
Yeah, Luna.
I'm gonna.
Okay. Hold it down.
White Fox dead.
Forced ult.
You guys get a hover ult.
Guys are coming. They're coming. They're
Killer,
coming.
killer, 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 killer.
Strange.
Nice. Thank you, Deadpool.
I got frozen.
I got you, bro.
Don't worry, I'm gonna take revenge. Yep.
He's low. He's so low.
Oh, what the fuck?
W drones.
They got Namor now.
What the fuck happened to our Deadpool? This got melted, bro. Oh, what the fuck happened to my thing, bro? This got melted too.
Bro, I was trying to get the Emma as far away as possible from this part, so I just went in.
They have Namor. Namor and Hella.
Yeah, they have.
Great. Great. I look Namor and Hella.
Holy fucking Namor, bro.
Oh damn, yeah, Namor.
I'm switching to Rocket.
One guy beside me, and that killed me. Oh, it was Nevin.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Alright.
I got that motherfucker sniped the shit out of me, bro.
When we trying to go back and I get sniped by Namor.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did to me. Unfortunately, he can aim that fucking spear.
It's a Trident, bro.
Oh, who's there?
Me? Who do you think? Who do you think?
I said
Me trying to go in.
I literally said peace, okay? There's a squid right there.
I ulted on them.
Oh.
Emma used her team up with Luna. Sorry.
That's fine. I got a breakthrough. That's good.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's a really annoying place, to be honest. Like the little freaking hallway there, it's just annoying.
There.
That's fine. I have ult. Roxy almost has ult. Iron Man has ult. Gambit. They have a Gambit now? Oh shit.
Yes, they had a Gambit. They've had a Gambit for a while. He ulted.
I don't think I was alive for that one.
Hella going in. Yep.
Oh, okay. They double supported. They double supported. I'm dead. I'm dead off the Hella.
Oh my, what is that damage, bro? Holy damage.
I have ult, but you guys are.
Yeah. All good. Wait for the team. Wait for the team. We got this point right now. Once you ult.
They haven't used this Magneto.
And they're waiting for Roxy. I'm assuming for that, but he's dead right now for the neck.
I can bubble it. So once you're done, try to push me.
I mean,
I will come back around, okay? I'm making a 2x2, okay?
Oh, you still.
You gotta do some 2x2.
Yeah, no, that shit that fucking triggered her, bro.
Yeah, because it was my fault. 2x2, guys. 2x2.
One day she's gonna walk into like fucking like Home Depot or something. She's gonna see the 2x2. She's gonna be like, what the fuck, bro?
Dead, nice.
He doesn't even have. Oh, he has it. Oh, wait. Never mind. He
killed me with it, you fucker. What the fuck? The fuck, bro? I guess he probably couldn't see you. He's like, yeah, let me get the closest thing, bro.
The thing is, he couldn't see me. I don't think he had enough at the time.
No, I shielded you. So he saw me
did?
jump to you.
Okay.
And he just turned around.
Could make all the difference.
Okay, I mean, I sacrificed my life for Roxy, bro.
That was the funniest shit. And then he killed you. My God.
Alright, don't laugh too hard. What the?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
What the fuck, bro?
No, because I thought it was so dumb. Because it's like there's 2 people on cart. Even
There's also
even
like
if it's
half
not
a second
me.
left, though.
I know, right? Of all people he could hit, he chose the fucking rocket in the back.
Are you sure this team, like, some other teammates weren't throwing, or am I wrong? Like,
I
the
don't think
bands,
so.
okay, the bands they picked make no sense considering the tanks are playing.
They switched because 2 flyers.
They switched, remember? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was
They had
Ultron in the
Magic,
beginning.
Hella, and who was the other one?
So we
Okay.
were trading
Black
backlines,
Hat, Black Hat,
basically.
Black Hat.
I'm saying the
We're just
tank.
trading
I'm saying
backlines.
the tank.
They had
No,
one
yeah,
earlier.
That's
didn't
what I
they?
mean. So like they banned for their comp, and then I'm diving their backline, and on top of that, we got 2 flyers. They had 2 dives, 1 tank. That's why they switched around.
Yeah.
4, 3.
What it do, Lexi? What
You
it
have to stop them
do?
from securing the mission.
What up,
Hello,
Lexi?
hello.
That's bro right there. That's bro.
Man. Oh,
Portal.
Portal. Oh my God, that literally fucks with my graphics all the time.
They got a black hat, I
You
think.
can train.
Holy fuck, our thing died.
I hear.
Oh,
Is that an Angela?
I mean, not a thing. I fucking had
Yeah,
Deadpool.
yeah.
I don't know why I said thing. I'm dead. I'm dead. Guys, hold it down, please, for the love of
Dude,
God.
this portal's fucking with me.
Bad
Dude,
portal?
The moment
Yeah,
the
I had a
portal
crazy portal.
happens, I just see my graphics. I'm like, why is everything shaking?
Oh, why is everything shaking?
Dude, seriously. That hella really tried. I am lucky that.
I'm just going left side. I'm just going left side. Careful with the back.
Alright, beacon's back. One of you can die. Only one of you can die. I repeat. Don't let it be you.
Oh my God, bro.
I'm trying to do physics real quick, bro. I'm trying to calculate the angle of fucking refraction, bro. Reflection. Ricochet. Mathematics.
No, I thought I was gonna have that.
If you die, you'll get revived. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if you're too far. I don't know if you're too far.
Someone's behind. I hear someone.
Angela. Angela is like half.
Flying jet over here.
There you go.
Nice.
Look
Who's
where
over there?
Deadpool, bro.
Oh,
Pressing
Deadpool.
it.
Fucking shit.
He's too far for the replay, isn't he? I guess.
Didn't you already use it?
I did, but then I revived. I mean, I died, so I got it back.
Oh, you died? Oh, dang. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I died immediately, bro.
I'm so
After
sorry.
getting the first revive, I died immediately.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Nah, it's okay.
You're ready for action.
They just started healing each other. How do you?
Eyeball. Oh my God, from the side. Someone from the side. Who's that?
I was dead. I'm gonna die. I died.
Who knows it?
Okay. Hold it down. I'll be back soon.
Okay, I'm full.
Ain't got rid of me yet.
Okay, we lost Deadpool.
Oh, he's going after me. I can't disappear. I have no phase. I'm dead.
It's okay.
Someone live. Someone please live. For the love of God, somebody please live.
Bro, we're not gonna live a lot.
I ulted on point.
Only 60 seconds left.
Ella can die.
DPS dead.
They have a Thor. They have a Thor now. They have a Thor on the right. He's pushing me on point.
He's coming back.
Thor's dead.
You dead?
I can't see. Okay. Hold on. I need to heal my pain, bros. You're too far. Good exile.
Yeah, you fucking sniped, brother.
Yeah, no, there's still like people behind him, bro.
Oh, that was funny,
Wait,
bro.
step bro. I can't see you. Step bro, guys.
You're good.
Guys, behind. There's a bubble behind you. Or... Okay.
I don't know if you guys are in beacon range, but if you.
There is a Captain America over here. Captain America.
Yeah, they went Captain Magic.
Tap on point. Tap dead. Magic on point. Magic low. Magic dead. Deadpool, I can't save you. Hopefully you get revived. You're not getting revived. Okay, you're too far for that. They can't. They can't portal. They portal to be actually. No, they can. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they can't.
No,
Too late.
Final score.
Oh, we Pain Brothers.
Oh my god. Woohoo. Okay, there we go.
Jesus Christ, dude.
There we go.
Yo, Pain Brothers.
GG.
Crazy, huh?
Oh, I got a triple? Since when the fuck did I get a triple?
Wow, bro, we were just in the fucking back of that.
Healing diff, bro. In the DPS, the final hit statistic. Everything else, they got better than us, but final hits though, final hits, they're not fucking with our supports, bro.
Yeah, I got 30.
Yeah, it's because we were training the back and we were just better at diving their back.
I feel bad for the supports because they kept ulting them every time I saw.
That's your job. Don't feel bad, bro. Don't feel bad. Never feel bad.
Yeah, we never feel bad. We got our points back. Thank you.
Yeah,
Very
I got
much.
a fix. That's it.
We got our points back. Speak for yourself, bro.
Oh, did you not? I'm sorry.
I'm still -3 in our 4 games.
Lex, how was stream?
Yeah, how are your games? Oh my god.
Give
How are
me
your
a
games?
sec. Let me give my bro a shout out.
My bro.
Bro.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Were you ranking today as well? My neck is actually killing me.
She's not showing up.
Oh? Oh no.
There we go. How to type the whole name out.
Dude, that portal though? Portals fuck me over. Goddamn.
Ooh, baby nurse.
Wait, did Streamlabs just... Did Streamlabs from Mad Moon's chat just...
Oh, because they posted a link. Damn. Yeah,
what does that
that's
do?
probably.
Does it time them out? Does it...
Yeah, for 30 seconds.
Ah! He timed out Nightbot. God damn, that's crazy.
That's pretty funny.
That's
I didn't anticipate that part. Need to
yeah, you
put
need
some
to
restrictions on the
think
chat
about
bots.
that. Yeah, because I'm like,
Yeah, well,
shoutouts
you know.
have links usually, so.
I mean, yeah, but in my stream they're modded, but Nightbot isn't modded in my stream. So that's why it didn't work, or why it got auto
It worked on
modded.
my side.
Yeah, it worked on yours, but not on mine.
Yeah, it worked on. I just thought it was funny that that popped up. I was
Yeah.
like, that's hilarious.
Because you can see the message, but you can still see yours on your screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
You got Microsoft on the team?
Microsoft
Oh.
and Line? Microsoft Line? Or is it Line like the Japanese messaging app?
Banish from this match.
How do you know all this?
You're just saying shit, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's a thing, guys. What the fuck?
Was it
Yeah.
like Tinder?
Oh.
No, it's like Discord or WhatsApp.
Why
It's a
would we know
messaging
that?
app.
Yeah, you make it sound like we should know this.
I said it's a messaging app. That's all I said. I didn't say it was a dating app.
No,
Did
you
I
said,
say it was a dating app?
You said,
I said it's a messaging app.
You said what? It's like
You said it's like
a
line, like we're supposed to know what line
yeah,
is, bro.
like your tone, like that was your tone.
No,
bro,
I'm
like,
questioning if
You said
that's the
Microsoft and Line like if they're in the same tier of like notability, bro.
I was just saying line like the. Oh, you know what? I'm not even gonna. I wasn't talking to you guys. I was just questioning it. That's it. That's
Okay,
literally
okay.
it. You know what? I'll just keep
I'm
my
gonna go Wanda.
inner
I'm gonna go Wanda,
thoughts
bro.
to myself.
I'm gonna go crazy with Wanda.
My inner
Line
thoughts.
is a known app. It's clearly not, bro. 50% of this call does not know what Line is. At least I don't know if T knows what Line is.
Probably not.
Either
Hey,
way,
yo,
the
50%
statistic
of
still
this call
stands.
Probably hasn't been to Japan or had a friend that's gone. to
Okay, now you're flexing because you're rich.
I'm not rich. I didn't go to Japan. My friends went to
crazy.
Japan.
Why did you start with
went
that
to
one then?
Japan.
Why did you start with that one then?
You started like y'all because y'all never gone to Japan. Like damn, bro. Okay,
Yeah,
my
I said
bad.
either because you haven't gone to Japan or you haven't had a friend who's gone to Japan. If you went to Japan, you would know.
Why the hostility?
I don't know. I feel like you're assuming a lot, yo.
Have idiots for teammates.
It took you what 2 hours into the stream to figure that part out, bro?
Why?
You getting me a bowl?
You can get the hits.
The elo goes up, but the IQ goes down.
Babe, can I get a what?
How dare you say that, bro? 30 seconds before
Dare you say that, bro?
How
Yeah,
dare
tell
you
him.
say that, bro?
You tell him.
Crazy.
You tell him.
You're gonna get the
Yo, ask him if he knows what line is.
You did not
You
say
lucky
about
him, boy.
about poop, my bad.
Fear not, devil.
W poop.
Not even I can break your bond with the child.
Yo, Microsoft, you want me to write you, bro? If you want.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
What about in the
Say-
game,
say
though?
you want me to write you, bro?
1.
What about in the game, though?
I won't be saying any of that, but dude, I'll get you crazy angles,
fuck?
trust me.
That's
I'm just
crazy
saying,
for either.
man.
Oh my god. What am I?
We're
Who
gonna
are
do
these
crazy
people,
shit with
guys?
this-
Who are
with
these
this
people?
riot team.
These are the
I
people
don't know them.
carrying you.
I
what
don't
I'm
know.
saying.
I don't
Check
know
this shit
them.
out.
I don't know them. I don't know them.
This is the people carrying.
Yeah, yeah.
shoot
You're
that
carrying me, right? You're carrying me.
Alright, get that
Yeah.
down.
Yes.
I want me to know.
Very much has already been established.
Oh my god, I got grabbed.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's been established. You're carrying me. Yup. Captain America.
I don't even know
Bro,
why
I
that's
got
like
hooked.
confusing to you.
Friggin'
You got
Punisher.
hose? Oh, you got hooked. Sorry. I thought you said you got hose.
Nah, I went. I
God,
got
he
just
left
trying
me.
to hook the
He fucking left me, bro.
I went to soldier.
Guys, the shotgun Punisher is trying to get me. Guys, I have to run away now.
Guys, hello.
Guys, he's still chasing me. Guys. Oh, okay, I'm
We're
done.
busy healing ourselves, you know.
Yeah, I can tell.
Run. There was a Captain America. Run faster.
Bro, he was running towards me, and then I got pulled by the Bucky.
Us first. Oh, he's over there.
Who's he?
Captain.
Which one's the he?
Captain, the only one who's been diving our backline, you know?
Oh, he's not the only problem on the team.
Yep, but he's the only one
I love
diving
how
our
Emma's
backline
going
right
for
now.
the Emma Captain America just they're being annoying.
Microsoft, we need you to do better.
To battle again.
Oh, Microsoft,
Yeah.
you're on your own, really.
Bro, can I come back and stay alive for 3 seconds?
No, bro. Bucky, someone's gonna pull you back, bro. You have no choice. Either the fucking
nice.
Invis or the Bucky's gonna pull you back.
Oh fucker, when?
What's there? You're by yourself, my moon.
Yeah, I didn't choose to be by myself. It just kind of,
It can happen, you know?
gravity
mother-
wasn't fucking with me.
Guys, I'm being harassed.
That's great, dude. I'm gonna die. Oh, shield's up, yo. That's big. That's super big.
Kind of.
Let's go back.
I'm dead.
You did your part, I suppose.
Okay, I'm ulting.
Oh my god.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Punisher
Oh.
with-
I think you got killed.
Punisher?
Oh, what the fuck happened to you,
Shotgun,
dude?
Shotgun him, bro.
He shotgunned
Bro,
me
this-
behind the head.
You're
Behind the
not getting
head.
The freaking Punisher.
It was behind the head. I couldn't do anything, guys. Oh my god. this is
Go in,
not-
go in. Even if you die, go in.
It's over, dude. It's over, dude.
Oh, it really is making me
What am I
Man,
doing?
I'm
Bro,
dead.
this Punisher is
Oh
just
my God,
fucking
what the
crazy
fuck?
with headshots.
Dude, he
God damn.
he fucking
God damn.
Oh god. What
Yeah,
the
I was saying the shotgun Punisher's a problem, bro. It's not the Captain America that's the issue, dude.
He's like hitting headshot, bro.
Dude, no, the way he hit it, I'm like, what the fuck? How?
Sorcerer supreme.
He literally smoke screened and then turned around and hit me behind
Open
the
your
head.
eyes.
Like, what the fuck?
Reality is but an illusion.
Fuck, bro.
30 seconds before you attack.
I'm going DPS if someone wants to go tank.
Mad wants to
Definitely name more.
I win them
Mad
all, I
wants to
win
go
them all.
DPS.
Trust,
You mean-
trust.
DPS, not ping.
Dude, we
I don't
have
know
an
if
issue.
Squirrel Girl is the thing here, though, because if Punisher gets you, you're dead.
If he gets me, how's he gonna get me? I can
Have
jump.
you seen this?
3,
I can jump.
1.
He hasn't seen me
It's
yet.
All you need to do is
It's not even the fact that Punisher's hitting headshots. It's the fact that supports are not letting him.
It's the fact that the Bucky keeps fucking pulling me every time I get away from the Punisher, and then I get back fucking to the Punisher, bro.
I've been
and then,
trying
or
to
it's
kill
either or the Invis pulls me, bro.
Both getting so many heals.
Yeah. It is a skill issue. That's why I gotta change characters, bro.
I'm in there.
Jump down, jump down, jump down, jump down, jump down, jump down. You're gonna do it, yeah.
Oh, there is a.
Okay,
oh, great.
We ran away, by the way.
Oh, for my.
Oh my god.
Get up.
Walk back, walk back, walk back.
Oh fuck, Punisher's up top.
Thank you, Invis, for taking. I mean, Luna, for taking the thing by yourself. Thank you.
Huh?
And leaving us all down there.
Oh, you're talking about the fucking map
The
thing?
blob thing or whatever the fuck they used to get up. As I was literally going to go get on it, she thinks it's go up and like, oh, cap from behind, cap from behind.
He's so low, dude.
Oh, Punisher from the side.
Punisher right. Punisher dead. I'm so low. Somebody please help me. Oh, thank you.
Punisher revived.
Oh, bro, don't say things like that.
We have a rocket.
Yes,
Oh,
they had a rocket for a while.
No.
What?
Is the Luna ulting? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Friends call me Mark, or Steven, or Jake.
Oh.
Oh, right.
Judge, jury.
Okay, oh my god.
Oh no, the fucking alt, bro.
Oh my god, he was in our back line? What the?
Yeah, he pushed the Luna all the way back to basically where I fucking came back from spawn, bro.
Oh my god, bro. I'm getting shit on, bro.
We are getting shit on, bro.
Not bad to him.
Jesus Christ, bro. Are these the worst stat lines we've ever put up ever?
Probably.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit, Suffer 1, 2, and 8. God damn.
Bro, I was getting fucking mad. I don't know, I
Dude,
don't
everybody
know,
had one final hit. Everybody had only one final hit. Oh man.
That Punisher's crazy, bro.
Yeah, Mr. Saggy Sack, bro. Unfortunately, he fucking dragged his fucking nuts on us.
Overall, I've lost points, guys.
That's great, dude.
Where will we start at?
Yeah, something like that.
56, 58, or whatever. I've lost.
Something like that, guys.
We've lost more than we won.
It's in failure where we learn the most, okay?
It's in failure where we won.
When you try your best, but you don't succeed. Auntie, can I tell you something?
Yeah, Rebel, I thought you left. I thought you left. What happened to leaving?
Happened to leaving, bro? What the hell?
Oh, God.
I think the game was winnable
That's
if you would have
interesting.
banned Punish.
Bro, that freaking
I mean,
Punisher was
Someone
the
wanted
how
to
could we
go
have known?
Dino, so.
No.
Yeah, why didn't we ban Punisher if someone wanted to play Dino?
No, because we didn't know, but...
We didn't know.
we
How would
didn't
we have
know,
known?
No, it's like most of the time if you want to play Dino, most of the time someone they ban Punisher. Is that not?
But we had a Punisher.
I literally got one kill, and then my Dino died, and I died instantly, and I switched off because I know.
And he never got a kill ever again.
Yeah. I've been up for 37 hours straight. Why? Red Ball, why? I need to ask. Why are we?
Bro's doing the brain damage challenge.
Why are you requesting yourself? I'm confused.
Maybe he's
Now, who am I gonna banish from this
Finally,
match?
10th. Oh my god, Ruby, you are on a roll. What the fuck, Ruby? How far from ace are you now? Sounds like you're almost there. Oh damn, I'm impressed you're not already there after 10 dubs. Like, fucking shit.
What is he playing?
They're playing Ultra Rumble, My Hero.
My Hero. What is that?
It's a game.
It's like a My Hero Academia, like the anime. It's like a battle royale game.
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Is it good or is it?
People
It
are
depends
very
on who you
toxic
ask,
on
I
there.
guess. Depends on who you ask.
Are we not banning?
What kind of
anything?
style is it? Is it like? I don't know who I'm banning.
Like Fortnite-ish, I guess, you know?
Yeah, I guess it's Fortnite-ish, but then it's not the same as Fortnite. You know what I mean? Because it's
I mean, like in terms of like, it's like cartoony. It's got like, you
everyone has
know,
abilities,
vibrant
that's
colors.
the point, you're right? So
What's
it's
the
not like
point
you're
of it?
picking-
Like, is it like a zone or is it like a team deathmatch or?
Team death.
Zone. Well, isn't it zone? Isn't there a circle?
Yeah, zone, but then
Yeah.
The only items in your game are healing items and upgrade items for your.
yeah,
quirks.
healing shield and upgrade for your
The
ability.
right heroes could make all the difference.
For your quirks, sorry, quirks.
Yesterday I was on Overwatch and at a 72% win rate.
What'd you play?
That's
Wait, were you playing the
nice.
crafting mode? Can you play more of the craft? IT, your solo team. Oh damn, should have gone to the bathroom.
I think I should play poke instead of dive. Let's see how it goes though.
Bro, what the fuck? Pillow has a new VTuber model, bro? What the what am I looking at, bro?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
The
Stay strong.
fuck? Insane switch up.
You as glad as I am that all that nonsense with Dracula's over?
Yeah. I just wish I'd had the chance to take him out myself.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of other lunatics you can use those swords of yours on.
That better be. Because I'm getting tired of staying.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright guys, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in.
Oh, they have an Elsa. Who's over there? Oh, they have a Spider-Man. Careful, man.
Oh, great, great. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Oh, they have Iron Man now too. Great. That's the one here. Spider-Man.
Missing my fucking dive, bro.
Oh no.
Oh my god, why the fuck am I losing frames?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't die in the next 1 second, bro, please.
He dies.
Hopefully someone's getting revived. Okay, it's T. Thank you. Thank God it's not the random.
On the side. Oh.
I was on my,
Wait, that is
okay.
Iron Man, right? Am I crazy?
Bro, Elsa's still on the side. Oh my God.
Elsa, yep.
No, fucking Jamel got me, bro.
Evo.
Iron Man, please. Iron Man in the sky. They have triple DPS. Since Star-Lord, please. Star-Lord, please kill Iron Man.
They have triple DPS. We have triple DPS.
I need you guys to. Oh, never mind. There's only so many people we can ban, dude.
Oh, that's good.
Alright, guys, where the fuck is the team? What the?
Oh, no. Did you ult?
Yeah,
Is that us?
We're fine.
We're not fine. That rogue is fucking touching me in the backline, bro. I need to get to that first. Oh, hell no. Okay. Hold on. 8 seconds till the beacon's back. Don't die, please. For the love of God. I'm praying. Please.
There we go. Good old Rox.
No problem. Oh. Okay, our Winter Soldier's dead. Woo. Oh. At least you touched it. Oh no! 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 What the fuck?
I'm trying. Please live.
We can go through that. We can go through that. I can anti.
Yeah, keep going. I'm pushing Gambit back. I'm trying to come back. Okay, thank you. Holy fuck, thank you, Roxy.
No problem. I got you.
Yo, T, save your ults for that Iron Man ult. And then just instantly kill the healers. If not, they're gonna pop it.
Whoa.
Iron Man's coming from the left side. He's like over here somewhere. Iron Man's dead. Nice, thank you. Beacon's back, don't die. Okay, you can die now. Okay, Roxy, you're back. Roxy, you're back.
Yeah. But it's not helping. It's not helpful. It's just me and you.
Oh, damn. It's okay, we have the... Oh, never mind. We don't have the point. I thought fucking... Starler was gonna live to get it.
It would be nice if somebody would deal with this fighting.
I bolt again.
No, she was one, bro.
There.
Fuck.
Just me and T on point, guys. Ooh, she's trying to
We're
kill
split here.
me.
We gotta group up, but we're hella split.
Yeah, we're over
We
here
are
by
hella
T.
split.
Me and Mad Moon are over here by T. Where is our other?
Don't worry about it. It's being handled.
We have again.
Also behind. I can help you with that.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna die again.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you better with that 1v1 stuff, bro.
I want a 1v2, brother. What do you mean? You better.
Bro, I'm fucking 1v2ing right now, bro. Somebody please help me, bro. Oh my god. I'm running for my fucking life. No, they got the point, bro. Oh my god.
We were dealing with the
Dude, I was like, a fucking Gambit was chasing me, bro. Oh my god. Scary stuff.
If I hadn't been ulted by that Elsa, I would have lived.
Okay, it's okay. We got 3 ults, almost 4. Was I more important than the point?
What?
Who the fuck? I don't know. Rogue said that in the chat. I don't even know who the fuck Rogue is, bro.
Oh, he's talking to probably the Winter Soldier.
Like a Star-Lord? Okay. Sure.
No, Winter Soldier.
I don't know. That's the fucking Star-Lord's the one that replied.
Oh, no, Star-Lord. Guys, I'm dying.
Oh my god, everything. Oh, bully me, bro. Thank you for the ult.
I
We can go through
can't
that.
I have to switch. And I'm not there.
Bitch, you tried to ult me.
Don't push her away.
Bro, how is she still alive? Oh my god. There's no way. There's no freaking way, dude. Alright, I panicked. Spider-Man was literally in my fucking ass cheeks.
Because they still have one. They still have Gambit? Or did they use Gambit?
Only 60 seconds left.
Where's their Elsa?
Elsa? Oh, there, Elsa.
She's gonna ult.
Back up on that.
Oh,
Dude,
fucking
that
stressful,
Iron
bro.
Man, it's doing too much splash damage. With the Spider-Man?
Spider-Man backline. Oh,
I knew it! I knew she would do it
no.
again! She's dead, she's dead, she's dead.
Okay, hold it down, hold it down, hold it down, hold it down. Get Spider-Man. He's half, he's running away. He's low, he can die. Beacon back in 3 seconds. Beacon's back.
Several, I'm a several.
Yeah, we can. Never mind.
Never
Oh.
mind, nice.
Current score is 0-2.
Good shit.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Good shit if we
You'll
get
need a
them.
top-notch team to win this one.
Right?
Who are you calling a raccoon?
I mean, our Star-Lord should be focusing on, but he's jumping the backline, so I'm not even mad about that.
My ears. Oh shit.
All right.
We're pushing this time, right?
Yes.
Keep pushing.
This is why.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Bro, fucking, if I'm not getting touched by somebody, fucking, they switch on me, bro.
I'll make it worth your while, Bucky. Go on, name your price. 1 raccoon skin hat. Yikes. I mean, technically I ain't a raccoon, but something tells me I should.
All right, guys, we got this.
We do, sure.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Alright, so you're gonna have to put pressure on the front so I can dive it.
Oh.
When you got some, that was some bad wording, dude.
Huh?
Why you gotta say that? I freaking total shot, dude.
Hey, man,
I've
that's
been here
the.
for a while watching you, like, bro, what happened?
I've sent like 3 messages, bro. What do you mean you've been watching me, bro?
As long as Spider-Man's on me, you're fine, you're fine.
Holy fuck. Why is this dinosaur doing like a lot right now? Holy fuck, Spider-Man's on my fucking ass. We're good, we're good. Hold on, we're good, we're good, we're good. Everything's okay. Everything's
Fucking 3
okay.
of them are on me. I killed the Jamal, but...
Everything's okay, don't worry, bro. The card is moving, everything's okay.
Spider-Man behind, Spider-Man behind.
Kill that.
Well, you got one. I can't believe it.
Nice.
Team player, that's me.
Now that Spider-Man switched to help out the team.
I have a name more.
Also, don't forget to move your res.
I look out for the little guys.
I don't even know what I was doing there. I was doing nothing. Bunch of nothing.
Keep up the momentum.
Fuck yeah.
Wait, what the fuck?
They're both like patty kicking each other and trying to kill me. I mean, we're getting free space from that, so I'm getting even though I'm dying.
You're welcome. This is a nice spot.
Oh, she got me, guys.
No, Rogue. Oh,
Guys, I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay.
I'm also dead. Half the team is dead. Did they use... How many ults did they use?
They use Rogue, they use...
Luna. then
That's
who
about
else?
it. Oh,
They-
and Gambit.
They're down a healer. Yeah, they're down a healer.
They use Gambit as well, so I don't have any support ults.
Oh, over
There you
here.
go.
They're down a healer.
Cap,
So yeah, put-
Cap. Don't
I'm
forget Cap.
ultimate, I'm
Peeking
ultimate.
over here.
They're trying to trade backlines here. I'm ulting this. 3, 2, 1.
Don't worry, Herbie. I look
No,
out for
why
the
you
little
ulted? You
guys.
could have saved that.
I pushed them back.
Tap on point.
I'd rather
He's low.
have ult before Rogue steals it again.
Alright, just snag my 11th.
Oh yeah, I pushed them all the way back, bro.
Oh, someone scratch my back. You're welcome.
I'm just dying, but I need to fight these guys, bro. There's just 3 of them looking at me.
Guys. Cap.
Y'all good? Why is the point not moving? Oh, that would be the reason.
Dude, move there! You not see the
Bro,
bubble?
I don't know if you're seeing this, bro. Holy fuck up.
Unfortunately, I am seeing a lot of it.
Just looking at me, bro.
Luna's dead. Gambit's low. Oh my god.
Dude, our Winter Soldier was just
I'm
like
dead.
waiting for-
I'm
I'm
out.
like, there's a bubble right there. Just move a bit.
These come in real handy.
It's okay, we got this. We got this. I'm not worried at it, even in the least, bro. Can I stay in spawn? Hell yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Hell yeah, I can stay in spawn.
God damn it, I have to walk so
Bozos,
much.
can you look the other way for a second? Get off my team's ass, bro.
Relay deployed. It ain't follow the enemy. I'll patch you up.
I am ready to put on a
Cap.
show.
My good
Yeah, you're
deed
not
for the
looking better.
day. Will's gone? That's, well, you're welcome.
Oh, they got a Winter Soldier. They got a Winter Soldier.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
They got a Winter Soldier.
They got it, don't even worry.
Oh my god, I have to dip out.
Oh my god, bro. Didn't see that one coming.
Teleporter ready.
I have ult.
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge. I'll patch you up. Armor patch here. Hey up.
Let's go. I think we got after this
They have a
alt.
Hawkeye?
Yeah, they've been had a Hawkeye.
Yeah, they've been having.
After this alt, Roxine, we're good. I think.
Yeah, I'll. Oh,
Oh.
no, isn't it?
Please tell me you're in beacon range for that, bro.
Oh, yes, he was.
Alt, please. Please.
I'm gonna go back a bit.
Rogue's dead.
Healer
Winter
dead.
Soldier's dead.
Good cap, and we win.
Yo, Gambit.
Okay. Iron Man? Jesus Christ.
That was. Oh,
Bro,
God.
if you watch this fucking replay, there was fucking 4 of them on me when I would dive, bro.
Yeah, you kept dying so much. I'm like, oh wow. God damn.
I mean, I was pushing them back. I was getting space, but holy, bro, like,
Holy
they were
fucking
fucking dicks, bro.
27,000 damage is actually kind of crazy.
Only 15.
Trash ass team.
God
What
damn.
you mean trash ass team, bro? What are you talking about? Get off in
that
good night,
someone
July
on our team?
3rd, 2026? What?
Was
The
that-
fuck
was
is
that our
Maja
own
Dukes
teammate
even
calling
talking about, bro?
Watching what?
Huh?
What is his name? Watching what?
Maja Dukes?
Oh, I don't know.
This guy's name is I still a kid, but you're too busy.
Maja Dukes?
Magic Dukes, isn't that it? Yeah.
I don't know. How you let a rocket get the same amount of final hits as a rogue, bro?
Oh, really? I didn't even notice that. Goddamn. Goddamn.
What happened, baby? I was over here like gaming, and I was like, "No, how was it, Elias?"
It was.
It's not even. I didn't
Wait,
even say
what
that.
is
I didn't say I love
Oh.
you.
Huh?
You didn't say I love
It
you?
says,
Wait,
"You're
what?
so beautiful."
Huh?
What's happening in my ears right now?
That's
I don't
because
know. I'm
last
so
night
confused.
when I was like playing with everybody, the
Uh-huh.
song came up with you ever seen what is that? What is that? The little "You're so beautiful." Whenever he's like in the river, I can't remember the little rascals.
Little
That
rascal?
scene, the little scene where he's like in a boat with the little girl. The little one with the hair up, like with the little hair, like sticking up.
I don't know. I've never seen a Little Rascal.
You never seen it?
No.
I've
There's
seen
a
Little
scene where
Rascals in
like
like
he's
at least
like
like 15 years, bro. You're talking about a movie from like the fucking
Well,
90s, bro.
there's the scene in there, and there's like, the kid starts singing, "You're so beautiful," and then my little kid came up and he's like, "I'm gonna tell mom you have a girlfriend." He went-
Oh! Yeah, you tell him. Nah, you tell him. You tell him. Guys, my room is so hot that the chocolate I have on my desk is melted. I'm just leaving it there. I'm not even gonna touch it. Oh my god. Well,
The
it
Little
turns
Rascals
out rank up
Alfalfa,
points
yeah,
can
yeah.
be gathered much faster if you are purely support. Oh goddamn. Alfalfa? What's alfalfa?
Yeah, that's the little kid. That's the kid's name.
Oh, okay.
Who's that? That one?
That's the kid I'm talking about. Huh?
Who's that?
Had to put the chocolate in the fridge.
I will. Yeah,
The
later.
one that was with us with the soccer game.
His
Not
name
the,
name is Diego.
yeah, that.
I'm not playing with him.
Do you play with them usually?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 19-inch blade? What the fuck? Emma's boots? What the fuck? Pea shooter is on our team? Okay, guys, we have a pea shooter. Pea shooter who got the
Oh no!
Lady Loki skin.
I peed my pants.
Which
That's
hero
a
do you
shooter.
think you want to be today?
You peed your pants? Oh, pea shooter.
Who are you calling a raccoon? huh?
Joke, guys, it's a joke.
Go Diego, go Diego.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Why are we
Diego,
banning
go.
Blade? He's not a. Is he a Blade player? I don't think they're a Blade player. Look at the Blade in their name. Okay, I'm not. It's a waste of a ban. It's literally a waste of a ban. Whatever. He's gonna see it and he's gonna laugh his ass off. Useless. Who bans Blade, guys?
White Fox. Okay,
I
Spider-Man.
think they're basing it off the one of them had wasn't that the 19-inch blade or whatever that had the banner?
I don't
banner?
know what it was. I don't really
Either
pay attention to
way.
those kind of things.
But they're
Dude,
going
it's
dive, so they want.
I just read if the name is funny. That's about it. Everything else
Oh,
is irrelevant.
He's mad. He's mad.
Huh?
No, when the Moon Knight bands went in, he was like, he made a noise. Number 6 made a noise.
What noise are you
PC?
talking about? What noise was that? Can you repeat it?
You're funny.
I need to do something here, please. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Why didn't we ban Penny?
Because they're going dive. So they don't care about anything else but their dive.
But that's why you banned Penny, right?
No, because they're not like dive like magic or dive like sponge. They're like flying dive.
What are these noises in my ear?
I don't know, but it's turning me on. We got it, guys.
I hope your kid heard that and goes and tells Lenya.
Oh, Benny is on.
I am the god of thunder and the mighty. Oh,
I'm a good guy who occasionally.
They'll be coming in 30
takes stuff that doesn't
seconds.
belong to
Stay strong.
a shield.
Okay, Mamoon, 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 Mamoon.
Yes, Rachi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Where am I? You know, I'm there.
You're my favorite outfit. Come here, come here, come here. See? You know? Came here. You know, if we're gonna
What?
push, we play in here.
Why don't
We
you go
play
for a
in here.
run?
Oh my god, you're so loud.
4, 3.
Oh my god, please stop talking. You're so loud. I don't wanna.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'm scared, guys. I'm scared. I'm scared.
There are two
Huh?
dudes, huh?
They're scaring me.
Sounds like overpopulation.
I'm scared. Oh.
Oh,
Venom! Venom in the back line! What
Venom. I don't see a
Make it
Venom.
sound like he can't fly, bro.
I don't. He can't fly, bro. He's dead, bro. Fucking no fly zone, bro.
the fuck? No fly zone! No fly zone!
They know better. They know. No flex zone. No
I'm
flex.
glad we all know that. Well, at least Madman knows that. How about that?
Everybody important. Holy fuck, bro. Spider-Man, bro. You're too shifty. I can't heal you if you're doing all that.
Venom in the back.
Venom. Yeah, he's dead again.
Just fucking feeding me, brother.
Venom is. That's their ace, bro. That's the sad part. That's their best player. Oh no, we lost Black Cat. You're definitely not in beacon range, bro. There's no way.
Someone scratch my back. I'll patch you up.
Kept you alive to get that pack.
Oh, I'm just trying to keep Spider-Man alive, bro. This guy's doing way too much right now. I have my ult. Spider-Man, bro, I can't help you.
Oh, guys, it got stuck. The bubble got stuck behind the frostbite.
Is that what it's called?
The team up with Luna? Oh shit, I couldn't heal you guys.
No, no, okay. Black Cat will come back this time. I'm ulting.
This is real firepower. My good deed for the day.
Nice.
Where's Spidey?
He's
Still alive?
over there. Yeah, he's getting a health pack. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, they went Deadpool as their third.
You're welcome.
He's good though. He's good if he's near it.
So that's 19-inch blade, bro.
Is he really a blade player? Like that'd be crazy. I thought it was a joke.
I'll patch you up.
19 inches of blade.
You get a weapon, you get a weapon.
Hey, yo.
See, I'm flarking helpful. This is a nice spot.
He's coming
Did I
back,
see
right?
Venom or did they switch off Venom?
They swapped ammo. They have strange ammo now.
I don't. I'm
They
double
swapped-
checking constantly.
They have
Almost there. She's almost there. Fuck.
Multi.
ammo on point, backline. Strange on point, backline.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
I can't help you. Unfortunately, I can't help anybody. Oh no, dude.
Dude, our Black Cat is 4 and 3.
30 seconds.
You have to.
No point. Or, AP shooter. 4 and 4?
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I don't know why you tried to ult that by yourself. You know, you're trying to stall, probably? I'll give you that. Okay. Probably trying to stall. I hear this noise.
You hear this noise? Surely you should know what every noise sounds like in this game by now,
I
right?
don't know if it's in-game or if it's...
Oh, that's concerning.
You're a bit.
You smell toast too? Burnt toast or anything?
I'm gonna be done.
This is not what I want my teammates to be talking about, bro.
shield. I'm a shield. I'm a shield. I'm a shield.
Against the world.
I'm dying.
This is real.
What the fuck is happening, bro? Oh my god.
Nice. Bro, don't overextend like that. Don't overextend like that.
A shield?
Why did...
Well, okay.
What are you doing?
What?
Is this motherfucker slow walking?
I almost just walked off the map, bro. Holy, where the fuck am I?
Girls flexing that they survived.
Flexing that you survived
that
is
you
crazy.
Survived? That's crazy to be flexing.
Yeah,
that.
I actually survived because I put a shield on.
I thought they got like, you know, multiple kills or something like
No.
this, but no, just survival is what you really flex with now.
I mean, you know, you take what you can get, I guess.
God damn.
That she went in on comp and I had to put a shield on her.
Oh crap, I didn't also do that.
Woo, killed the healer.
Try my best, try my best, try my best. One of you can die, but not all of you. Okay. Cyclops up top.
Step below.
Nice. Emma low. Never mind. She's dead. Emma's... I mean, Elsa... I mean, fucking Luna just gave up, bro. I don't even know what the fuck that was. They still on triple? Oh, they still on triple? This guy said okay? Why did I just say okay?
Maybe because they stole his kills, maybe.
Stole his kill.
Or because the Luna stopped, like, and let her
Oh
stop
yeah,
the
that's probably why.
Get him. They're portaling.
Easier. Okay. I mean, I'm at like 80%. I'm ulting. Kill everybody. Okay. Sorry, kill anybody. Never mind. They weren't even on the point. I died at the end. Man, fuck you, Cyclops.
Guys, I was so late.
You moved. I killed one, bro.
Yeah, I'm very happy
That's
actually.
literally how I saw. What is with that leg? That's what I was thinking. Stream. That's literally what I was saying. I'm like, why am I so legged out?
Was it a portal? What happened?
Did they portal? I think they did portal. I thought I heard it.
I don't even know. It was too late. It was too late at the end. I just saw the Cyclops all. I fucking died to that shit in slow motion, dude.
They did?
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did. Okay. It's not lagging right now, so. Okay. I just lagged out at the end. I'm like, well,
yeah,
I'm
at the end, like, the moment they dropped every ult, like, I saw my shield popping up, like, in slow motion. I bowled myself and then I ult. Like, in slow motion right there.
Right? I'm just like. I thought they portaled because it just started lagging at some point, and I'm like, I hear something, but okay.
You happen to have a backup helmet you could spare, do you, handsome?
Guys, our Black Cat's 11-4 now. Goddamn, because she survived.
I know a private collector who'd pay a fortune for an authentic piece like that.
We got this. I believe in us.
I want. Give me a fucking bag.
Starts in 5,
You, what?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture
Why do you need the double jump badge? What the fuck?
I don't
took
know.
the double jump badge as a flyer.
Shit, sometimes you need that, bro. You need to get up real quick, bro. You wouldn't understand.
Got a rocket now?
I
Yeah.
just realized we're solo tanky.
So?
Haven't we been solo tanking ever since I swapped off tank?
No, Sepro was Penny.
Oh yeah.
Ever since,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Sepro. Yeah, Penny
Yeah.
last round. Remember?
Yeah.
I can't heal him by myself, please. There's a bubble.
Survival of the fittest right here.
Bro, fucking T's not the only person in this match, bro. I gotta heal everybody else too, bro.
The fittest? Okay, let's say survival of the fittest. Yeah, yeah.
I'm
While
like
you're
that.
fighting two tanks at Deadpool, another DPS.
The survival of the better.
Oh, who did you ult on?
Wait,
Sneak around, fly right up to him and all.
He's talking to Sep, bro.
what are you doing there, man?
What am I doing? I'm fighting for my fucking life, bro. What are you doing?
Rocket dead. He might be coming back right now, but.
Multi.
Alright, we can get the point. I believe in us. Never mind.
Do we have a rocket ult incoming?
We do, yeah, we do. I'm using it right now.
Oh my god.
Don't die, Cyclops, please.
Strength.
Oh, shit. I'm healing T only right now.
Really did not care about Rocky at all. It just,
Here, T.
it just went for me.
He's going for
I mean, it worked out for us because I was only healing you, bro.
Bro, why me? I understand.
Emma can die, Emma can die. Emma solo. Never mind, the fucking bubble.
No, she is. She still is.
Yeah, but not enough I can do.
Not really,
Someone else has to do that. Range is low, whoever the fuck that is. Alright, nice. Yeah, stop this guy from coming back and we're good.
Slightly laggy.
Lightly?
Slightly off. Yeah, it's just slightly off. I can tell that there's a bit of a delay. It's not as.
That's not what I want to hear from my teammates.
I'm sorry. There's only so much. We have 3 minutes 40 seconds.
Don't get cocky.
I'm not trying to get cocky. I'm just saying we need to.
Don't get cocky.
I'll patch you up.
Did our black cat just die? I can't tell.
No.
Oh, I'm lagging bad. Oh no, I'm lagging bad.
Oh, the motherfuckers walking like lines and stuff now, dude. It's over.
I might remind me to quit the game and then come back.
Okay.
What's up, bro? Can't see you. Thank you.
I can't help anybody with that.
There's a bubble tea. Okay, never mind.
Bubble. There's bubble tea. Hey. What flavor?
You're funny. Who is up there? Is that a black cat?
Yeah.
Why is she down? What the fuck is she doing? What the fuck is she doing?
She's about to get herself
we have a
fucking
bunch of ults coming out. We should be able to push
Oh,
them back.
lordy lord. Ranges on
Where are
me.
you?
Don't worry about me. Worry about our team.
Guys, we have a bunch of ults. Come on. We
Okay,
gotta
there.
group up.
Yeah, we got almost all our ults.
Our black cat's not dead.
The Black Cat's ult is irrelevant to the rest of us. It's.
It would be nice if she ulted
Why would you
out.
ult there, bro? I can't even see you to heal you, man.
Bro, are you okay?
Stop, bro.
I misclicked it. I was gonna go.
You got bubble.
I'm healing you from the other side.
Bubbled you.
I know. I said I love you. What the fuck?
Check harder? What do you mean check harder? What does that even mean, bro? Yo, did someone leave their team or are they swapping? I don't know what's happening, bro.
I need help, bro.
We have like 5 ults. Surely we can get a semblance of motion with 2 support ults and a Spider-Man ult.
Please switch to
Nathan
tank.
fucking
I need
punish a
another
rage
tank.
if I spawn camping him. Let's just
We have Venom now.
Nice. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, freaking Emma solo.
Okay, nice.
Emma dead. Nice.
Just stay in that, just stay in that, just stay in that.
Do
The rest of the team?
Nah, he will make it. He will make it.
No,
He
Look
will
how far
definitely
we are.
definitely make it, bro. This shit's slow as fuck.
No, he won't.
He won't.
He won't.
W ult.
Spider-Man, go do something. Do your job.
Oh, he won't. I guess he won't, bro. This guy did
Goddamn.
Spider-Man block it or something? Like what happened, bro?
I don't know.
He didn't have time, and
Dude,
then they
my
lost
shit's
one.
so lagged. That's not even stream. It's just me. It's just me that's lagged.
A win's a win, bro. We take those.
Pin Gambit? Oh damn. Holy shit, I did 10,000 damage and 5 final hit space.
Yeah, he did so much more than me. It's actually crazy. I'm just feeding off the revives. That's all. That's it. That's the only thing holding our team together at this point. For my healing's fucking lacking, bro.
Every time P is low, it's like bubble. Oh my god.
Are you restarting your game now? Or...
Yes, I'm gonna restart.
Okay, I'm gonna take a ad break real quick. As I go to the washroom.
Yeah, I'm diamond 1.
Oh.
Nah.
You mean Diamond 3, right? You mean Diamond 3? You mean Diamond 3, right?
Diamond 3?
I was like, yeah, how this guy pass all of us?
He's on his way to GM, guys. On his way to GM.
Without us? Oh,
On his
fuck,
way to
man.
GM. Oh my gosh.
Nah, you actually imagine like I would just get enough points to like rank up to Diamond 1. That would be crazy.
That'd be crazy. I think I can close that.
Game expecting too much of me.
Okay, nuts. Closed a lot of things. It's gonna be too much in my system. Oh my god. Hey, you know what, T? We expect a lot from you because we know you can do it. That's it. You know, we know you can do it. I forgot that this coach is not even in here. Y'all are just hearing me talk. God damn. Must be boring as fuck. I'm so sorry.
Evan?
Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nah, I ain't talking shit about no one. What the fuck? Why do you assume I'm talking shit? What the fuck? Guys, don't forget to drink some water. Hydration check. Hydration check. Hydration check.
Does this mean we're done?
I'm just restarting my system. What the fuck?
Dude, it's 2 a.m. Don't you have work tomorrow?
Shut the fuck up. Okay, whoever is leader. Oh, that's T. Wait, Bad Moon is in the washroom. I just remember. Bad Moon is in the washroom.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Appreciate the follow, Pooter the cat.
That's Mad Moon. That's Mad Moon. He followed Mad Moon.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Pooh the cat.
Oh no!
It's on me. What do you mean? That's on. It's me. He followed. Yo, Pooter, you better tell him.
Did you follow him?
I don't know who you follow. I don't know. I'm just listening to what you said.
It only showed up for
I just put my headphones on. It was me though.
Pooter, I'm sorry. We can't play together anymore. I'm Diamond now.
What rank is Pooter?
What rank is
He's
Pooter?
silver. Good question. He's plat something. He's plat something.
Man says silver. I'm like, he can't play with you anyways. And then
No, he's plat
Tell
something.
these people.
He's plat 3. Plat 3.
You're plat 3. Hey, all
I
I
can
can
play.
pick out Mad Moon.
Silver?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, this is offended, bro. What the fuck? I'd be offended too, bro.
Oh yeah. Yo, man.
That's all we have to do. Wow, you thought he was a silver player? God damn.
No. I know he's plat. I know he's plat.
Yeah, he played with us, but we played quick play though. We played quick play.
No.
I mean, if he's in plat, you can still play with us. Actually, no, because I'm in Diamond 2. Never mind.
We were
If he's
playing
plat 3,
quick
you
play.
can't.
Yes, he did play with us before. And remember with Diego and all stuff. But we were playing quick play. We were only playing quick play. I know that because I was playing White Fox and y'all were like, "What the fuck? Oh, you just keep stealing ace from us." I'm like, sorry.
Lot getting confused for silver. Oh, I mean,
Scooter, don't listen to T. Don't listen to T. That just goes to show he doesn't pay attention to you. You know, that's it.
I don't pay attention to anyone. Okay. I make an effort. Okay. Like,
I make an effort, bro. Clearly not. What do you mean you make an effort, bro?
I make an effort, but like,
You make an effort to not listen to everybody equally?
Throw it in.
nah, like,
Hey, you know what, Pooter? Do you see the title of my stream? That's all T right there. That's all T.
Don't remind him, bro. Don't remind him.
He sent that to me today. Today, that man sent
Bro,
that exact line. Word for word. I copied and pasted.
Don't say that man. Don't say that man when you're referring to
Oh,
T,
sorry,
please.
not that man. Not that man. I meant T. I meant T. Not that man.
dude, Roxy is like that's like Roxy's reward right there. She's like,
I know. As soon as I saw that message, I'm like,
mommy, yes.
as soon as I saw that message, I'm like, all right, this is about to be the stream title, bro. There's no other way around it. I told like 2 people, bro. I'm like, yo, there's no way. This is not the stream. And by 2 people, I mean T and that man.
Yo, man
I
was
told
just
that man
on
too.
his stupid message.
I love how we all just tell each other because I'm like,
You don't know. You don't understand how much fun I was having when that conversation happened, bro.
Oh yeah.
Because
Dude,
both
I
of
was
you were
just
telling me
laughing.
exactly what you were saying, and I was just replying to both of you at the same time, just instigating, sending the screenshots of our chats to them.
Dude, I was just laughing.
Had
on
me
the side, like,
crying,
every
bro.
time I text you.
I'm like, yo, how could it possibly get any worse? And I see the next message. You sound like, oh, what the fuck? Bro, I was in tears.
I mean, hey, I was having
All
fun.
that because I sent the fucking one like speaking Spanish.
the one thing, yeah, right, the Spanish thing.
Somehow we ended up
Oh
with
my
fucking.
Yeah, then when we ended up
Oh
here.
man.
I don't know how we went from me calling you a fucking dumbass in Spanish
Yeah,
to you calling
okay,
me mommy.
yeah.
It's because you
So,
challenged
the
him.
thing
That's when it went downhill.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
because you
So the
dared
thing
him.
was, I was hoping you would stop insulting me in Spanish if I like gave you the option. But then you challenged me to call you that, so I did.
That's what you turned to? What the
Yeah, it just started devolving real quick, bro.
fuck?
Like, you think I'm gonna back down from a shot?
And then you went, and then I kept going. I'm just like, I feel like
Yeah.
you dug a hole, and I don't know how to get out of this anymore.
Listen, Pooter, it can be
Wait,
both.
was it mommy or mom?
Or was it mommy or mommy, bro? I mean, there's a clear distinction there. It was definitely mommy, though.
I mean,
Definitely
listen.
mommy, yeah.
To be fair, in my opinion,
M-O-M-M-Y.
like, to be fair, in my opinion, mommy sounds
Hey,
better
guys,
than mommy.
I'm back.
See, what do you
Like,
call your
mommy?
mom?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Obviously, mommy is way better than mommy, bro. Mommy is
no,
like something
my
you could
mom-
call.
wait,
You
so-
could call like.
Wait,
So
what
my
is it,
mom-
mommy or mommy?
My mom, I think it was. Oh fuck! I forgot the way I called her.
You
I
forgot
don't
the way
call
you
her
call
mom.
your mom.
Call her.
Cause I don't really. I do it naturally, like I
Yeah,
don't
you do it
think about
naturally,
it.
but you know, if you just
I
pretend.
don't call
You're
her mom.
you're thinking too much of T's brain at this current junction in time.
I think it was Alma, something like that.
Yeah, Alma's pretty normal for that one
I think it was
before.
that.
Oh, is Alma mom? I thought that was probably grandma. Oh, well, I'm thinking.
Depends on what culture you're in.
Alma.
Talking about,
Yeah, no. Also. Like what? Wait, no, step bro. What do you call your mom? Do you call her? Do you call her in Spanish or English?
I call her in Spanish. I call her Jefa.
What
I
does
call her
that mean?
Jefa. Bro, it means boss. Basically,
Boss?
it's like
Oh,
boss.
you call your
basically.
mom boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it's
short
it's
for
like
mom.
it's like it's
For-
like a
for mama,
kind,
boss
like,
lady?
lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Like like Jefa.
It's like like I don't know if you know about like
Actually,
when people say
that's a
jefe
good
like
nickname.
as like chief in Spanish, like people call themselves like the
Exactly.
jefe.
Okay.
It's just like
That's a
the
good
female
nickname for
version.
Roxy, boss lady, because man,
Boss
does she
lady?
boss you
Yeah, that's
around.
what I say every time my friend's like, yo, how long you can play quick match for? I'm like, until the boss calls, I guess.
Brother, when I used to play like Call of Duty, my mom used to be like, "Hey, 5 minutes," and I'd be like, "All right, guys."
Dude,
my
I
general
remember every
said 5
time
minutes
like
till nighttime.
the.
That's out.
I mean, no, but it's normal. Like
As I'm learning new
Headquarters
words,
said 5 minutes.
new Spanish
the
words.
the short times I play with.
You're learning
Peter
new
and
Spanish, bro.
Muffin, every
Don't
time
put
I'm
it to
like,
good use already, bro. Please. We don't want to end up in another
Put it to
situation.
good use to. Who
Don't want to end up in
who am I
another
gonna call boss
situation.
lady?
I don't know, dude.
You never know.
Car?
Your mom,
Should I
maybe?
start calling car boss lady?
Dude, straight up, Muffining and Pooter every time I play with him before Roxy starts, I say, well, Roxy's already calling, the boss already calling.
The boss is calling, bro.
Wow, I feel bad.
Also, can
now.
we
I
start the
feel
queue
like
or what's
I
going on
take
here?
away- no, that's T. T's captain.
Oh, he's the leader now? Yeah, big
Yeah.
mistake. Make Roxy the
wait,
leader,
why
bro.
am
I told you.
Yo, guys, click my name right now. Like, don't.
I'm
just,
sorry.
You know how like you can see who do you have? As
Yeah. Are you gooning right now, bro? What are you talking about?
brother, you
Hey,
see that
yo.
shit?
I see it, bro. I see it, bro.
Brother, you seen that shit? Look at
How
that
do
shit.
how did I change?
Brother,
Bro, you know when you
what are we doing,
bro, scroll in and just watch your thighs jiggle when you do so, man.
Bro, that's what I'm doing,
jiggle,
bro.
jiggle, jiggle.
That shit got me in a fucking
Rox,
hypnotized
Rox,
state, bro.
Rox,
Okay, I'm looking.
Go
I'm
to my
looking.
stream. Go go to my stream.
Go to your stream. God
Yes.
damn, I have to do more work.
You have to see
Dude.
this, bro. It's
Can we
crazy, bro.
play the game
Let me
and
know
not
whenever you're there.
goon during the
Just cue us in. I'm
You're the
in,
leader, bro.
I'm
Just
in,
press the.
I'm
Oh no,
in,
it's Roxy. It's
I'm
Roxy. You're the
Let
leader
me
now.
know
Roxy, you're the leader now.
whenever
Roxy, you're the
I'm
leader.
in. I'm looking.
You're in. You're looking.
Roxy, you're the leader now.
Look at that, bro.
I
see
know the thigh shake, the booty.
Brother,
Bro,
what the
bro, which
My thing is,
bro? I
like,
need to
it
know
zooms in and her thigh shake. That's
who
crazy.
programmed this model
you added
where
that
this
jiggle to the
muscular woman is thigh jiggling like that, bro.
That is
God damn.
fucking crazy.
Unrealistic beauty
accurate.
standards, bro.
Is it not? I feel like it's accurate.
Memo has the boringest one. What the fuck?
I'm on shuffle, dude.
Ooh, somebody got a raid.
Anyways.
Oh, thank you for the raid, dude. Can we start the queue, please?
Bro, y'all are gooners. Have you just met us, Ruby?
Bro,
Have you
it's
been-
wild, bro.
Oh my god, why am I leader again? Fucking shit.
Low key step on me type shit, you know?
Huh?
Low key. High key, bro. What the fuck?
Who giggled in the background? When you said
Thank
that?
you for the follow. Much
giggled?
love, mad, mad, much love.
Meta clip that? Oh, not the meta glasses, bro.
Yeah, clip that shit. Yeah, clip that shit.
That's the last thing I want to hear.
Get that shit.
Xbox, record that.
What the fuck?
Xbox record that? What the fuck?
You don't remember? You don't remember that meme, bro? Back in the
No,
back when
I
the,
remember.
I think it was like
had an
when the
Xbox.
Xbox One launched, I think, like in like
Uh,
2016 or whatever. I don't even
I
know.
remember the I deleted the virus.
That's classic too.
No, bro.
my
that's-
gosh.
That has to go like down.
Man,
like,
program it with one hand, bro.
the
Honestly,
Wall
bro,
of Fame, you know what I mean?
dude.
That gotta go down as gold.
Because you know they had to implement specific jiggle physics just for her thighs. Because no other character like has like motion in the most literal sense like that.
Guys, look at that arch though on White Fox. God
Hold on. Let me start gooning. Wait, if you
Bro,
spin
and
it, can
then
I see?
whenever
I can
she-
see it when you spin it, right? Okay.
They don't
When you,
put the jiggle physics for her. God
No,
damn.
bro,
Put it on the pic.
she spins by herself, bro.
no, when Roxy spins it, I see it in real time.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Can you scroll in, please?
Yeah. That's crazy. yeah, disgusting, bro.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
We're waiting for-
Who is we?
Who's
What are
we?
you doing,
Bitch,
bro?
shut the fuck up. You were the one
What
who
are
just said
you-
I want to get stepped on by her. Shut the fuck up.
Bro,
Yo,
What?
this is the type of
you,
thing
bro.
that happens
You
while we
are
play rank,
projecting.
okay?
This is what happens when the queue time is 1 minute and 56 seconds long, bro.
Straight up. You gotta
Just
find
waited-
yourself.
Bro, cause we
way to
waited so
entertain.
long, now we're in a losing queue.
It's because
bro.
we didn't know who the fuck the
Yeah,
leader
bro.
was, bro. We got fucking in shambles, man.
We
It's
knew.
over.
I literally told him. I was like, oh shit.
And then when it was you didn't know.
Yeah.
And you know everybody's
Guys, T is
everybody's
not okay.
clueless.
Remember, T is not okay.
That's a constant.
We were in the winning queue, now we're in the losing queue. Bet.
Winning. We literally lost the game before that, did we not? Or the game before that, I guess.
They have a GM3 on their team. That's what I don't want to see, actually.
We are
Fuck that
fucked.
GM3.
We
you
are
got a
fucked.
GM2 in your team.
Guys, someone just fuck me in the ass, okay? Just,
What?
At this point, we're
What?
fine.
What?
Double it and pass it to the next one.
See, this is where I say
Yeah,
that.
shut
our
up,
system-
shut up.
I nominate T as
Shut up,
tribute.
Shut up.
What do you mean
Shut
you
up, all of
nominate
you.
me?
Which
What do you?
hero do you think you want to be today?
Guys, they have two people. That oh goddamn. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Pooter, bro.
Guys,
Whoa, whoa,
listen,
whoa, whoa.
Everything that Rocky said.
Fucking
he
pun-
knows what she
I'm
said.
Punisher
glad,
gift,
I'm
bro.
glad I have 3 healers in my
Whoa,
team.
whoa, whoa.
Right?
Who am I
3
gonna
Like-
healers,
banish
guys.
from this
I
night?
just
I'm
had
glad I
another one.
got
I
the
don't know.
healers in my team.
I had another
Oh.
one.
You want another?
Why
Oh,
would-
why are we
what?
banning White
You
Fox, bro?
banning
Chill,
White
chill,
Fox?
chill, chill, chill,
Okay.
chill, chill. Show my White Fox, bro. I was just gooning to that.
Bro, that's the White Fox is the only thing I can play, bro. What the fuck?
Don't worry, bro.
No.
If we need another
fuck?
DP, if we need another support, yo, why are they target banning me, bro?
Oh.
Goddamn.
Don't ban
They're
me.
afraid. They're afraid. They're afraid of my rocket, bro.
Bro, please don't ban me, bro. Please.
They
please,
scared, bro.
Widow,
They
please don't ban me.
scared, bro.
They sc-
You're a crazy widow? What the fuck are we lying for
Why
now?
are we banning Rogue?
Who the fuck said anything about a widow?
That,
Step
did you not
bro-
hear Step Bro?
Oh, I thought you were talking about in chat.
Widow, I'm
Sorry.
crazy with her.
Are you? Why would you
No.
say that? They're not gonna ban Widow. You want to ban Cyclops or no? Or Gambit?
Just leave it as Cyclops, I guess.
Okay.
And pray they get the Gambit for us. No more. Nammer.
Yeah.
God damn, what is this?
Gotta take the wheel.
Oh, perfect.
Fuck you.
W
Fuck you,
bands.
Step,
W bands.
Fuck you, Step Bro. Fuck you.
This is what is this? Convergence? Okay.
W bands.
Literally, last second, this guy.
Bro,
fucking
what?
does that shit.
Oh man.
Game, bro.
What did I second sub? Can we get a Luna?
Wait, I'm confused. Are we getting two tanks, 2 DPS? What are we? Okay.
Okay, if they're going back invis, then yeah, I guess.
Yeah, bro, you can go strange, yeah.
I'ma lock it
Okay,
in. Yo,
okay,
told
okay,
you, I'ma lock
okay.
it in.
I like this team. I'm not mad at this team.
Not mad.
On paper, this is like a A-tier team. On
Prepare
paper.
to be disappointed.
Hey, right now it's like this.
I'm doing it
Oh,
yeah,
why did you?
I know.
No, why did you do that, bro? Now, why did you go and do all that,
What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck?
bro? Please, please don't, please don't.
Bro.
Wait, does Step up the baby no money skin? There's a baby no money skin.
It's my second account, guys. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, it's the second account. He does buy shit on the second account.
I do. I used to. I have like $400 in this account.
Why? Why?
Because I used to main it on console.
Okay, guys. Everybody, lock in right now.
Oh, I'm still lagging.
Locked up, bro. I'm almost asleep, bro. I mean, my mind is flying so high. It's like I'm doing drugs.
Oh, they have a magic. Careful, they have a magic.
What the fuck?
Remember what happened?
Bro, I went down. Someone knocked me up. I got frozen with the snowball. Fucking Luna
You're
cooked
not gonna be
me.
able to throw on this one.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, bro.
We can go Pain Brothers. I can touch the back.
I
Oh my
cannot
God, bro.
play either of those individuals.
Be in touch with Elsa.
Um,
Then why do we have 3 DPS?
Oh, we have 3?
because I need to get some motion.
One's dead. One's dead.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Hide me behind.
Fucking shit.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Magic low. Oh my, you got healed.
Wait, hold on. Let me warm up a little bit.
Cyclops dead. Uno low. Oh, scratch that.
Get magic, bro, please.
Magic low.
Dead.
Magic dead.
That point.
I'm better. Cyclops dead.
Support's getting back the fuck up. Elsa on me.
We're good. Push in. We're good.
Nice. I'm a low. Everybody low. Keep going. Oh, that's not good.
Please tell me y'all gonna get the point.
That,
Oh, they got a strange down.
Oh, it's fucking on my graphics. I have ult, but I don't know if this.
Everybody.
Has she ulted? No, I'm.
Who's she?
Oh my god. Wait, it's the Invis.
Invis already ulted, yeah.
But I'm gonna TP it.
Oh, our Invis didn't ult. Their Invis ulted.
No, their Invis. Oh, is that
Their Invis already ulted.
Our
Their,
Invis didn't even have ult.
their Luna did not ult though. But now we have both ults and a semblance of motion.
She can ult, because I think her ult is better to save.
We have a portal.
Portal.
Oh my god, yo, this Luna's crazy with the fucking.
Careful. How did that hit me? How did that?
Okay.
Oh, Luna ulted. Hold on.
We died. 3 of us are dead. Half the team's dead.
3 of you are dead. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die here now too.
Dude, she ulted on the portal.
Yep, portal.
Yeah.
Why are you holding your ult? I'm not! I'm dying, you dipshit!
I'm getting clapped, bro.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. You're right.
Funny when they think, oh, why are you holding your ult? Do you not see me dying? Do you not see me dying?
I mean, clearly not, because we were staggered as fuck. We're so staggered they don't actually see you dying. That's the problem.
Bro, oh my god, so low. Thank you.
That's it?
Okay, I'm gonna go in.
Okay, go.
Oh, bro, they didn't die.
They're low. Strangers can. Oh, our strangers.
I'm switching to tank.
Oh my fucking god. This is so annoying. lucky. I don't.
Come on, you guys can
And this is dead?
Matt Moon, why you
What's
holding up, boy?
Bro, what do you mean, why am I holding out? Because it's not opportune to use it.
We don't have time, we need opportunities.
There's nothing about opportunities. My dude.
Bro, what do you mean? If there's fucking no one to aim at, then I'm not gonna aim at anybody, bro. What do you mean?
Bro, we don't got time for you finding out opportunities, okay? We don't got it. We don't got the time. We don't got the
Should
luxury.
we just aim on nobody, bro? What do you mean? What do you want me to do?
Find someone, bro. Find someone.
Down.
The current score is
Oh, the fucking Luna snowball, bro. Holy 14 and oh. How are we get? Yo, this Luna's actually like a terrorist, bro.
You haven't spoken at all? God damn, I'm
Yeah,
so
we're getting absolutely cooked. Like I'm doing headshots with, I was doing headshots with Cyclops, but at the same time, like, with the
Oh,
ones
now
that
we want
win-
to tank. Now 3 of us want to tank.
Bro, I started this
Now
tank.
we're
It just wasn't working, bro.
Yeah, once they went strange, it was no.
No. T, go ahead. You can tank.
Why am I lagging now? What the fuck?
Wait, do you want me to go?
Is it
tank?
internet lag or frame lag or input
It's
lag
frame
or?
lag. It's just in game. It's just for the game. That's it.
Have you ever like tried turning your settings down in this game?
Yeah, what do you have your hertz on your monitor?
59.94, which is recommended for these monitors.
Do you have it on? Do you have 1 or 2 monitors?
2. And they're
Do
the
you
same.
have them? Are they
Yep.
the same?
Yep. Literally just checked today too.
I mean, that's definitely not the issue if it's frame lag and not like
I mean, I
hertz
used to
lag.
have that issue. It's not that you're lagging; it's that your frames are choppy. They're like basically.
Well,
Yeah, I
this
think
just started.
it's
Never happened
it's definitely just a GPU thing, bro.
Yeah,
Are they gonna portal?
There's a high likelihood they will. They did not.
No.
Is that 3 supports or am I tweaking? Who's that? Oh, alright, man. No, it's not. It's 3 DPS, 3 DPS.
I hear walking.
Could be Magic.
That might be there.
Could be Elsa. I don't even know, bro.
Oh, Phoenix. No, Magic. Magic.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm dead.
That's not what I want to hear.
Matt was saying, I guess I'll go DPS.
I mean, yeah, we need to fight the 3 DPS somehow. I don't know.
I don't know how, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how. I tried last time. I tried to switch to DPS. It didn't really work for us.
Elsa.
Sorry, I'm fighting for my fucking life. I'm gonna die here. I'm dead. It's over. It's over.
The Elsa is just coming.
Just type GG now. It's over.
final score 0-2-1.
it's crazy.
Absolutely crazy.
Well, I hope I don't D-rank.
You're not gonna. If anything, you're gonna be in the negatives. I think I'm in the negatives again. Holy, we got 6 final hits as a team.
I love how this girl was complaining to me about holding my ult. I'm like, well,
7,000 heals.
yep, girl, and you were fucking invis. It's not like you were.
Oh, I forgot what number I was at. What the hell? I guess this isn't bad as I thought.
It's like I at least kept up with the heals.
Look at their Luna, bro. Holy fuck, man.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The DPS was 16 and 16. Like, no deaths is fucked, man. I got snowballed at least like 4 times from that.
Dude, if that Elsa hadn't ulted on us when we went through the portal, because I had ult, I was waiting for the invis to use her ult. She'd used it, and I was like, okay, I'll use that after. Why is it always my rank up game, though? Why is it always my rank up game?
Why were you almost?
Yup, I was 90 out of 100.
So it's Roxy's
Always-
fault. That's what I'm hearing.
I just want to let everybody
That's
know
what
that
I'm
in the past, how many games have we played so far?
Just
1,
throw it in,
2,
bro.
3, 4, 5,
Already.
6, 7, 8.
How bad has it been?
Just put lube on that shit, bro, and just throw it in.
Just put lube on it, bro. Lube's not gonna help, bro.
Bro, at this point,
Brother, I need the fucking, like, I need some hardcore drugs to incapacitate my mind, bro. I need some fucking roofies or something, bro.
Oh,
The way that I'm getting fucking man hell, bro, just make me
do
unconscious,
you
bro.
want to continue?
I don't want to end stream at a negative elo, so continue, please.
What? Okay, how many games have we played and how many have we won and lost?
We've played, what is this, 7? No, 8? 8 games. We've won 4, we've lost 4. I'm down 2 elo in total.
2? Just 2?
Yes,
Gotcha.
just 2. I mean, yeah, just 2. I've only been going up and down 1. every win, every loss is like -1 + 1. -1 + 1.
Sorry.
Lucky we got 21, or we only lost 21 that time.
I thought it was like. Here, actually.
Alright, first try, guys. First try on this Fox one on
Let
this
me.
account.
Look at my display. I'm just going to take my graphics and just, do medium on everything. Just lower the graphics.
Go to bed, auntie. Brother,
I am.
You go to bed, bro. The fuck?
What happened? Who called me?
No, not you, T. He said Red Ball said go to bed, auntie.
Yeah, me.
Okay.
Auntie, not T. Bro, selective hearing. You only heard the last syllable of the whole sentence.
Oh my god. Okay, let's try this. I've lowered my graphics, so maybe it's fine now.
Maybe it's fine. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Who that is? Nico Same.
Fuck, guys, what are we doing up so late? What are these queue times?
Hello, Nico. Why do you sound like you're in a wind turbine, bro? Yes.
Oh, I'm outside, man. We're playing UFC.
You're outside. You're playing UHC.
Fucking Lico. I was like, who the fuck is talking?
The fuck is UHC? Only UHC I know is in Minecraft, bro.
Well, it's a do Friday. Wait, are you?
Oh, we got a camera. Okay, hold on.
I'm so confused.
Hold on. We got camera. Oh, never mind. The camera's gone.
Oh.
Fuck. Missed it.
Camera's gone.
Missed
Goddamn.
it. Missed it. Oh, it's back. It's back. Hold on.
Here.
Oh yeah, Wingstop.
Wait.
You're in the house.
He's clearly not at Wingstop, bro.
I just saw the bag. Wingstop. Goddamn. I'm sorry.
We're doing a fridge tour. Okay.
Goddamn. Alcohol, guys. Alcohol. Woohoo. No idea what that was. To be honest with you.
Okay, yo, what is UHC? What are you playing?
Is it a game? Oh yeah, what is this game? Is it a racing game?
It looks like a racing game.
Sonic Cross.
Oh, Sonic. Okay. Yeah. Sonic, like the new one, Sonic
That
Crossroads or
one
whatever.
idiot. Literally me.
Don't be so hard on yourself,
Oh my
Roxy.
god. Yeah, I barely got home because we were at the arcade.
All right, bro. Open the stream, bro. Well,
Are
it's
you still streaming?
yeah. All
So
three
don't
of us
say-
are streaming
don't say
actually.
Don't say shit, bitch.
Oh, what? I never say nothing. I'm an innocent person.
He doesn't say anything, guys. He doesn't say anything.
Don't see anything unless you want to clip and send to your employer, bro. Hmm?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave before something happens. So see ya.
Okay.
Bye.
Or something happens is crazy.
Yeah. Well, something's happened in the past.
I forgot we were playing.
That's not what I want to hear from my teammates.
Is this AI legal? Sounds like it's not. Okay, last game of the night, guys. The last game of the night. We can do good. We can do good.
I didn't even
End on
see
a
the
high
picture
note.
Lico sent in the chat, bro. What the hell?
If we don't ban Penny here,
Was that like a fucking arcade?
So bad to go into the first point.
Oh, they didn't ban one?
Do we need
Who's
to ban
ban Penny?
Penny, bro? Why can't our DPS just like handle it?
Because Penny's
What?
gonna put the nest behind the wall.
But like, just handle it, please.
I mean, I'll try.
You want? Oh, both teams banned.
Oh, okay,
Penny.
I guess they wanted to ban Penny too. Sure. Luckily, I don't have to go to bed tonight because I got the day off.
Oh, nice.
Fair enough.
Nice. Ooh. Holy crap, guys. Pray for me that my graphics don't fuck me over. It went brown, like the screen went
Yo,
brown
everybody
for a
pray
second.
that
I'm like,
Roxy's
did I
graphics
just
don't fuck us over.
I'm
Everybody.
so- hey, yo, I came in clutch the one game when it really started fucking me over, you know?
I mean, yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Crazy, I did. I ulted right as the Emma ulted and killed her.
Yo, and that wasn't a 2x2, bro. Can you believe it?
Right? It was a straight line. I did a straight line this time, guys. I'm learning.
Just like fucking Tetris, bro. You have to find value in your pieces.
Right? Gotta have the right shape, guys. Gotta have the right shape. Gotta have the right shape.
What have the acceleration on?
I've never had anyone complain about me.
I never heard anybody complain about the shape of the cloak and dagger ult, bro. Especially when there's 3 seconds left and it's like 2 people alive.
Oh my god, I've never had anyone complain about the shape. I have people complain like, why are you holding your ult and all this shit? And it's like, or something like that. Or why didn't you ult and whatever. But never the shape. That's new.
Have a blade.
Okay.
A rogue and Emma.
Blade, rogue, Emma. Oh, okay. They trying to fucking eat our dot or any semblance of dots, bro.
Oh, dude, no, okay.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
That's fine. You can do it. You can do it.
Rogue can die. Thank you. I'm going after Blade
Blade
next.
low.
Never mind. He dashed away.
Blade getting healed.
I'm gonna go around real quick.
Bro, I got antied.
I'm on their healers.
I can't do anything about that. Sorry.
Oh.
He's killing me. Oh my god. How did he pull me in? What the fuck?
Who pulled you in? Who's he? Oh, they only have one he on the team. Blade pulled you in, bro. What the fuck? Can't even do that. He can't even do that.
I know. I think I lagged out or something.
Oh no, dude.
I mean, maybe
Okay.
you got pulled in by the rogue's chocolate thing that you can.
Fucking 7v6,
It was
bro.
not there. It was not
Roxy's
there.
internet is on the other team. Oh my god.
It's not my internet.
Fucking GPU. Sorry, the GPU. Yeah. It be all coming from inside the house. Inside the PC case, even, bro.
It's like the case. It's like the fucking case. I swear to God.
Kind of crazy how, you know, she
They're
makes
all
fun
weak in
of
the
me for
back.
my internet, and yeah, I'm doing better than her.
Not even our internet, bro.
I know.
House is dead. Bro, please. Somebody come to the point. Please, for the love of God. Never mind, I'm running away. Okay, I'm coming back. Kill Emma, like meow. Thank you. Okay, good job, guys. You imagine having more than one death? That's crazy. What happened? I blacked out. Honestly, bro, you didn't miss anything other than Roxy's internet. I mean GPU.
My GPU is on the enemy's team. That's it. That's all you need to know. It's decided it's gonna help me throw.
It's gonna help you throw that.
No,
Wouldn't
help
that?
them throw for the enemy.
Nope, they don't have a rogue anymore. They have
Oh,
one.
another. No. Oh, what the fuck just happened, bro?
Nice. I keep trying to heal the fucking.
So Luna ulted.
Oh,
Oh my god, the fucking Emma shield really blocked that for everybody.
walk forward. Go.
I'm walking. And now I am walking. Go Phoenix. Okay, never mind. That wasn't even fake. Never mind. Okay, we're good. Everything's okay. Okay, they have one tank and they're getting diffed, so I think we're good.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I hear someone.
I'm going around on them real quick. Hold it down.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh hell no. Is that an Angela? What the fuck? Oh shit. Oh shit. Trying to take me off the map, bro? No, I can dash, bitch.
Man, I need you to pull them off the map, okay?
Pull them off the map, brother. I can't do things like that.
Yes, you can throw them off the map, you mean?
That's not pulling, that's pushing, bro. And it's not guaranteed to work. The best I can do for you is just kill them, bro, honestly.
She's really trying to spear one of you guys off the map.
Yeah, she's trying, bro.
Whatever you can do, do it.
I'm bullying Angela right now, hold on. She's flying back to spawn. She's flying back to her healers, bro. She's...
Oh.
Dude, I'm so lucky to spear me.
Angela's so low, bro, all the time.
Yes, but you and me are alone here.
Here, bubble.
Thank you, Bubble. Oh my god.
It's like gonna ult again.
I'm gonna die. Damn, I died in our fucking White Fox ult too. Shouldn't hit anybody. Yeah, their Emma's at the fucking... Their Emma's at the full fucking 100 bar, 100 charge, so she's doing too much damage to anybody.
Beacon on the side over there.
We need to re-up.
Inside of the...
I can't. Oh my
You
god.
can't do it. You can't. Did you ult?
I can't feel.
Yes,
I
the
did.
freaking Phoenix gave me the stun thing.
No, not you. I was talking about Roxy.
That means we could fight.
Oh yeah, Roxy ulted earlier.
I ulted to save Peach.
Because when you died, you were at 0%. I didn't know if you just ulted and died. I was like, oh no, bro.
Yeah, I just ulted. Yeah.
Super tough. Can this guy die?
Where is she? Where is she?
The blade's dead. Kill Emma.
Oh my god, White Claws kept jumping around.
But I can't work the Phoenix.
I'm gonna die here. There's no way. There's no way I live this.
White Fox is fine, yeah, but it's just that we can survive that.
We just can't kill her Emma. That's the only problem there. Emma's not dying enough. Okay, I can't help anybody with that. That's a combo and a half.
She ulted just to fucking kill me, bro.
Bruh, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
How? Oh, how are they so coordinated, bro? How?
Full squad, maybe?
I don't know, bro. I was fighting the Phoenix and fucking Emma just fucking cooked me. I think Emma's just really good at this game.
Dude.
Emma is like the only thing that's stopping me from getting us any motion ever. Every life is just Emma, bro.
Like, we both can't go in there unless they kill the Phoenix.
Might need a switch up, maybe?
Oh my gosh.
Guys, oh my god, he's trying to get me. Oh my god, because he took his ult. He saw. I forgot. Oh my god, what's the thing?
How? Holy.
What is they feeling?
Yeah, they're down to support. That's literally all I could do with my ult.
95, 96.
Oh my god, finally. The Phoenix did not
I can play
well.
too, buddy. I can play too, buddy.
Guys on point. I have
Where's that
ult, but if
Angela
I ult,
going?
it's gonna be off. I'm gonna get off point, so I need one of you guys to fall back.
Bro, come on, it didn't.
I wanna ult. Oh my god, I can't.
They went Punisher.
Yeah, for me.
Oh my god.
Did we TP?
Yeah, I already TP'd.
Wait, am I the only one on point?
I'm here. I'm fighting from. I'm dead.
Oh my god.
Oh, he ulted. I'm dead.
Okay. I mean, all things considered, it's winnable.
It's winnable if our the DPS stops being stupid. And our support as well.
Our White Fox is like high focus on DPS.
All right, guys, we can win this. What do we want? Do we want triple anything?
No, if we go triple, we're just gonna lose the first point. They got 3 stamps on their side. Thank you, double shield.
Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
All right, strange is the best you're getting from me on shield, bro.
Or I can go. We can go Pain Brothers here.
Oh, it depends. If you want me to switch, I'll switch.
Yeah, I can go DPS if you guys want to do Pain Bros or whatever.
Open your eyes.
No, you can go Thing if you want to.
I can't play Thing.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Actually,
Some of my best friends are
Support?
frozen villains.
I feel like the revive is probably. I'm probably gonna get at least one revive off in the beginning, ideally.
Yep.
We should be fine.
I mean, ideally we don't die, but you know.
We just hold choke. That's it. We don't go out. We just hold choke.
Yeah. Don't go behind the doors, unless you have someone pocketing the fuck out of you.
You might want to tell that to our Winter Soldier.
I mean, he's
Go back,
literally
go back,
him.
we're gonna fight inside, buddy.
Literally.
That's close enough. As long as he's not like doing too much.
Spy, yeah, Punisher on the side.
I'm going left.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Am I low?
Yeah,
I got healed instantly.
Damn. They sent you the banner real quick, bro. What the fuck?
Yep.
Oh my
look,
god,
look.
the Emma literally stopped me.
Fuck a thing. That's it.
Trying to.
He's gonna be our big damager.
There, bubble, please.
Emma shield in front of you. Oh fuck. Hold on. Yeah, we got Hulk back. I have ult if we need it.
No, hold it.
85%.
Punisher doesn't want to go in. He's afraid of getting close.
I mean, that's good for us, bro. Let him stay back there, bro. Yep. They like 4 ults, bro. Somebody counter.
Punisher low.
Rocks. You rocks.
Oh my god, I thought, oh my god, Mad Moon was gonna.
I asked you to.
No, you did. I did not hear you asking anyone to. Oh my god.
I said some. Oh,
here.
okay.
I did not hear you.
I said someone counted. I mean, the someone was you, but yeah, okay. Either you or White Fox, but White Fox didn't have it yet. Stay on point.
I'm dead.
I'm on point, but you know.
I ulted.
Oh, Luna froze me. Am I low?
Emma's still low, bro. Emma's dead. Don't die to that. I'm trying not to die to that.
I got close before it's over here.
Okay.
I got frozen.
Damn, he killed you with that.
Yeah, guys, they froze me and then they started shooting at me.
Yeah, no problem. All things considered, we have a Hulk ult and Thing ult.
Come back, please.
I was gonna ult that. There's just so much.
I'm almost back.
I'm trying to keep Step Bro alive, bro.
I don't have bubble. Here, bubble. Stay in bubble.
I got frozen again.
Yeah, the fucking Luna's got some aim, bro.
Almost hook.
Turret, where the hell's the turret? Guys, where are you? Guys.
I'm healing you from the side, okay?
Fighting Blade right now. Blade's dead. Go. The Luna ulted.
I'm gonna wait for Luna to go to ult after that.
I'm ulting.
Okay.
I'm just ulting to a point. I'm not even gonna go.
Luna can die.
I got a Magneto in it.
Luna can die. Magneto can die.
Oh.
He's low. Oh, I died.
Emma and Invis on the point.
Okay, Bucky ult. We have Bucky ult and Hulk ult, and then White Fox is close.
Magneto going for
Magneto.
back.
I need
He's in front. I got killed.
I'll keep you alive. Okay, I think I'm the only healer. Wait, don't go that far. I'm the only healer.
Bro, shotgun Punisher is annoying.
Yeah, shotgun is just crazy, bro.
I can't do anything. I'm dead.
White Fox ult, please.
I can't. Oh my god. Is she here?
Hold the White Fox with the ult. I'm speeding.
She ulted.
I'm here.
Pull up. Holy
slow,
powder,
I'm
bro!
slow.
Blade killed me still.
Luna's slow. How is Luna not dead?
Are you portaling?
Oh
Yo,
my
yo, yo.
god. This
Go,
guy's
go, 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 go.
crazy. The fucking
Go, 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 go.
blade.
I'm ulting as soon as we go. Kill these guys now,
Kill
bro.
one, kill one, kill punish that.
Why is it so sweaty?
Blade.
Fuck.
Go in.
I'm in, but I'm not gonna survive a lot.
I put a bubble down.
I'm in the bubble, but
Oh
I'm
my
fighting
god,
everybody.
They got pulled!
I'm fighting everybody.
Yeah, just leave. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Damn.
Dude.
Don't give them space.
What?
He said don't give them space, bro. Bogan told us the objective, bro.
Holy yo, that punish is getting crazy with that, bro.
Yo, we need our DPS to deal with this Punisher.
Oh my god, the blade, bro.
Look at the blade.
This guy doesn't want me to fucking see the light of day, bro.
Guys, I can't see you guys. I'm being
It's
shot
getting
at.
high from.
I'm being shot at.
Back up, just back up, bro. Just back up. Genuinely, like,
Surviving too. Look at that fuck. I almost double ult again.
oh
After I
my.
get almost in Poema.
No way, Step Bro just died, bro. I was only healing you too.
Insta, bro. It's just that. Holy fuck.
Their blade is like too good right now.
Okay, I'm gonna ult.
Punisher dead.
Somebody body block that for Roxy, please.
Oh! It just missed me. It just missed me.
Okay. White Fox is at 70, 80. I'm at like 80.
Wait, didn't the ammo? Did I cancel the ammo?
Yeah. I don't know. I heard the kneel or whatever.
Yeah, I heard it. That's one. Okay, I'm going in. Ammo.
The Night Red Ball.
Night Red Ball.
Are you fucking for real? Oh my god, the Punisher just fucking quick scoped me, bro.
Guys, because sorry. I have to go in. Sorry, I have to go in.
Is anybody there to go in?
I thought he was in.
I did. I died.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm anti.
My ult is gone. Oh my god. I'm in the bubble. Oh my god.
No. Back up. Bro, I'd rather lose 50 than 100. That's the whole point. Back up.
We need to look. Yes, I'm sorry.
We're just going in and dying, bro.
Need another DPS? Do you want me to swap?
Like, we need another one because our DPS can deal with
You're already the lowest.
Okay, I'm gonna go Moon Knight, I guess. I don't really know who to go right now. See if I can get any motion.
Back up, T. Don't get staggered here. There you go. This is the fight.
Yeah, we gotta play together again, bro. Like, we gotta stop stabbing. Like, going over to the, like,
Break the turret, please.
Oh my god, bro, the Punisher turret.
Yeah, I thought everybody saw that.
Bro, Punisher.
Oh my god! Wait!
Dude, I do freaking Punisher again.
you also need to feel for. Oh, never mind.
What do you mean, peel, bro? You're anti-dive.
Brother,
Focus
Blade is
more on
diving. I
healing.
can't do anything about that. Just learn, bro. You're ass.
This is a passing moment for me, bro. This is your fucking rank.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Ah. 18 and 18 and you're talking?
50,000 healing.
Oh man.
50,000 healing. How am I supposed to do that? You're right! Our White Fox just went DPS.
28,000 healing. I mean, 30,000 damage blocked is pretty good.
That's literally just her teleporting, dude.
Well, yeah, but that's still blocking damage. Like I'm not saying they were a good second healer, but you know they didn't.
I know, but
they
her
weren't doing
teleport
nothing.
literally heals as well.
They weren't
It's like
doing
damage ball.
nothing.
That's not what I'm looking at. It's just her teleport, right? I'm talking about her bouncing her balls and all that stuff. Bouncing her balls, goddamn.
Yo, you talking shit about Step Bro in the chat?
Of course they are. Of course they are. Oh my god.
Oh, that was the last game, Sally. Now I'm in the negative 17.
Yep, now I'm lower than when we started. 50 out of 100. Guys, it's always my rank up games, and then we always lose too. That's always how it works.
Moral of the story:
convinced
do
it's
not play
Roxy.
this game with Roxy and when she's about to win, bro.
I know, right? Every time she asks for a rank up game, we start losing.
Nah, you know
Have
what? You know
noticed
what we
that?
need to do? We need to stop when I'm about to rank up, and then we continue on another day. So
You know what we need to do? We need to lock in and play this game at our peak mental proficiency. Not for 4 hours and ending at 3 in the morning in the most mental anguish of all time. Have we decided? Have we thought about that one?
That's the best way to play it. What do you mean? That's
I
the
know.
best
That's
way.
the. I know. I know. That's why. That's why we gotta keep playing, bro.
That's it for me, though.
He's gone.
That's
He's
it for
gone.
me. Thank you, Step Bro. Thank you for the games. We appreciate it.
I was
We
doing
appreciate
Dookie today, bro.
Yo, I'm a pull Porter tomorrow into a freaking rank game if he's available.
Hopefully you don't D-rank because you're on the verge of D-ranking.
Well, if I D-rank,
He's not gonna lose as much with Pooter, right? You're not gonna lose as much as
as
Pooter though. He's in Plat 3.
Pooter, are you there? You hearing this man? He wants to D-rank you. That's what he wants.
That's not what he said, dude.
I never said that.
In straight Roxy instigation,
Listen, freaking dude, Gothic invited me and like that rank game, like she left immediately. Like
That was crazy when you said that to me.
Like it was,
Yeah, she
it
left
was just
right after.
one rank. Yeah.
Oh, was that the one where
bad.
they banned your tanks?
Yeah, yeah, no, they banned the tanks, and then we just got like immediately like punished because the tanks that counters Grogo and Punisher were just not there. They were banned. So our DPS were not doing anything. And at some point, I switched to DPS to try and pick it up, and I couldn't because there's just no shield tanks. I can't peek without getting killed.
God damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. I feel so bad. God
The
damn.
thing
she
is
just left
that
you. Ooh.
like she invited me with like 2 other people. The 3 of them just instantly just like moment.
Whoa, not a word said too? Holy crap. That's when you know it was real bad.
Real bad.
It's real bad. Anyways,
Yeah, no.
you know, don't
T
worry.
was
We had
telling
our
me
games.
about that game. I'm like, damn, bro. I looked at the fucking
I didn't even look.
the
This
stat
T
sheet
told me,
after.
like, she left immediately after. And I'm like, oh, okay. That only happens when it's bad. God
Yeah,
damn.
I think your Spider-Man in that game was like a TTV. I went to their Twitch. They're just like AFK for like the next like 10 minutes in that game. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? They're just in the lock screen for 10 minutes. I'm like, what am I watching, bro? I think Gothic Muffin was in the chat too when I saw that. I don't remember what they said, but they were in the chat.
Yeah, I think the TTV guy was one of Muffin's friends. I think I don't know. I'm not sure.
God damn.
I'm like, damn, bro.
Okay, well, that sucks.
That was
Oh,
funny, honestly. It was kind of funny. I just immediately left.
Oh yeah.
I'm here. Oh, Pooter's here. Pooter's here.
Oh, hi Peter. Hi Pooter. Hi Pooter. Hi Pooter. So you and T are playing tomorrow, okay? I expect you to rank up to a level where you can play with us, okay? Pooter, I need you to lock in.
I mean, he can play with you. He just can't play with me.
I know. I just need you. I need you to get to Plat 2, okay? Pooter, that's it.
No,
Just one rank up. That's all I need.
Scratch that. Pooter, no. If we play, we have fun. We don't play rank, okay? We don't play.
No, you play rank. You play rank.
Yo, that's the same. That's the same thing, bro.
Pooter, play rank.
Having fun and playing ranked is the same thing.
No, it's not. Why are you forcing him to play rank, Roxy? Like,
I'm sorry, Pooter.
Your
Play rank if you
your
want
pressure
to
is
play,
crazy
okay?
right now, dude.
But Pooter, I will try. If you play rank and you rank up, you can play with us, okay? You can have
You're not
such a
gonna
fun
play with
time with the rest of us.
Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that sentence, dude? If you play ranked and if you rank.
Also, meant to get 25 doesn't. Oh my god, Ruby, stop shoving it in our face. Okay, so get out of here. Stop shoving it in our face.
Dude, that's not even like a real game, bro.
What the fuck?
And then
Well, that's
and
not.
this is,
we're not gonna play.
and this is.
Yeah, this is a real game for
Goddamn,
sure,
I'm
bro.
looking at
We
the game right
sit down
now.
over and I mean, we have
Oh, you guys only had
pretty
Wait,
flexible
so
time
Ben,
to
oh, we don't have to do anything.
we had 4 kills on the other team. Ooh. Anyways, okay.
No,
we
it's
should do
because,
more. I
uh,
forgot to double that.
Sorry to hear that.
We can try to do
Anyways,
more, but
tomorrow will be interesting. Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
we could do now.
Yeah, T, Pooter. You know what?
It's
Maybe
'cause of
I'll
the
be able to even
Cyclops
join
team,
you
that's
guys,
the main
depending on what
reason.
time you guys go.
But he's
Oh,
banned.
I see.
Okay,
I see.
but anyways, okay, I'm ending stream.
I forgot
Okay.
about that.
Good night, everybody. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you, T, Madeline, and Stepbro for the games. I appreciate it. And we'll see y'all
The
tomorrow.
right heroes could make
Bye
all
bye.
the difference.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Those games were interesting. We should have ended on the 4-4. We should have won that game. I don't understand who this blade person was and why we couldn't kill them. I also don't understand why the fucking... Like, you say the white fox did 23,000 damage. Yeah, that's fine. But... You know, I did over 20,000 more heals. You know,
Yeah, but they had double your damage block, so like it wasn't like that egregious of a stat line.
You keep saying damage block, but I'm like, the damage block is just them teleporting.
Yeah, but
Okay?
that's a shield though.
Yes, it's a
If
shield.
you,
but
if you hit the shield, it counts as damage blocked.
Yes, but you make it sound like the shield does damage. I'm just saying.
No,
I'd
it does
rather some
damage
of their
blocked.
have been... No, I know. What I'm saying is, I'd rather they take the damage that they did, some of it, and have been healing instead.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm confused.
All like,
I don't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Holy fuck. Excuse me, I just started moonwalking. What the fuck?
Let's capture point.
You're right, Batman.
Fucking no, bro. I'm fucking started moonwalking in the middle of the game, bro. I don't even know what just happened.
Oh, they have no support.
So what are we doing tomorrow?
That was T. T said that. Yeah.
Why did you sound like that? What did he sound like?
sounds different, does it not? Do you not like this?
I can barely hear, dude. I'm in the middle of a game right now. And it's just fucking loud.
What are we doing tomorrow?
Wanna do tomorrow?
Since when is that a question?
All the time.
Nah, what are you gonna do?
I don't know what I want to do tomorrow. What's it tomorrow? Well, that's later, you know?
Also, I haven't downloaded the flip phone game thing. You
That's
want
fine.
to download
That's,
it?
that's a demo. I don't need that.
Holy fuck, we're getting cooked.
Let's see.
Oh my, oh my god.
Hmm? You know what?
You can play Gamble with friends we haven't played with. I mean, I have it at least. Or we can do Overwatch rank.
Overwatch ranked? Dude, I suck at Overwatch ranked. I think I'm gonna put a pin in that for a while. Because I truly.
Or we can do
There's only one way to get better.
Rocket, you can go first.
There's nothing.
Holy fuck, bro. Somebody kill Loki, please.
Is that T?
Yes, that's T. He's watching American Dad.
I love how you know what show that is. Oh my gosh. Okay. A weird thing to recommend.
Here is an enemy to pursue. I am strengthened.
Just cut it.
Oh no.
Oh, there we go. No, it's fine.
Crisis averted, people.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
You know, Roxy, you should download Apex.
Oh,
play
I
rank
did not
Apex.
need to do that.
You're very funny.
Right, guys? You should play rank Apex.
Hell no.
Why not?
I think he's a jokester. He doesn't.
He's a funny guy, bro.
Hey, I'll download it and we'll play. Why not? It can only play up to 3 people.
I didn't hit anybody? Oh, yo, I need to stop playing this game right now. My fault.
You didn't realize that after the back losses?
No.
Oh my god.
Hands are shaking again. Focus.
There's still a chance to stop them.
If you go for 2 seconds, I can ult. Never mind.
Nice. DPS picking up the slack. Holy fuck, you pray for times like this?
Game it up, Simon.
Bro, where the fuck did that come from? What the fuck, bro? Oh my god. Oh my
We
god.
need to start banning Elsa again too, because like the amount of Elsas we played and we lost these games with Elsas in
I
them.
feel like there's too many things that we need to ban, and then once we don't ban them, we realize, oh fuck, we should have banned.
We fucked up, yeah.
And everyone except the character you play.
Right.
Oh no, bro. I've been watching AI captions of
What?
creature.
Bro, that was crazy.
What just happened?
I died before I even pressed the portal button. I fucking pressed H instead of G, bro. I'm like, wait, am I still alive? Clearly not. Holy dude, I ain't never been cooked like that before in my life. Am I selling? Maybe.
Slime girl.
Maybe. Bro. Bro.
Yo, you gotta look at me, bro.
Oh hell no, bro. What is, how are they pushing us so far? Where did my team go? Oh my god. Yeah, we have like 5 ults. Surely we can get some motion, right?
I'll use my ult to get in and use it after. Nope, no.
By the eye of Agamotto.
No way they got the portal off, bro. Oh, they didn't get the portal off.
The current score is 0-2.
Yo, it's winnable? I'm getting my ass beat, bro.
Including which side you're on.
Oh my god.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Okay. Okay. Anything is possible.
Exiled from Asgard as a youth. Now, I would lay down my life to save it.
Stop talking to yourself, Wade. They'll think you're crazy. Well, and, you know,
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Does a Lord Icon do bonus damage? Thank you for typing that into chat, Deadpool. Evidently not. That's crazy, bro. Our own teammate said that. I mean, I guess the Lord Icon doesn't have any.
The battle starts in 5,
I
4,
got
3,
one person that doesn't have a Lord Icon.
1.
We get DPL test. Oh, it's like that. We got internal beef in the. Bro, where the fuck did Rogue come from, bro? Chill. Oh my god. They got me disoriented like a motherfucker.
Oh, we just got their fingers like, oh man.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, okay, good. That's so clear. That crafting will happen right in my ear, right there.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Holy.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking hate Rogue, bro. How are you so mobile, you fucker? Oh, hell no. Oh, I'm getting my ass, like, beat like crazy, bro. And Mr. Fantastic is doing a lot, unfortunately.
I want to compare. Give me the fucking compare. Give me the fucking place where I can fucking compare.
Oh, are you serious?
Alright, guys. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Night-night.
Good night.
Today.
Okay, have fun. Don't get anything illegal. Be careful.
I have a bunch of illegal firearms in my bed. I don't think it's too late for that.
My dude, why is it under your bed?
Huh?
Because that's where I put it. And it's been like
Something happens, you could fucking die.
Huh?
No, I won't. I have a bed on top of it. It's not like I have a bazooka under there.
Well, what if you did, bro?
Well, I don't know where I would get one, but you know, like, come on, dynamite.
Where would you get one, bro? From under your bed, bro. That's where it is.
Listen, you can make a bazooka, like a cannon, like in your house, so like a PVC pipe and that stuff like that. But you know, it's not like that explosion isn't gonna be the same. It's just sound.
Holy fuck, bro. Oh my god.
Why the fuck is the iPhone Air so expensive? What the fuck is the Air?
Huh?
Air, apparently.
Oh, bye.
Nice.
Bye.
They're raising the prices of Apple products already. They're gonna raise the prices of phones when the new phone drops. So I'm thinking of buying a new phone because I need a new phone either way. My phone, I bought it back in 2020. What the fuck? I just remembered I bought it back in 2020. Right when COVID was a lot that happened. My phone is so old. It works fine, but it doesn't work fine. It has issues. Oh no. I'm thinking of buying the 17E. At the end of the day, it's better than what I have right now. Obviously, your girl wants. How much is it for? Holy shit! I want to buy the 512 gigabyte. 1200. That's not what tax. Yo, what's behind you, Rocket? I've seen it.
Which cheaper? Buying that or buying a new
Are we fucking for
GPU?
real, bro? No way they did that to me.
Kind of insane.
Now, what kind
Oh.
of phone do you guys have? Like Android or iPhone?
I have an Android.
And I have to look it up. Wait, hold on.
I
Let me
have
look
a
at my settings.
Pixel 7.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
I have a Pixel 7.
Pixel 7. Oh. See, I was looking at the Pixel 9 as well, which is the recent budget one. But then every time I pick it, like, I have a couple of friends that are like, Google sucks.
Did we lose? Yeah, it's over, bro. Oh.
I have a Galaxy Note 10.
Note 10.
Or icon for what, bro? Bro, what? What do you mean, bro?
What?
What do you want me to do, bro?
How are you supposed to go up against a rogue and a dino?
I was playing Strange for like half the game too, bro. Like, I don't know what you want from me, bro.
I will say, I think the lesson I've learned though is if you ever see a dino, only go solo tank until they switch off, because they'll have to switch off because they get no value from a solo tank.
Ah, how many did I lose that game, dude? Minus 24. Oh my god, bro.
Oh lord.
What's the math on that? Does my pride make me keep going?
No, don't do it, my dude. It's not worth it.
Sometimes you got no one to fold them, Mad Moon.
Yeah,
So what?
It's not worth it, my dude.
Sometimes you got no one to fold them.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, okay. I won't go into negatives today. Well, you know, only so much you can lose in a day, you know. What's another 54 points lost today?
Oh lord.
It could be worse.
It could be worse. It could be fucking 75, bro.
Exactly.
Would it be worth it to buy this phone? I'd probably still